I wish I hadn't worked late that night. The overtime wasn't worth it. Since then I haven't been able to sleep without checking the closet and looking under the bed like a scared child. I leave the lights on. I'm startled by every creak and moan my apartment makes. But I need to write this. I need to tell someone what happened 3 nights ago at the Riverside Corporate Center on 42nd Street. My name is Doug Mitchell, senior accountant at Warren & Brooks Financial. That Tuesday I stayed up late finishing the quarterly reports. Everyone else had already left hours before. The cleaning staff had already passed the entire floor. It was completely silent except for the typing of my computer and the constant hum of the fluorescent lights at 11:47 p.m. I finally put away the last file. My back hurt from so much slouching on the desk I needed to stretch. When I got up I saw my reflection in the dark window, tired eyes, wrinkled white shirt, loose tie, 45 years old and still doing late nights like a recent graduate. I put away my laptop, I took my jacket and went to the elevator. Our offices are on the 14th floor. The lights in the hallway were dimmed by the night shift, casting strange shadows. My footsteps echoed on the marble floor. The elevator sounded as soon as I pressed the empty button. Thank God, I just wanted to get home. I went in, press L for the hall and leaned against the back wall. The doors closed with their typical soft whisper. The panel showed the numbers. Descending. 14, 13, 12. 11. Then it stopped at the 7. No press. The 7. No one else was waiting. Almost midnight. The building was supposed to be empty. But the elevator just stood there. 10 seconds. 20. Pressure L again. Nothing great. Trapped in an elevator. A medi. I reached for my cell phone to call security. The elevator fell. Suddenly my stomach churned. The panel started showing random numbers. 23, 4, 15, 9. Stopped so abruptly that I almost fell. It marked floor 1. That was wrong. The building only had a basement level marked B on the panel. There was no floor 1 before I could process it. The doors opened. I saw a large room about 12 m on each side, empty save for a thick layer of gray dust on the concrete floor. The air smelled stale and cold like a grave. Bare concrete walls, no windows. A single lamp hung from the ceiling, giving a faint yellow light that did not reach the corners. I froze in the elevator door. That room did not. It had to exist. I know the design of the building. I've been working there for 12 years. The basement had parking and warehouses. There were no mysterious rooms. My first instinct was to press the button to close doors. Nothing. I pressed it again and again. Dead. All the buttons were dead. The dust on the floor was perfectly smooth, except for a single set of footprints that went from the elevator to the center of the room. They looked fresh. I took my cell phone. No signal, not even emergency calls. Hello. My voice came out like a croak cough. I cleared my throat and tried again. Hello, there is someone here. The sound went off as if the room absorbed it without echo. I had 2 options: stay in the elevator and wait for help, or check the room. The elevator had not moved in 5 minutes. If it was broken I could stay there hours before someone found me. I took a step outside. The dust was so thick that my shoe left a footprint. Clara, another step. The air felt dense, heavy and cold. My breath formed little clouds following the other footprints. I walked towards the center of the room. The footsteps stopped abruptly, as if the person had disappeared halfway. Then I heard a slight dragging sound from the far corner. I turned around. A little moving in the shadows, a patch of denser darkness moving. My heart was pounding. Sweat was soaking my forehead despite the cold. Who's there? My voice was shaking. The sound of dragging intensified, closer, as if something heavy was being dragged on concrete. I backed up towards the elevator. My feet looked like lead. The figure in the corner grew. The darkness seemed to accumulate and thicken. Everything inside me ran. I turned and ran to the elevator behind me. The shuffling sound transformed into a fast, viscous splash, getting closer and closer. I jumped through the doors just as they were starting to close. I fell heavily on the elevator floor. The doors closed with a final blow. Something heavy hit the other side. The whole elevator trembled. Silence. I lay panting, my heart about to burst. The elevator came back to life, started to go up. The panel showed the normal floors again. P123. He left me in the lobby. I ran past the night guard, who looked at me in surprise, and I didn't stop until I got to my car. The next morning I went straight to the building management. They had no record of any level below the basement. The plans showed solid rock under the parking level. I convinced the maintenance supervisor. Check elevator logs. Nothing unusual. No stop on floor 1. No mechanical failures. Cameras only showed I walked in on the 14th floor and out in the lobby. 4 minutes later I requested a transfer to our downtown office. That same day was approved. This morning I don't plan to set foot in that building again, but there is something that keeps me up at night. I checked my shoes before going to bed that night. They were covered in gray dust, and this morning I found something else while going through photos on my cell phone. I saw one that I don't remember taking. It's completely black except for a timestamp. 11:52 p.m., the exact time I was in that room. When I zoom in, I can almost make out something in the dark, a silhouette extending my hand. I deleted it immediately, but sometimes when I close my eyes I still see it. I see and wonder what will happen if the elevator stops again on floor 1, and if the next person isn't fast enough to come back the next night. I couldn't focus on work. My hands were shaking every time I reached for the cup of coffee. I kept seeing that figure in the corner, listening to that slimy sound crawling across the concrete around noon. I mustered up the courage to go back to the basement. I had to. I knew if it had all been a figment of my imagination. The security guard looked at me strangely when I asked him for access to the parking level. But he let me through without a problem. The basement looked normal. Fluorescent lights, flickering concrete columns, lines of cars. Nothing out of the ordinary. I walked the entire perimeter, checking every corner, every storage room. There were no hidden doors or secret elevators. Just an ordinary parking lot. Was about to leave when I noticed something on one of the support pillars. Gray dust, the same color of the dust in that impossible room, formed a perfect handprint about 2 m off the ground. Too high for anyone to have left it standing. My cell phone vibrated, startled me. It was a message from my boss asking for quarterly reports. I almost ran up the stairs. I didn't trust the elevators. Back at my desk, I tried, but my mind kept going over the image of that footprint. The dust, the room, the elevator, the photograph I didn't remember taking. There would be a search on the history of the building. The Riverside Corporate Center was built in 1986 on the site of an old warehouse. Nothing unusual in the news of the time. No accident during construction. No disappearance mysterious. But then I found something. A 1984 article written during the excavation of the foundations. The workers had found an older structure about 6 meters deep. A kind of concrete room or bunker was not on any municipal plan. They sealed it and poured the foundations on top of it. The article included a low-resolution black and white photograph, but I recognized the place instantly. An empty square room except for the dust and a single lamp hanging from the ceiling. My hands, they were shaking so much that I could barely use the mouse. I went to the next page. The article mentioned one more detail. When they found the room, there was a set of footprints in the dust, a single trail that led to the center of the room and stopped there. I closed the browser, turned off the computer, my transfer request at that very moment. That night I could not sleep. I heard noises, scratches on the walls, creaks in the hallway. At noon, 3 in the morning, my cell phone vibrated. Unknown number, a message, only an attached image. I almost didn't open it. I wish I hadn't done it. It was the same photograph of my cell phone, the one I had deleted, but now it was edited. Someone had enhanced it, brightness, increased sharpness, adjusted the figure in the dark. She looked clearly tall, too tall, long arms bent at impossible angles, and her face. I threw the cell phone to the other side of the room, crashed into the wall and broke, but before it went out completely, I saw one last thing. There was a new text under the photo, a caption, 2 words, "I haven't been back to work since, I'm already sick." I turned off the elevator in my building. I removed the fuse from the control panel. I live on the 4th floor. Better that than being stuck in a metal box when it comes for me, because I know that thing will come from the dust room. That's been waiting down there since before the building existed, waiting for someone to take the wrong elevator to step on his domain. I hear the sound of dragging approaching every night, climbing up the walls floor by floor. Last night he arrived at the apartment below mine. I heard him move there, crawling across the ceiling, my floor. I'm writing this from the bathroom. I closed the door surely. Like that's of any use. The drag is in my living room. Now the drag is in my living room. Now I can hear it every inch, every wet scrape on the floor. The sound stops at times, as if listening, as if searching, then continues slower, heavier, crawls towards the bathroom door. The handle shakes. The door has no real key. It's just that ridiculous red button that anyone can force but doesn't open yet. Not to something. Stops on the other side. Breaths are heard. Not mine. Slow, wet breaths. The sound of somebody exhaling right against the wood. Then the phone rings. Not the cell phone. That it was smashed against the wall last night. It's another phone. One that isn't even connected. An old model of record I bought weeks ago at a garage sale. I put it on my desk as decoration. It didn't even have a phone line. Just a coiled cord hanging behind the desk. But now the doorbell rings at 3:17 in the morning, mechanical, sharp, metallic, the kind of sound that digs into the bones. I leave the bathroom. I don't know how, I don't know why. Maybe because the scratch stopped. Maybe because fear is worse when it stalls. Maybe it's because something in me wants to know. I walked to the phone. Step by step, feeling the cold of the floor go up my legs. The black device shines under the dim light of the lamp. The ringing continues constant. Rough rumbling in my chest. I raise the receiver. Hello. My voice is barely a whisper. There is the dense static analog, a non-digital murmur like old radios, then an old female voice, almost whispered. Why are you here? I swallow saliva, squeeze harder. The receiver, who is more static. The same question. Why are you here? I don't understand. Here? Where? In the apartment, you know, where the voice responds. More sign. Now why did you take it? The phone, I bought it at a sale of goods. You shouldn't have done it. The voice breaks in bitter anger. That phone was my connection. The last, and you took it. The air in the room gets colder. My breath forms a cloud. The lamp flickers. I didn't know. Whisper. I can return it. It's too late. The static explodes. I push the receiver away from the pane. When I bring it close again, the voice whispers. You opened the L now. You have to answer. Answer. Why are you here? The words go through me like a knife. It's no longer about the building or the room. It's another question, deeper, more personal, something ancestral, something inevitable. I don't know. Then you have 3 days. If you don't answer, you'll take my place. That's how it works. That's the price. What price? Place. But the line dies. Silence. The receiver, it's hot. The static is gone. The temperature in the room starts to rise again. I put the phone down on its base. I sit by the desk until dawn. I spent the next 2 days researching, tracking the phone, the sale, the house in Burlington. It all led to a woman named Margaret Chen. Died in 2022. Her daughter Susan made the sale. But Susan also died 2 weeks before I bought the phone found in the same study. The handset still in his hand. The line didn't die with them. I traveled all the way to Florida to visit the only previous survivor, James Torres. An old man in a nursing home refused to use the phone. He hasn't touched one since 1986. What did you tell them? I asked him the truth. He answered, my truth. He looked me in the eye. But your answer won't be the same. Everyone must find their own. I came home that night. The phone rang again. 3:17 in the morning. One more day, said the voice. I have been thinking, I said, and I am here because I am afraid. The static intensified fear that to live, really live. I took this job because it was safe. I moved to this city because it was familiar. I never changed anything because I was afraid of failing. I was afraid to try something different and discover that it was not enough. That no, I was able. I chose security over dreams. The static roared. Then silence ceased. That's your answer? The voice asked. Yes, that's my truth. Pause. The line is closed. The handset got hot. The cable began to disintegrate into dust. The whole phone cracked, aging before my eyes until it became a pile of black ash on the desk. I slept until noon, woke up, wrote my resignation letter. Applied to several. I looked for apartments in cities. I always wanted to know. Phone is no longer there. But your question, yes, why are you here? I am still answering, but now I am no longer afraid to search. I found the first trace of footprints 3 weeks ago, a single row of footprints advancing in a straight line towards the window of my living room, and there they stopped. There were no return marks or deviations, just a clean, perfect line, as if I would have done them. I would have just disappeared when I got to the window. The police said they were probably neighborhood kids making jokes, but kids leave messy footprints. They run around. They do. Snow angels. This was different. They were making serious, deep adult footprints. They were moving from the sidewalk. They were crossing the lawn in the garden. They were getting around the fence without moving it straight to my window, and I'm just writing this because I need to keep a record. My hands shake as I type. But I have to get this out of my head. Maybe someone will read it. Maybe someone will be able to understand it. If I can't, the first morning I almost ignore them. A 6-inch snowfall had fallen during the night. I got up early to clean the driveway. The sun had not yet risen completely, and the streetlights were still lit, casting long shadows on the white and cool blanket. It was then that I saw the footprints, crisp silhouettes against the intact snow. They started where the sidewalk met the lawn. They crossed the garden without touching the decorative fence. They passed by the maple tree and stopped right in front of my panoramic window. I walked around the house, inspected the snow from different angles. There were no other marks either in or out, just that perfect trail and the void. I took pictures with my cell phone and called the police. 20 minutes later, Officer Martinez arrived, walked in circles, wrote down in his notebook, looked at me with that expression that one knows when they think you're exaggerating. Probably guys, Mr. Richards, he said as I examined the photos on my phone. They may have erased the footprints, come out or entered from somewhere else, but the snow around the window was completely smooth. Not a scratch or traces of cleaning. Nothing we will note in the reports. He added, for now, keep the doors closed. Call us and notice. Something strange again. I spent the rest of the day looking out the window. That night I installed a security camera, one of those wireless ones that connect to the cell phone. I slept almost nothing. I checked the live feed every hour, waiting for something, and the next dawn there they were, again. Fresh footprints, same pattern from the street to the window, same abrupt end. The camera, however, no. It showed nothing, no movement, no shadow. The snow fell quietly without interruption until the sun came up. The footsteps appeared as if they had come out of nowhere. I called the police again. Another officer, same answers, probably guys. Nothing to fear. Keep the doors closed. I bought more cameras. I put up lights with motion sensor. I even installed a camera trap on the maple. I started sleeping on the couch in front of the window with a blanket over my lap and cell phone control in my hand. The footprints kept showing up every morning. After a week I started noticing new things, little things. My cup of coffee somewhere else, I remembered leaving it. The TV on a different channel. Once I found wet footprints in the bathroom, but they evaporated before I could photograph them. I licked at work. I said I was sick. Then I took days on vacation. I couldn't leave the house, and if something happened while I wasn't there, and if that went in, I increased the dose of sleeping pills I needed to. Rest, big mistake. The first night I took them I woke up and found all the kitchen cabinets open, each one the coffee maker on steam coming out of a full jug that I didn't prepare. I threw the pills in the trash. I bought a gun, a Glock 19, nothing fancy, just something to feel less vulnerable while darkness swallowed every corner of the house. Last night was different. The footprints changed. Now they end up on the front door. I can see them from where I am through the small glass embedded in the door. Footprints effect on the freshly fallen snow, ending right on the mat that says welcome. The handle is covered in frost on the inside. My cell phone is dead. The power went out an hour ago. I'm writing this on my laptop, but the battery won't last much longer. The house cools down. I can see my breath in the air. Scratches on the door, not strong, a steady gentle rhythm, as if someone is slowly running their nails over the wood. The cameras are offline. The sensor lights are unresponsive. Even the metal of the gun burns me from so cold. The scratches stop now. You can only hear one breath. Not mine. It's coming from the other side of the door. Long breaths, paused, so close that they fog up the glass. I should run away, get in the car, drive until I run out of fuel. But I can't move. My legs don't respond. My whole body is not responding. It's heavy, as if invisible hands keep me glued to the sofa. Breathing intensifies or approaches. The doorknob is covered with ice. Cracks they form on the door like fingers of frost spreading. Now I hear footsteps not out inside, step by step on the floor of the second floor. That's impossible. I checked every room before dark. I closed every window. The only access to the top floor. It's where I am, but the footsteps are still slow. Heavy, they creak on the wood. They're going down. I can't turn around. I can't look up the stairs. My neck doesn't answer. My frost already covers the entire door. The footprints outside disappeared under a layer of white ice. Only the steps remain on the upper floor. 3+2 ice crystals begin to forming on my laptop screen. The battery percentage says 52, but the screen goes dark. One step more, a hand touches my shoulder. Cold until it burns, feels firm. 5 fingers adult size. The screen flashes one last glow. I feel the breath on the back of my neck, not like the one on the door. This one is different, more humid, closer. And then the laptop turns off. Black screen. Everything goes dark. But no, it ended up there the next morning. The neighbors found something engraved with frost on the living room window. A phrase was my footprints all the time. I just didn't remember making them. And next to that phrase someone or something left a photo. An image. Taken from the frame of the bedroom door. In it the owner of the house slept on his side, mouth half open, completely unconscious. At 3:47 in the morning the house was empty and he lived alone. The phone wasn't supposed to work. It couldn't work. It wasn't even connected to anything. But at 3:17 in the morning it rang. He had bought it 3 weeks ago at a real estate sale in Burlington. A Western Electric 302 model from the 40s, made of black bakelite with rotary disc and earpiece. Heavy. The elderly woman who organized the sale said it was her father's, that he always had it in his study. I wanted $1 for it. I paid $35. I thought it was an interesting relic, a piece to decorate my home office. I placed it on the wooden desk next to my laptop. The coiled cable hung aimlessly behind the furniture. I never bothered to check if it still worked internally. Why did my building change all the telephone lines for fiber optics years ago? But that Tuesday night in October, 3:17 in the morning rang. It wasn't a digital alert or an artificial reproduction. It was the real sound, metal against metal, the mechanical ringing of an analog phone. The noise roused me from sleep. I sat on the bed, the heart beating like a drum. Rin. The sound filled the dark apartment. Each ringing stuck in my spine like an electric shock. I turned on the bedside lamp, blinking at the light. The doorbell didn't stop. My feet touched the icy wooden floor. I walked down the hallway to the office. The shirt stuck to my back, soaked in cold sweat. The door was closed just like I left it. The doorbell was louder. Now I rested my hand on the knob. It was freezing as if it had been put in the freezer. I could turn around, go back to bed, wait for it to stop, pretend that nothing was happening, but I opened the door. The moonlight came through the blinds, leaving scratched shadows on the desk. The black phone was in place. It rang again. I watched the mechanism move inside. The hammer hit the metal. Bell. I picked it up. It was heavier than I remembered. It was burning from the cold. I put it to my ear. Hello, static. Not digital. It was the classic crackle and sputter of a line analog, then an old female voice trembling. For you're here. I pressed the receiver. Who's more static? Why are you here? I don't understand. Here? Where? In my apartment. Do you know where? The voice was most Clara. Why did you take the phone? I bought it at a real estate sale. Her daughter sold it to me. She had no right. The tone became sharp. That phone was my connection, my last connection, and you snatched it away. The air in the room came down suddenly. The vapor of my breath was drawn in the air. I didn't know. I can return it. Where? Late. The static hit me with a wave. I moved the receiver away. When I brought it closer again, the voice whispered, "You opened the line. Now you must answer. Answer. Why are you here?" The question changed. It was no longer about the apartment. It was not about the phone. It was a deep, existential question. Something that I was touching my soul. I don't know. You have 3 days. If you don't answer, you'll take my place. That's how it works. That's the price. What place? What price? But the line died. I left the phone at its base. I sat in front of it without moving until dawn. The next day I convinced myself that it had all been a dream, a hallucination, stress. I had been working overtime, sleeping badly. I went to work. I programmed databases for an uninteresting software company. I spent the morning fixing a bug in a client's API, but I couldn't concentrate. The voice was booming in my head. Why are you here at lunchtime? I searched online for the model of the phone. There are hundreds of collectors, nothing unusual. But then I looked up the address of the sale. It was on the receipt, 147 Maple Street, Burlington. The property records showed that the house was empty for 2 years. Owner Margaret Chen died in 2022. She lived alone since her husband died in 2008. Her daughter Susan Chen had organized the sale. I found her obituary. She died 3 months before I bought the phone. I drove to Burlington. The house was still there, abandoned, lawn unkempt, Saven sign. I looked out the dusty windows, empty. A neighbor was watering her garden next door. I approached her. I told her why I was there. Oh, Margaret said, what a sad story after Harold died. She spent hours in the studio talking to that black phone. She said she kept the line open for him. When they found her, she was still holding the receiver. The daughter also died in that studio. She was also found with the receiver in her hand. I came home with her head in chaos. The phone was still in place. I should throw it away, break it, but I knew that it wouldn't work. The voice said it was 3 days old. That night at 3:17 in the morning it rang again. I've been investigating, I said, just hanging over her daughter. Then you know what happens to those who don't answer. What kind of answer they expect? A real one, yours and the others. Many. The line is long. Some answered, the majority. No, what happened to them? They took their place. They keep the line open. They ask. They wait. Answer. Like you. Yes. Until someone truly answers, and the line died again. I spent the next day looking for records. The phone had passed through 7 hands before Margaret. 5 died by suicide. 2 disappeared, all under similar circumstances, all found with the phone in hand, but 2 survived. One of them, James Torres, lived in a nursing home in Florida. I contacted him. They told me he didn't use phones. He refused from that. Arrived in 1986. I traveled there. I showed him a picture of the phone. His hand trembled. He said, now, before it's too late, I have to answer. You did it. What did you tell them? The truth, but it won't work for you. Everyone has their answer. How did you find it? Look at your life, beyond the excuses of comfortable lies. Find the real reason. That night I sat in front of the phone for what was there in that job, in that apartment. The easy answers came first. Good salary, comfort, stability, lies, fits deeper. I thought about my decisions in the paths not taken. In the dreams I abandoned at 3:17 in the morning, it sounded one more. Day said the voice, I have been thinking. I am here because I am afraid of what to live, to try to fail. I chose the safe, the predictable, the what I don't like challenge. I'm here because I let fear make my decisions. The static broke out, then silence. That's your answer. Yes. Pause. The line is closed. The phone got hot. The cable got hot. The plastic fell apart. Everything cracked. Turned to dust. I slept until noon. I woke up. I quit my job. I enrolled in a master's program. I started looking for an apartment in other cities. The phone is no longer there. But the question is that why are you here? I'm still looking for answers. But now I'm not afraid to find them anymore. I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my head. Sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning, drenched in sweat, with my voice still ringing in my ears. The police found nothing. The security cameras didn't show anything. But I know what I saw. I know what I released. It was a Thursday, January 12th. I remember the exact date because that same day I had renewed my quarterly gym membership. The snow forecast, but only an icy rain fell that turned the parking lot into a black ice trap. I stayed late at work checking annual accounts, so I didn't arrive at World Fitness until 10:45 at night. They closed at midnight. The night receptionist barely looked up from his phone. When I swiped my card by the reader inside, the buzz of fluorescence and the echo of my footsteps were the only thing filling the air. There were only two more people, an older woman walking slowly on the treadmill, watching Bachelor on her iPad, and a guy lifting dumbbells in front of the mirror. I did my usual routine, nothing intense. The shoulder bothered me, so I went with light exercises, a little pulley, a few weights, everything normal too. At 11:45 at night I finished my last set. I was sweaty, tired with that nice feeling of hot muscle and mental exhaustion. I went to the dressing room to change. The lights in the hallway came on when they detected my presence, revealing the rows of metal lockers and the still wet white tile floor of the pool area. My locker was 342 at the back, near the showers. I liked the privacy. I turned the combination GU 1427 new GU and opened it, took out my backpack, and it was then that I heard the voice "thank you." It came from locker 339, 3 doors to the left. A low voice, Clara, like a whisper, right in my ear. I dropped the backpack all at once. The knock resounded throughout the dressing room. "Hello," I called. Silence. I approached locker 339, closed with a padlock. Just like everyone else, I put my ear against the icy metal. "Thank you for letting me out," she said. The voice again no longer sounded from inside the locker. It sounded as if it came from inside my head. My hands began to tremble. "There is someone there. You need help." I needed help, the voice replied. "But no, you helped me anymore." I touched the padlock. I turned it loose without offering resistance. I had not introduced any combination. I opened the door slowly. Empty, totally empty. No clothes, no towels, no personal items, just the cold of the metal. Then the lights flicker. "Where are you?" I asked. "Everywhere." Now the voice said, this time from behind me. I turned sharply. The dressing room was empty. All I could see from where I was the entrance with the glass doors, and in the distance the silhouette of the receptionist, still absorbed in his phone. "What does that mean?" I asked with a broken voice. "What are you?" "I am what you are," Euphried whispered, and the sound this time wasn't coming from any specific place. It was everywhere, inside the locker, in the tiles, inside my head. A new, deeper voice added up. "I was stuck for decades, but you completed the sequence." "What sequence?" "The combination. 3 locks, 3 codes, 3 keys. You were the last one." I looked at my own locker 14,279. The lights flashed once again, but this time they took longer to come back. When they did, I noticed something moving in the mirror. Above the sinks, it wasn't a reflection, it was a shadow behind the dark liquid glass, as if floating behind a translucent wall. I stepped back. "What are you?" I tried, but the voice interrupted me. "I told you I'm what you released, and now I can feed myself again." The lights went out. Completely total darkness. A scream tore through the silence from the direction of the entrance counter. The receptionist. I ran blindly through the dressing room, tripped over a wooden bench, hit my shin on a corner, and fell face first to the floor. Pain was real. Everything was real. The emergency lights came on, bathing the space in a faint, sinister red glow. Stood up as if and went to the exit. The reception desk was empty. The receptionist's phone kept playing a video silently. Lying on the ground, I ran. I went through the treadmills, through the weights, through the exercise bikes, all deserted. I didn't bother to look for my jacket or backpack. I just wanted to get out of there. The front door was open. I didn't stop even to look back. I ran several blocks, barefoot and shaking, to a diner that was open all night. I asked for help. They called the police. 20 minutes later the patrols arrived. They checked the gym. They didn't find the receptionist. His car was still in the parking lot. His things were there. The security cameras showed something impossible. He was sitting at his desk at 11:53 at night looking at his cell phone, and then he just disappeared. Not a movement or a sound. Nothing. He just vanished into thin air. Locker 339 was checked. Nothing unusual. Nothing inside. When they asked me about the padlock, I said I probably dropped it. I didn't tell them what from the code or the voice. They would think I was crazy. But I knew what I had done. The following days were a fog. I slept badly. I couldn't concentrate. Everything seemed dull, distorted, as if something was following me, something that was hiding right on the margins of my vision. The gym announced that they would close earlier at 10 p.m. for security reasons. But it didn't help that same week 3 more people disappeared from the place, all on night shifts, all while they were alone. The cameras showed nothing, no intruder, no struggle, they just disappeared like the receptionist. I stopped going, bought some cheap pieces and started training in my garage with the lights on, loud music, never silent, never completely alone because the silence was. When the voice returned. Thank you first in the corners of my house, then in the rearview mirror while driving. One day I heard her in the elevator of the office building where I work, another day in the reflection of the microwave screen. It's not just in the gym. Yes, you murmured, I recognize some. The receptionist, the muscular guy who did biceps in front of the mirror, even the woman with the treadmill. I don't know if I imagined it, or if they were really there, or if, like the thing I released, they were also there. Everywhere now. Sometimes I saw their faces reflected in the glass, against the glass of the windows, in the glow of the cell phone screen turned off, in the bathroom faucets, mouths open for help. But I couldn't help them because I was the one who opened the door. One night I passed in front of the gym. It was closed, dark, the temporarily closed sign hung in the entrance, but a light flickered inside. A single light just above the dressing room, and in that light I saw a figure standing. Motionless in front of locker 339 was looking at me when the traffic light changed to green. The first accelerated so hard that the tires squeaked. I looked in the rearview mirror. The figure was in the front window, raised her hand, and greeted me, but then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Her reflection did not appear on the glass behind her. Pressed against there were dozens of familiar faces, lost, trapped, and they all screamed in silence. Since that night I live in constant fear. I check all my mirrors before going to sleep. I cover them with towels, I close the curtains, I turn off any surface that can reflect, I make sure I am never completely alone in closed spaces. But it doesn't do much good because the voice is still there. Thank you for letting me out. Whisper always close even if no one is there more with me, and the worst thing is that she is not alone now. There are other voices, the ones that have been taken. Sometimes they call me by my name, sometimes they beg me, sometimes they curse me, and sometimes they just repeat the final combination. You were you. I tried everything. Talked to a priest, a psychologist. I even went to an online forum of paranormal phenomena. No one believed me. One told me that what I opened probably can't be close. Maybe he's right. Last week I received a letter with no return address inside. Just a crumpled piece of paper soaked in something dark, written with running ink, only 3 numbers, 14.27.31, no marks. The dry paper as if it had never been burned. Today while I was shaving, I saw it in the mirror just for a second. The receptionist standing behind me, his mouth was moving, but I didn't hear anything, because in the reflection I was too. I was talking in his voice. Thank you for letting me out. I ran out of the bathroom without even turning off the light. I closed the door. I stood in the living room shaking. I know this isn't going to stop. I know I freed him and that now he takes me with him. Sometimes when I wake up I feel like I'm not quite solid anymore, that my hands shake too much, that my skin becomes translucent under certain lights. Tonight I heard something worse, a new voice, mine. Thank you for letting me in, and I didn't say it. The first time I saw. The light was at 6:47 in the afternoon. I know because I looked at my watch twice to make sure. It was a faint blue glow between 2 oak trees about 15 met from the trail. I thought it was a reflection. Maybe someone with a flashlight was finishing a hike through the state preserve, taking photos from the autumn foliage for my blog. I had moved away from the sun was going down. The temperature was dropping and my jacket wasn't enough. I was about to return when a second light appeared. Then a third. A little further on they formed a path like breadcrumbs of light floating a few centimeters from the ground. The lights didn't flicker. They were constant, but they seemed organic, as if they were breathing. I took the butt to record black screen video without battery. Too many photos during the day. Logic told me that I should go back, but the curious instinct that had fueled years of exploration pushed me to follow those lights. I went into the trees. Every step I took another one appeared, the last one faded, and a new one emerged later as if guiding me. After 20 minutes to the lights they formed a perfect circle around me. 12 in total. The ground, too unlike the forest I had crossed, it had no leaves, just smooth and compact earth, as if it had been swept away. I took a step, then another, looked back. There were no footprints, the ground did not mark anything, not even my footsteps. A gust of wind brought me out of the trance. The lights began to move, slowly spinning around the clearing, against the clock, as if they were studying me, each one tracing a steady, smooth pattern. "Hello," I shouted. Nothing. Then everything, the lights turned faster, the temperature plummeted, my watch stopped in dry. 7:32 at night, the ground began to shake under my feet, a high-pitched buzzing sound filled my ears, the lights formed a spiral that closed on me. I bent down, covering my ears, screaming. The pressure was unbearable. The earth smelled of ozone and something else like burnt flesh, and then silence. I woke up in another clear, different, smaller. The leaves covered the ground. My footprints were everywhere. It was early in the morning. 3:17 in the morning, according to the clock, which suddenly worked again. I staggered until I found the main path. I left the forest before dawn. I thought I was done. But it wasn't. The next night, as I was getting ready to sleep, I saw through the back window of my house a blue light on the edge of the forest, then another and another formed a path. A new one, this time from my yard. My watch stopped again, 7:32 p.m. Now I'm writing this because I know I'm going to follow them. I can't help it. I need to know where they lead. If someone finds this, don't follow the lights, as beautiful as they are. There's a picture on my cell phone that I don't remember taking. Shows my room. I'm lying on my side with my mouth half open, clearly asleep. The image is perfectly in focus. Taken from a distance of about 4 feet from my bedroom door. The time marked in the photo is 3:47 in the morning last Tuesday. I live alone. No one else knows my password. I have never lost the phone. I have not lent it. I discovered it during lunch at work. While deleting old screenshots and blurry photos to free up space, I stopped it dry. When I saw it, I felt my stomach shrink. I dropped the sandwich without realizing it. Some compañeros looked at me, but I didn't say anything. I stared at the screen, trying to understand what I saw. I opened the details. The metadata matched the location, and the time was not moved or copied. It was taken directly with my cell phone. The quality was better than many of my own photos. The lighting came from my bedside lamp that I always leave on at its lowest level. Everything was sharp, the wrinkles on the sheets, the book on the bedside table, even the small circular stain of moisture on the wall, product of an old leak upstairs. I asked permission to leave early. I told my boss. I felt bad. I didn't lie. I had a knot in my stomach, a cold sweat on the back of my neck. On the way back, I looked at my cell phone in the passenger seat as if it were an animal that could move on its own. I live on the 3rd floor of an old Victorian house converted into apartments. Nothing fancy, just a room, good natural light, and creaking wooden floors. I've been here for 3 years. I've never been here. I've had problems, never breasted, scared. The front door has 12 reds. I check them every night. The windows are high enough that no one can enter without a ladder. They all have lock. When you get everything look the same. Cup of coffee in the sink, mail at the bar, my jacket on the couch, but something felt off. Like the furniture had been moved half an inch, enough that you can't point to the change exactly. But no, it's there. I checked every room. Nothing. Empty bathroom, locked closets, kitchen in order, clean room. I saved the room for last. The door was open. The bed made as I left it. The book was still on the bedside table, the watermark on the wall, unchanged. I stood at the entrance, right where someone I should have been to take that picture. The floor creaked under my weight. How I didn't wake up. I'm a light sleeper. Sometimes the neighbor's cat wakes me up by jumping on his window. I saw the image again. My face relaxed, asleep, unconscious. Who took that photo? Verify intact. No unauthorized access logs. The image was not synchronized from the cloud. It was taken there in my house with that device. I didn't call the police. I already knew what they would say. There is no signs of forced entry. Nothing was stolen. No crime. Maybe you woke up asleep. Maybe it was an accidental selfie. Change your locks and give you peace of mind. But I know it wasn't an accident. I didn't take that picture. I didn't give access to anyone, and I know someone was in my room. That Tuesday morning, I spent the rest of the day installing new deadbolts, reinforcement locks, locks for windows. I bought a camera with motion sensor. I placed it in the corner of the room pointing at the door. I left a glass of water on the bedside table. Maybe it would make noise if someone came in. I thought about sleeping on the sofa, but I felt like it would be giving up. That's my room, my bed, my space. I went to bed with the lamp on its lowest level as always, the cell phone under the pillow, the red on the camera blinking every few seconds. The apartment creaked and settled around me. I couldn't sleep. My mind wouldn't shut up. An hour later I had a dreadful thought, and if there were more photos I took out my cell phone, opened the gallery, started to go back day after day and saw them. Not a few dozen me, sleeping, eating, me watching television, all taken from corners, from half-open doors. Some with part of a figure in the corner of the A mark, a gray hand, a fragment of a face, an eye. The dates were random. The oldest was from the day I moved in, me unpacking boxes in the room, on the dressing mirror a reflection, a tall, skinny figure, too angular, watching me from the hallway. I threw the cell phone on the floor. I breathed heavily. The walls seemed to shrink. I checked all the photos of the backrest in the cloud. The same all there. Some with details still clearer. The figure was always a few steps closer. I sat on the bed, looked towards the camera. The little red dot kept flashing quietly, unchanging. Then I found a video from 3 weeks ago. I never record videos. The thumbnail was black. The file lasted 17 seconds. Press play. At first nothing, just darkness. Then a dim light. My bedside lamp. The camera advanced slowly, approaching my bed. A deep breath. Scraped. Wasn't mine. The lamp gradually lit up, illuminating my sleeping face. A hand appeared in the gray frame. Long fingers. Curvy nails. The hand moved closer to my face. The video ended. I jumped up, the phone flew out, slammed into the wall, the lamp went out, a squeak, something in the hallway, slow steps. A figure peeked through the door, not human, distorted proportions, eyes too big, wet skin. I was holding my phone. The camera flashed, clicked, closer, I couldn't move, clicked, hand extended to my face, cold as ice. A car sounded its alarm outside. The figure turned for an instant, its attention shifted. I rolled out of bed, I ran, my legs responded instinctively in the background. A high-pitched squeak, clumsy footsteps behind me. I reached the door, my hands were shaking. I managed to open it. I stumbled down the stairs. I went out into the cold of the street. I ran to the nearest store. I went barefoot, in pajamas, panting. The cashier watched me without saying a word. I used his phone. I entered my cloud. All the photos were still there, every night, every room, a sequence, a collection. The last one had been uploaded seconds before. I sat in front of that computer. Behind me, the figure, his hand touching my shoulder. I felt the cold. The camera clicked. My name is David Cooper, and I need to tell you what happened last Tuesday night. Even now, sitting in this motel room with the TV in silence, my hands are shaking when I remember it. The police don't believe me. My friends think I'm having a crisis. But I know what I heard and I know what I saw. It all started at 11:47 at night. I remember checking my phone as I walked down the driveway to my house. Dead tired after a double shift at the hospital. I'm an ER nurse, and that Tuesday was brutal. 3 car accidents. And 1 shooting victim. My feet hurt, my back hurt. All I wanted was to take a hot shower and collapse in bed. The porch light was off, which was weird. My roommate Jake always leaves it on when I'm working late. I pulled out my keys. The same set I'd used that morning. The same set I'd had since we moved in 2 years ago. The metal felt cold against my fingers as I lined up the key to the main lock. It didn't fit. I took it out. Checked to make sure I had the right key. Bronze-colored square. Head. The third one on the keychain. I tried again. The key didn't go more than half an inch before it stopped, as if it were a puzzle piece in the wrong place. What the hell did you murmur? The result didn't go in. My first thought was that Jake had changed the locks without saying anything. It would have been an idiot's move. But lately he was behaving strangely. He spent more time in his room. Barely spoke when we met 2 days ago. I heard him having a phone conversation, heated. At 3 in the morning, whispering. I knocked on the door. 3 firm knocks. Jake, you're there. The keys don't work. Nothing. The house was still silent and in the dark. I knocked louder. Jake, come on, man. I just worked hours, let me in. The silence lasted 10 seconds, 20. Then I heard footsteps inside, approaching the door. I felt immediate relief. Thank you. I don't know what's wrong with these. I started to say still without finish the sentence. The voice that came from the other side of the door interrupted me mid-sentence. My blood froze because that voice, the tone, the accent, even the slight southern touch I inherited from my mother was my own. I stepped back from the door. My heel tripped over the welcome mat and I almost fell. The light ace of the telephone flashlight shook violently in front from the house. That my voice came out just like a whisper. Who's there? You know me. You know who I am, my voice answered. But it wasn't me yet. Go away. I pressed my face against the front window, covering him. Son. The living room was dark, but I could make out the silhouettes, our sofa, the TV cabinet, Jake's gamer chair. Everything seemed normal except for a dark figure that remained motionless in the hallway that leads to our rooms. Jake knocked again with desperation, starting to peek out. If this is a joke, it's not funny. The figure in the hallway didn't answer, but I heard more footsteps, this time coming from upstairs, multiple pairs of feet moving. I ran to the side of the house where Jake's bedroom window looked out onto the driveway. Light filtered through the gaps in his blinds. I could hear voices talking. Although I couldn't make out the words on tiptoe, I managed to peek through a small gap where the blinds didn't fit well. Jake was sitting on the edge of his bed with his head in his hands. In front of him, a tall figure in dark clothes. While watching, Jake raised his head and said something. The figure turned slightly and I saw his profile. I dropped, biting my tongue so as not to scream because the face I saw was mine. Exactly mine. Down to the little scar on my chin that I have from a bike accident as a kid. My phone vibrated in my pocket, making me startle. A message from Jake. Don't come home. Tonight it's not safe. We'll explain it to you. Then I wrote with trembling fingers who they are, why they look like me. The 3 dots appeared while I was writing. Then they stopped. They came back. Finally, it's you. All of them from different times. I don't know how many are here since this morning. They say they're waiting for something. Another message. The one that came first said that if you try to get in before it's time, they'll have to stop you. He didn't want to say what that means. I looked out the window again. Jake was alone in his room. Now while he was watching, he got up and closet, took out a travel bag and started putting clothes in. My phone vibrated again. I'm leaving. They said I could leave. I'm going to meet my sister in Sacramento. Don't try to come with me. And me, what am I supposed to do? I wrote. They said you'll know when the time comes. I heard the front door open. Jake came out with the bag without looking at me, ran to his car. He threw the bag in the back seat and shot out from the driveway. The tail lights of his Wave disappeared in the corner, leaving me alone in the dark. I found the photograph 3 days after my father's funeral. While cleaning his study, it was trapped between pages 42 and 43 of his old leather journal, the one he always kept locked in his desk drawer. It was a familiar image. Our family in Disney World 1995, Mom, Dad, my sister Sarah and I all smiling in front of Cinderella's castle. I remembered that day well. Dad insisted on taking at least 20 photos to get a perfect one. Maybe that's why I noticed it immediately. While holding the photograph, I saw his smile change. His lips stretched too much, his teeth clenched and his eyes opened with an expression that I can only describe as pure terror. The change lasted only a few seconds. I dropped the photo. He landed face down on the carpet. My hands were shaking. I felt the cold sweat on my forehead. I told myself that I was tired, that the grief was affecting me. I had spent hours going through his things, breathing that dense and old air of the studio, reading his handwriting until my eyes hurt. I bent down, picked up the photograph. Dad was still there, but his face was no longer smiling. It was frozen in that grimace of absolute horror. Mom, Sarah, and I still smiled like in the original version, but Dad seemed to have seen something horrible, something impossible. My phone vibrated. It was my wife, Karen. How are you going over there? She asked me. I found strange things. Then I call you. I didn't know how to explain it to her. How do you tell someone that a photograph is changing in front of your eyes? I hung up, and it was then when I saw the face in the background of the image. Just behind the head there was a partially hidden figure of Sarah. A man with pale skin and dark eyes, looking directly at the camera. I didn't remember anyone. So that day it was hard for me to keep the photo in my hands, so much that I was shaking. I left it on the desk and took out my cell phone to take a picture of it. The image on the screen confirmed what Dad saw with his expression of terror and that strange face in the background. While I watched her, another face appeared. This time it was a woman hiding behind a trash can, long black hair, sunken cheeks, her mouth open in what looked like a smile or a scream. I sat in front of the photograph for hours. The faces continued to appear, all strangers, all looking directly at the camera, some half hidden, others uncovered among the tourists. One of them was even behind a window of the castle. Barely visibly but indisputably there by sunset I had counted 12, and they kept appearing. The night fell without me noticing. The sky outside the studio was already completely black, and the only source of light was the screen of my cell phone illuminating that photo on the desk. My phone vibrated again. Karen, Tom. It's almost 8 o'clock. You're going to come home. I had completely forgotten the time, and also that I didn't know it. I had told Karen that I was planning to stay that long. Yes, I'm out now. I just need to pick up some things. While I kept Dad's diary and the photograph in my backpack, I saw something new on the back of the photo, written in pencil in a shaky handwriting, but unmistakably of my father. it said. They keep coming up more every time I see it. Don't let them see you watching them. The fear I had been feeling became in an icy knot in my stomach. I kept the photo upside down. I drove home with my heart in my throat, stopping at every traffic light like I was in a nightmare. Every driver seemed to be looking at me for too long. Every window reflected things that weren't there. Karen was already asleep when I arrived. I locked myself in my office and went back through the photograph. I counted 15 faces. The new ones were closer to us. One, a man with a burned face, was right behind Mom. Another had his hand outstretched to my childhood self. Dad was still with that same expression of horror. He didn't move, he didn't change, he just observed. I opened his diary. The first pages were normal, full of notes about work, plans for the garden, shopping lists. But from March 12th, 3 months before his death, the tone changed completely. I found the old Disney photo. There's something wrong with it. I'll check it tomorrow. Today there's 3 new ones coming up. I should destroy it. I can't count 27. This morning some are familiar to me. I think I've seen them out of the photo. I saw the black-haired woman in the supermarket. She smiled at me. The next entries were even more chaotic. No punctuation, no structure, just fear. They're everywhere, in the cars, in the windows. I saw one in the mirror. I was looking at the last entry, dated the 1st of June, a day before his death. It said, "They are already here." The coroner said it was a heart attack. Fell on his study with no signs of struggle, no signs of trauma. The heart just stopped. I looked at the photo again. 20 faces. One, the man with the burned face, now had his hand on the shoulder of myself. As a child, my cell phone vibrated. A message from Karen. "All right, I heard that you arrived." When I looked at my phone, something in the corner of my eye caught my attention. Dad? His face. I was changing again. The expression of terror on Dad's face began to soften. His eyes, before open like saucers, seemed to close. His mouth loosened. The rictus. Little by little his face was filled with a strange serenity, relief, resignation, and then it literally began to fade. His head became translucent. His features vanished, leaving a void in the photo, an absent silhouette, a gap where his face had been before and through which I could see the wall of the castle in the background, as if it had never been there. A sound made me turn sharply, a creak in the wood of the corridor. One step. I was sure that I had closed. The door of the office was ajar, but now it was ajar. Another creak, this time farther away, as if someone were walking into the kitchen. I got up quickly and locked it, looked at the photograph again. 30 faces. All the faces that had been appearing were smiling. Now the black-haired woman, the burnt man, children, old people, people of all kinds, all with frozen and fixed expressions, looking directly at the viewer. And in the center, where before there was my family, there was no one anymore. Me, my sister, Sarah. Mom. We were disappearing. Sarah was still visible, but her body was beginning to blur. Mom was just a silhouette. Me, the 8-year-old boy who smiled happily at Disney, was gone. My phone vibrated again. Karen. Tom, there is someone in the house. My heart skipped a beat. Another crack closer. I opened the door slowly. The hallway was dark, but I could hearing multiple soft breaths, as if several people were inside without moving, just waiting. I ran to the room. Karen screamed. I found her on the bed, sitting with a cell phone in her hands. Eyes wide open, she looked at me without speaking, and then pointed towards the door. There, in the gloom of the hallway, a figure peeked out. For a second I saw the face of the woman with black hair, and behind her more faces. I recognized the burnt man. A child with a crooked smile. The old man with a blank gaze. Everyone was watching us. I went back to the office. I ran. I closed the door behind me, trembling. The desk was covered with leaves, but the photograph was still there. 40 faces, 50, 60, all of them smiling, and in the center an empty space, a hole where my family used to be, a void that seemed to absorb everything. The cell phone vibrated once again. An unknown number message. "Welcome to the photo." I didn't have time to answer. A hand touched my shoulder. I didn't dare turn around. I already knew what I would see. Footsteps were approaching. The whole house creaked. Karen screamed. From the bedroom, the hand on my shoulder, she squeezed tightly. I looked at my hands under the desk light. They were translucent. The phone screen turned off. Everything went black. The next morning they found my body on the desk, exactly like Daddy. Heart attack, they said again, with no signs of violence, and the diary disappeared. But if one day you visit Disney World and take a picture in front of the castle, look, well, you might see a man with a look of terror, or his son watching from the crowd. And if you look again days later, maybe you'll see more faces, and they'll be closer, and if they notice that you see them, you see. I've been a real estate agent for 15 years and had never lost money on a property until I met 2473 Maple Street. That house cost me my marriage, my job, and almost sanity. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened there. Maybe then someone believe me. The first time I saw it was on a cold October morning. My boss dropped off the property papers on my desk with a sarcastic smile. Good luck with this. Mike has been on the market for 2 years. No one can sell it. I should have suspected something when I didn't find any record of previous sales. The property files only went back to 1982 when a company called Horizon Investments bought it. They never did anything with it. They just left it there for 40 years until they were dissolved and the bank took possession. The outside seemed normal enough. 2 stories, white paint, a little peeling against black. Windows hanging crooked, dead leaves covered the garden, typical of a foreclosure. I've sold worse things. I opened the front door and the hinges creaked. The sound echoed through the empty rooms. A cold air hit my face. The listing said the services were connected, but the house felt like a refrigerator. My footsteps on the hardwood floor sounded too loud. Each room was empty except for dust and cobwebs. Typical layout: living room, dining room, kitchen downstairs, 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Upstairs, I took measurements and photos for the listing. Everything matched county records, 2,400 square feet, standard dimensions, but something felt odd in the proportions, as if the interior was more big than the outside should allow. Blame empty rooms. Houses always look different. No furniture. Master bedroom had a walk-in closet that smelled of old leather and mothballs. Measuring it, the tape marked 8 feet deep, but walking it, I felt it was longer. I counted my steps, at least 12 feet. I scored 8. The bank would want exact numbers that matched the records. The basement door was stuck. I had to push it 3 times with my shoulder before opening it. The stairs seemed solid enough, but the first step emitted a groan as if someone was being strangled. Each step down it became louder until I could feel the vibrations in the chest. The basement was unfinished: concrete floors, cinder block walls, exposed pipes and wiring. A single light bulb hung from the ceiling, cast more shadows than light. I didn't stay there long. Something in the corners of the room felt bad. The shadows were too deep, like holes in the world. I convinced myself it was just poor lighting. Back in my office, I put together the ad: 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, needs some love. Price to sell $89,000, below market value for the neighborhood. But who doesn't love a bargain? The first visit, it was 3 days later. A young couple, first-time buyers, walked through the rooms while I gave my usual speech about power and good structure. That's when I noticed the first real change. The master bedroom walk-in closet was definitely smaller. It was now 6 feet deep, not 8. I measured it 3 times to be sure. The couple wasn't interested. Too much work, they said. I understood. Most buyers want something ready to move out. A week later, I showed it to a contractor looking for a property to renovate. The walk-in closet was 5 feet. The basement stairs were screaming like they were being killed. When we went downstairs, he offered 0,000. I told him I would present it to the bank, but they rejected it immediately. Wait for the full price, said my boss. Is not in a hurry. Of course, I started dreaming about the house. In my dreams, the rooms shrank while I was inside. The walls were closing inch by inch. I woke up panting, my heart pounding. My wife noticed that I wasn't sleeping. You're obsessed with that list. She told me to handle it someone else. But I couldn't. Every time I tried to transfer it to another agent, something was happening: schedule conflicts, computer errors. Once the signed transfer papers disappeared from my desk, between signing them and walking to the fax machine. Next visit was a single mother with 2 children. Master bedroom was visibly smaller. Walk-in closet was completely gone. Only one wall, Lisa, where the door used to be. I checked the listing photos on my phone. The walk-in closet door was clearly visible, but standing there in the room, the wall was drywall, plain, no sign that there was ever a door. The kids refused to go down to the basement. Smart kids that night. I checked the property records again. Horizon Investments had bought it from Robert Mills' estate in 1982. Mills lived there alone for 30 years after his wife's death. Before that, the records were incomplete, just fragments of deeds and tax documents dating back to 1901, when the house was built. I found an old newspaper article about the death of Mills. Found him in the basement, collapsed in a corner. Natural causes. They said he was 87 years old. The article mentioned that his wife had disappeared in 1952. The body was never found. Mills said he had left it, but neighbors said they heard screams the night before. I started investigating more. All the owners before Mills died in the house or disappeared. The one who lived there the longest lasted 8 years. Most did not. He got to 3. The first time I saw him was on a Tuesday at 3:17 in the morning. I remember the exact time because he had just finished restocking the energy drinks. He came in with a gray sweatshirt and his head down. At first I thought he was just another random night customer. maybe a truck driver or someone working the night shift like me, but he didn't buy anything. He just walked for exactly 7 minutes and then left. The second time was Wednesday, same time 3:17 in the morning, same sweatshirt with gray pooch, same routine, 7 minutes wandering the aisles without buying anything. My hand kept near the panic button under the counter all the time. I've worked at Jarris 247 Mart for 3 years. The night shift pays better and I need the money for my kids' braces. Most nights I just drunk students come to buy snacks or locals for cigarettes. But this guy was different. By the third night my neck muscles were so tense they hurt. At 3:17 in the morning the electronic doorbell rang. I pretended to count the lottery tickets while watching him in the security mirror mounted on the beverage coolers. Same gray sweatshirt, same slow walk through the hallways. 7 minutes in the morning. Fourth night I called the police. Officer Martinez stopped by around 2 in the morning. Unless I do something threatening, we can't do much, she said, looking at her notebook. It's not illegal to look in a store. But she comes every night, same time, same type, same routine. I insisted. She shrugged. Keep a log. Call us. If something changes, we'll pass more often. That night I saw her patrol car pass by twice. Before that he showed up 3:17 a.m. 7 minutes. Nothing bought for the second week. I already knew his boss. I always entered through the front door, turned right, and walked down each hallway in sequence. Never touched anything. He never looked directly at me. I just walked head down, hands in the pockets of that gray sweatshirt. I started taking photos with my phone. When I wasn't looking, the images came out blurry. His face was always turned or covered by the hood. Jerry, the store owner, saw the security footage but didn't worry. As long as he doesn't steal or cause trouble, let him be. He's probably a lonely guy who can't sleep, but lonely guys who don't sleep usually buy something. Coffee, magazines, snacks. This guy never. The night 17 I brought a registered legal gun with concealed carry permit. I had never had one before, but the weight under the counter made me feel safer. Not much, but something. I started checking the store more carefully before their visits, looking behind the shelves in the storage room. Under the counter, I didn't know what I was looking for. Cameras, maybe. Microphones, something to explain why I was being watched. The security company installed another camera pointing at the front door. The image, it was sharp enough to see the license plate if I arrived by car, but he always walked in from the direction of the highway without a car. Night 23, 3:17 in the morning. But this time something changed. He stopped in the middle of aisle 3, where the snacks are. He stayed there for a full minute. Then he walked to the counter. My hand grabbed the gun. He took something out of his sweatshirt pocket, a piece of white paper folded. Once he placed it on the counter and left. 4 minutes instead of 7. The note was written in black ink, neat handwriting. They are watching you. I called the police. This time they came faster. They took the note. They looked for fingerprints. They didn't find anything. They asked more questions. They took more notes. They promised more patrolling. I didn't sleep that day. I installed new locks on my apartment door. I bought cameras for the windows. I called sick at work that night. But I came back. I had to. The accounts, they don't pay themselves, and the night shift pays overtime. He didn't show up. The 3:17 in the morning they came and went. Nothing. The same the next night, and the next week went by. There was no gray sweatshirt. There were number 7-minute walks. There were no notes. The police lost interest. Jerry suggested I change to the day shift, but that meant a cut I couldn't afford. Then a Monday, exactly a month after the note, he came back 3:17 in the morning. But something was different. His step was faster, more determined. He went straight to aisle 3, grabbed a bag of chips and went to the counter. I could see his face, now young, maybe 30 years old, pale, dark circles marked 1.89. I said in a firm voice, despite my racing heart. He placed 2 bills on the counter, looked straight at me. They are watching me for what happened here 10 years ago, he said. My mouth went dry. What? October 15, 2014. The night shift worker knew the robbery. We all knew the cashier was killed. The culprit was never caught, and what with that? He leaned closer, whispered, look at the security footage that night, the original tapes. Look at the customer who came in at 2:45 in the morning. The police checked everything. Not everything caught. His parents turned to leave, stopped at the door. Your camera system uploads everything to the cloud now, right? It's up to you. Check who else has access to it. Who watches the live stream at 3:17 in the morning. Every night the doorbell rang. I left. I called Jerry as soon as dawn broke. I asked him about the old security system. The recordings, those tapes are long gone, the police said. It took ancient history, but I kept researching. I called the company of security. I asked about our current system, cloud storage, access logs. They found something every night at 3:17 in the morning. Someone was connecting, watching the live feed. Someone using an administrator account created 10 years ago. The police got involved. Again, they tracked the IP, led to a retired detective, the one who led the original investigation. They stopped him for questioning. They searched his house. They found files, evidence, things that they should have been in police custody. The truth came to light little by little. The detective had been there that night 10 years ago. He was not on duty. He entered at 2:45 in the morning. He argued with the cashier. For a reason he left. He came back with a gun at 3:17 in the morning. The investigation was sabotaged on purpose. Evidence disappeared. The witnesses were discouraged. The detective retired a year later with pension. The guy in the gray sweatshirt, the detective's son, had found his father's files, the real recordings, and had been watching his father log in every night for years to make sure no one found out the truth until he couldn't take it anymore. Yesterday, they arrested the retired detective. He confessed to the whole murder, the cover-up, the night watch to protect himself. I'm still on the night shift. He pays too well to leave, but now things they're different. At 3:17 in the morning, I look at the cameras and I know no one is watching anymore. Sometimes I see the guy in the gray sweatshirt walk past the store, nod, so do I. We both know what it's like to be watched, watch, wait for the truth to come out. The electronic doorbell rings, a customer walks in, buys a coffee, and leaves. Another night at Jerry's 2:47. Marte, another shift that pays the bills. But I keep the gun under the counter just in case. Some habits are hard to break, some truths harder to face than others. The clock strikes 3:17 in the morning. I refill the energy drinks and wait for dawn. My first day working in maintenance at St. Mary's was September 15th. The hospital had been closed or months. City budget cuts. The management company hired me to keep the place from deteriorating while they were trying to sell it. Simple stuff: check water damage, make sure no one snuck in, keep it minimally in operation. That kind of thing didn't bother me. Working alone after 15 years repairing HVAC systems in crowded buildings, the silence was nice. The pay wasn't bad, and I only had to check the place 3 times a week. The hospital was on the outskirts of town, a 5-story brick building built in the 60s. Nothing special, just another failed rural hospital that couldn't compete with the city's big medical centers. That first morning I walked through the front door at 8 o'clock. My footsteps echoed on the walls. The lobby still had that smell of hospital, disinfectant, and old linoleum. A layer of dust covered the entire counter. The artificial plants, the rows of empty chairs. I pulled out my checklist and flashlight. The emergency lights emitted a faint glow, but I needed the extra light to look for leaks and damage. First the first floor. Then I would go upstairs. The maintenance office was right after the lobby. I left my lunch in the mini fridge that had been left plugged in for me. That would be my home base. A little room full of shelves with supplies, a desk, and a coffee maker. The previous technician had left detailed notes about the quirks of the building. What pipes were leaking, what circuit breakers were capricious, where the ceiling used to leak. When I made my way down the main hallway on the first floor, my shoes squeaked on the walls, making me feel as if someone was walking behind me. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was never anyone, only shadows and silence. The patients' rooms, they were empty save for the built-in cabinets and some old curtains. I checked each one methodically. No broken windows, no water damage, no signs of intruders, only dust and stillness. The first 3 hours passed smoothly. I checked the first 2 floors, checking things off the list. Some minor details: for fixing a loose tile on the ceiling over here, a dripping faucet over there. Nothing serious. Then I got to the 3rd floor. The elevator, it didn't work anymore, so I took the stairs. As soon as I pushed the door of the stairwell, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of rubber wheels on the linoleum, like someone pushing a stretcher or wheelchair down the hallway. I froze. The sound was coming from around the corner about 15 m away. Clearly that rhythmic screech of the wheels spinning. Hello, my voice cracked a little. There's someone. Then the squeaking stopped. I pulled out my phone and called the property manager. Mike, there's someone else who needs to be in the building today. No, you're the only one with keys besides me, and I'm in Florida. Why did I think I heard something? Probably just the building settling in. It won't be guys who snuck in again. Check it and call the police if necessary. I hung up and let the flashlight the ace. I cut off the dim emergency lighting. My heart was pounding, but I repeated to myself that it was probably the wind or my imagination. The hallway stretched out before me, with doors closed on either side. The nurse's station was empty in the middle, with papers still strewn on the counter. I walked slowly, sweeping the flashlight back and forth to. When I reached the corner where I had heard the sound, I stopped at the dusty floor. There were fresh footprints, 2 parallel lines the width of a wheelchair, clearly marked in the dust. They stretched about 6 m and then they just disappeared in the middle of the hallway. I followed the marks with the flashlight. They started suddenly, as if they had dropped a chair. Then they rolled straight and vanished. There was no wheelchair. There was no person. Only those footprints in the dust. My eyes stood on end. Arm hair. I checked with the flashlight, but the hallway was empty. All the doors were still closed. I walked to where the marks ended and I crouched. The lines were crisp, fresh. I touched a definitely recent one. The dust had been displaced perfectly. A rumble echoed from somewhere at the end of the hallway. I jumped, banging my knee on the floor. It sounded like metal hitting the tiled floor. "Who's there?" I screamed. My voice bounced off the walls unanswered. I stood up, knee throbbing. The instinct to run shot up. Every part of my body shot up. I screamed. Run, but I had a job to do. If someone was there, I had to find it. I walked slowly down the hallway, checking every room. My hands trembled as I pushed each empty door. The rumble had seemed to come from the end of the hallway. As I got closer, I noticed the temperature dropping. The air felt thick, heavy, hard to breathe. The last door was closed. Room 312. I put my hand on the icy handle. I counted to 3 and slammed open it, shining the flashlight. The room was empty except for a post of serum lying on the floor. It must have fallen somehow, but it had no dust. The metal shone as if it had been polished. I backed away. My breath was ragged. This was not their well. None of this was right. The screeching started again, right behind me. I turned immediately. Nothing. But the sound continued to move away down the hallway, squeaky, slowly and steadily. New footprints appeared in the dust before my eyes, as if invisible wheels were moving down the corridor. I ran. I went down the stairs 3 at a time until I came out into the lobby. I didn't stop until I was in my truck with the doors closed. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely hold the phone. I called Mike again. I resigned. I said as soon as he answered what would happen. I tried to explain what I had seen. Sounded crazy. Even as I said it, Mike was silent for a moment. "Look," he said at last, "I'll pay you double if you stay. We need someone watching the building. Whatever you saw, for sure there's an explanation." I was about to say I shouldn't to have said it, but double the pay is double the pay. And in the daylight, sitting in my truck, everything seemed less scary. Maybe there was a rational explanation. Maybe the footprints were old. Maybe the sewage pole fell off alone. "It's okay," I said, "but next time I'll bring someone with me." Deal done. I stayed in the van another hour watching the hospital. Nothing moved inside. Any sound. No new marks showing up the next day. I took Tommy, an old co-worker. I thought having another technician with me wouldn't hurt. We went straight to the 3rd floor. The marks were still there. Tommy also saw them. He said it must be vandalism. We spent the whole day on the 3rd floor, checking every room, every closet, every possible corner. We found nothing. No wheelchair, no explanation for the marks. But we kept going, hearing things: wheels squeaking, steps, metal scratching, tiles, always just around the corner. They always disappeared when we looked. Tommy quit after that first day. He said he didn't care how much they paid. I stayed. Don't ask me why. The money, of course, but I also needed to know. I needed to understand what was going on in that hospital. For the next 2 weeks, document everything. I took pictures of the footprints. I installed motion sensors, bought a internet EMF meter. Activity got worse. More marks appearing, things moving on their own, temperature dropping randomly. One day I found all the chairs in the waiting area stacked in a perfect pyramid. I started researching the history of the hospital. I found an article about a patient who died on the 3rd floor in the '89. A man in a wheelchair allegedly threw himself out of the window. The article didn't say what room. Then last Thursday everything changed. Then last Thursday everything changed. I was checking the 3rd floor again. The marks appeared as usual, the screeching of wheels too, but this time they didn't stop. They continued to turn through different hallways. They were guiding me somewhere. I followed them. What else could I do? What else could I do? The marks took me up to room 312. The door was closed. The doorknob as icy as last time. I opened it slowly. The window was open. It shouldn't have been possible. They were all sealed. But there I was, letting in the cold October air, and there, perfectly centered in front of the window, was an antique-style wheelchair, rusty metal, torn vinyl seat, empty. I backed away, turned to run away, but the door slammed shut. The chair squeaked only once. I pulled the doorknob. It was somehow locked. Mode from outside, another squeak closer. I turned, the wheelchair had moved now. It was between the door and I. The temperature plummeted. My breath was coming out in clouds. The ceiling lights flashed. Another squeak. The chair slid an inch forward. I stuck to the door. My heart was hitting my chest hard. The seat of the chair sank slightly, as if someone was sitting down. I screamed. I grabbed the serum pole that was still lying there and threw it against the chair. It hit it with a metallic noise and overturned it. The door clicked behind me. I yanked open it and ran. I didn't stop until I was outside. I called Mike from the parking lot. I'm out this time. Really, there's no money worth this. He tried to convince me to stay. He said he would hire a paranormal team that would install cameras, whatever I wanted. I hung up on her. That's 3 days ago. I haven't even been back. I plan to do it. But last night I heard something outside my apartment. A familiar sound when I looked out the window. There were 2 parallel lines in the fresh snow. They were going straight to my door. I'm packing my things. Now I'm moving with my sister in another state, but I know that no matter how far I go, those marks will find me eventually, and the next time I don't think a closed door will stop whatever pushes that wheelchair. I don't drink coffee after 6 p.m. I never have, never will. That's why I know for sure I turned off the coffee maker last night, but at 3:47 in the morning I heard it bubbling in my kitchen again. The first time it happened 2 weeks ago. I thought I had made a mistake. We all make errors. True. I got out of bed, went to the kitchen and turned it off. Nothing major. The second time 3 days later, I was sure I didn't forget. I remember clearly unplugging it before going to bed, but there it was at 2:30 in the morning, working. I unplugged it again and went to sleep. Last night, it was different. Last night it changed everything. I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in the 4th floor of an old brick building in Boston, the kind of place where the radiators make noise all winter and the windows get stuck in the summer. I've been living here 5 years since Sarah left. The coffee maker was hers, a fancy BR Bile with too many buttons. She forgot it when she moved in, and I kept it because, well, it was a free coffee maker. I work in computer security, which means that I'm paranoid by nature. I check the locks twice, use different passwords for everything, and I never click on suspicious links. So when my coffee maker started behaving weird, I noticed it. I did what any rational person would do. I checked everything. The plug wasn't damaged, the coffee maker timer wasn't activated, the wiring was fine. I even called an electrician who found nothing wrong. Yesterday I came home from work at 6:15 p.m. I made dinner, a microwave lasagna, nothing special. I watched 2 episodes of that crime series that everyone is talking about. At 99:30 I went about my usual routine. Checked the doors, turned off all the lights, unplugged coffee maker, had started to unplug completely after the second incident. I even took a picture of the cable with my cell phone just to prove to myself that I was not there. Crazy. I fell asleep around 10:30. The sound woke me up at 3:47 in the morning. I remember the time because I looked at the phone immediately. That familiar bubble, but this time something was different. The smell, the coffee was already done. My heart started pounding. I stayed in bed listening to the coffee maker. It shouldn't have been plugged in, even if somehow it was. It needs at least 3 minutes to warm up and start making coffee. This smell was too strong, too immediate. I got up slowly. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. The hallway to the kitchen was dark. It's only 5 minutes, but they felt longer. The bubbling got louder as I got closer. My hand was shaking as I got closer. The kitchen was empty. The coffee maker was on the counter, where always plugged in. Steam coming out of the carafe, but that wasn't what made me feel a knot in my stomach. Next to the coffee maker was my favorite cup, the blue one with a notch in the handle. It was full of black coffee without sugar. Exactly. I stood in the doorway watching my throat burn. The coffee maker kept bubbling, making more coffee, although the cup was already full. The digital clock read 3:49 of the morning. I walked to the counter. The cup was warm to the touch. The coffee was fresh, still steaming. I looked at the water tank of the coffee maker was full. I hadn't filled it. I still had the phone in my hand. I opened the photo gallery. I found the picture of last night. There it was, 99:30 at night. The coffee maker. Unplugged, the cable hanging clearly in the frame. The bubbling stopped. The coffee maker beeped all 3 usual to indicate that I had finished. The kitchen felt too quiet. After that I unplugged again. My hands were shaking so much that I almost dropped the cord. The coffee cup was still there, intact. I couldn't drink it. I didn't want to. But I didn't throw it away either. I left it there and went back to my bedroom. I didn't sleep. I sat on the bed with the door closed, listening to any sound from the kitchen. Nothing happened at 6 o'clock. The morning when my alarm went off, I got up and went back to the kitchen. The cup was empty, dry as if it had been washed and dried. The coffee pot carafe was also empty. No coffee stains. No residue, nothing to indicate it had been used. I called sick at work. I spent the morning looking for ghost stories about appliances. I didn't find anything helpful. I called the building manager to ask if anyone else had reported strange things. He said he didn't look at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain. Around noon I went to Best Bu and bought a security camera, one of those wireless ones that connect to the cell phone. I installed it in the kitchen pointing directly at the coffee maker. I wanted tests. The rest of the day passed slowly. I ordered takeout at dinner. I didn't want to spend time in the kitchen. I checked the camera feed every few minutes. The coffee maker didn't move. It was just there, unplugged at 99:30 at night. I went on with my usual routine. Checked the locks, turned off the lights, unplugged coffee maker, took another photo. The security camera was working, its little red light flashing constantly. I didn't go to bed. I sat in the living room in the dark, watching the live feed from my cell phone. The hours passed. Nothing happened to that. From 2 in the morning, my eyes started to close. At 3:47 in the morning, the transmission went black. I sat up, suddenly wide awake. The app said the camera was still connected, but the screen showed total darkness. I could hear the bubbling starting in the kitchen. My legs, they felt like lead. When I stood up, the bubbling was louder this time, or maybe it looked like it because of the absolute silence of the apartment. I walked to the threshold of the kitchen. The coffee maker was working. Steam was coming up. My blue cup was on the side, empty, waiting. The security camera was still there. The red light kept flashing, but on my cell phone the transmission was still black. I saw how the coffee began to pour into the pitcher, black falling, filling the glass container. The aroma of fresh coffee filled the kitchen, strong, rich, exactly like Sarah used to do it. Sarah, a thought hit me so hard that I had to hold on to the doorframe. Sarah had always programmed the coffee maker to start at 3:45 in the morning. She left for work at 4:30. She needed her coffee. As soon as she got up, I had forgotten about it. I had been trying to forget everything about her. The coffee maker beeped 3 times. The carafe was full. I saw how the coffee began to pour in my cup, but no one was holding the jug. Stood up by itself, leaned at the angle exactly, filled the cup to exactly an inch from the rim, just like Sarah used to do. My legs gave me sliding down the doorframe until I sat on the floor. The jug was put back on the base with a soft clink. Sarah, my voice broke. No response, just the soft hum of the hot base. I took out my cell phone with shaking hands. I opened my contacts. His number was still there. I had never been able to delete it. I called him before I regretted it. 1 tone, 2, 3 hello. His sleepy voice. You know what time it is? Sarah, I swallow the coffee maker saliva. Your old coffee maker. Silence on the other side. And then, John, is you? Yes. I looked at the cup of coffee on the counter, still steaming. Your coffee maker is making coffee at 3:47 in the morning every a few days, like he did with you. More silence. Then sighed John, you're drinking again. Number, I'm not sober since you left. I swear this is really happening. The coffee maker is like it's waiting for you. John, his voice now softer. I'm in Seattle. I moved 3 years ago. I'm married. You know. I know my voice sounded small, I know, but the coffee maker got rid of it. Said throw it away, buy a new one, or don't. You never liked coffee very much anyway. Yes, I kept looking at the cup. Yes. Maybe you're right. Take care of yourself. John hung up. I sat on the kitchen floor until dawn. The coffee cooled. The coffee maker remained silent. When dawn finally dawned, I finally got up, unplugged, put it in a box, drove to the Goodwill donation center. As soon as they opened, I handed over the box. I didn't explain anything to the teenager who received it that I was going to say, beware, make ghost coffee at 3:47 in the morning. On the way back, I stopped at Starbucks, ordered a black coffee, sat in the car and drank it slowly, watching people go by, living their normal lives in which coffee makers don't turn on by themselves and brew perfect cups in the middle of the night. That was ago days. This morning I woke up at 3:47 in the morning out of habit. I guess the apartment was quiet. No bubbling, no smell of coffee, just the normal sounds of an old building at night. I got up anyway. I walked to the kitchen, turned on the light. The countertop looked empty without the coffee maker. My blue cup was on duty, dishes clean and dry. I picked it up. I ran my finger through the notch of the Asa. Then I walked to the trash can and dropped it. The sound breaking was louder than I expected. I'm writing this because I need someone to know what happened. The coffee maker is probably now on someone else's counter. I wonder if she still makes coffee at 3:47 in the morning, waiting for someone who isn't. I think about calling Sarah again to tell her that I got rid of the machine, but I won't. There are things that once they go, they must stay like this. Tomorrow I'm going to buy a new coffee maker. A simple one with just a switch, and I'm going to program it for 8 in the morning. Like a normal person. But part of me knows that I'll still wake up at 3:47 in the morning listening to that bubbling sound. The first time I noticed something strange in the level B3 of the parking lot. I checked the maintenance log 3 times. The blue Honda Civic had left at 6:15 in the afternoon. I saw the driver pass his ticket through the reader, the barrier, go up and the car drive away. But at 11:45 at night, there it was again. Exactly in the place, B317, same license plate, same bump on the rear bumper, same entrance ticket on the dashboard marking 2:30 in the. I've been working as a security guard in the underground parking lot of the Riverside Plaza for 6 years. 3 levels underground, 100 spaces, and only me on the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I know every corner, every flashing light, every oil stain on the concrete, and I know when something isn't right. My name is Mike Harrison. I'm 47 years old. I'm divorced and I actually like to work alone. The salary is decent and most nights I just make my rounds. Keep an eye on the cameras and make sure no one tries to steal a car. But that Honda Civic was just the beginning. The next day I reported to the day shift, "Hey Tom, you saw a blue Civic wave return during your shift. License plate KRJ 4891 negative," replied Tom. "Once they get out, they don't come back in. You know, Mike, I checked the recordings at 6:15 in the afternoon. There was the Civic coming out very clear, but between that moment and 11:40 at night nothing appeared. The car simply reappeared. I wrote it down in my record and tried to forget it. I told myself that I was tired. The 12-hour shifts can play tricks on you." A week later another car happened again. The same pattern, a silver Toyota Camry that left at 7:30 at night, reappeared in its place original. At 2 in the morning I reviewed the videos frame by frame. Nothing AO entering. No driver walking through the building. It just materialized between the sweep of a camera and the next. It was then that I began to notice the shadows. The parking lot has lights with motion sensors that dimmed when there was no one there. During my 3 o'clock in the morning round on level B2, I saw a shadow dark sliding down the west wall. It wasn't projected by any visible object. It moved as if someone was walking, but there was no one. No car coming in, no engine noise. Nothing that could create that shadow. The echo of my boots echoed off the concrete as I approached. The shadow stopped me too. Then it backed up to the corner. I followed it with my hand on the flashlight. When I turned the corner, it was gone. Cameras caught it also, a moving darkness that shouldn't exist. Sometimes it was human in shape, other times it was an amorphous mass. It always disappeared before I could reach it. I started keeping a detailed record. October 15th, blue Civic reappears in B3 to 17. October 22nd, silver Camry reappears in B2 to 45. October 23rd, shadow in B2 west wall 3:04 a.m. October 25th. Ford F-150 red reappears in B3 to 12:32. October 26th, 2 shadows moving near the emergency exit in B3 at 17 a.m. October 28th, black BMW reappears in B3 GU 278. October 29th, figure by the elevator in B1 4:45 a.m. The cars that reappeared disappeared before the morning shift. The shadows only manifested after midnight. I thought about quitting. Who would believe me? But I needed the job that night. Everything changed. I was in the security office watching the cameras around 1 in the morning when I heard the first rumble. It came from level B3. It sounded like they dropped a steel beam. Boom. The concrete roof vibrated. Dust fell on my desk. Boom boom. Heavy footsteps. Like something gigantic going up from the lowest level. I took the radio. "Here Harrison, someone copies me." Silence, only static. The phones didn't work either. Boom boom boom. The footsteps were getting closer. The camera system started flashing. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped out into the stairwell. The footsteps stopped. The silence, it felt worse than the noise. "Security," I screamed. "Identify yourself." My voice bounced off the walls as soon as I started down the stairs to B1. The flashlight illuminated something moving on the wall. Another shadow bigger than all the previous ones. It stretched from floor to ceiling. It was distorted and unnatural. The temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath. Boom. A single step right below me. Should have gone back to the office, called the police, waiting for reinforcements. But 6 years in this job and I had never heard of you. I kept going down. I got to be too empty. The sensor lights came on slowly. Upon detecting my movement, buzzing in their ignition, everything seemed normal except for absolute silence. No sound of engines, not the typical drip of a leak in some pipe, not even the hum of the ventilation system. I took another step towards the stairs to B3. The air became denser, colder. The sweat on my forehead froze on contact with the environment. Each step I went down seemed to weigh twice as much as the previous. Boom. The rumble came from the corner, so close that the concrete under my boots, it vibrated. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely hold the flashlight. "Last warning," I said. "Identify yourself or I'll call the police." A whisper of movement came beyond the light. Something big. I plucked up the courage and turned the corner. My flashlight died. The emergency lights went out a second later. Total darkness. A heavy breath. It wasn't mine. It was wet, hot, with a smell of rust and decay, a metallic smell that filled my nose, fumbled out my phone, tried to use the flashlight, my fingers were numb. Finally the screen turned on. I wish I hadn't. What I had in front of me was a huge mass that filled the space between the floor and the ceiling, black as La Brea, but even darker than the shadow itself. Its shape fluctuated like solid smoke. It weighed so much that the concrete slabs cracked under his presence. Where there should have been a face, there was only emptiness. I ran like I had never done in my life. I climbed the stairs 3 by 3. The thing followed my every step. It was a dull explosion that made the whole building rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The cold behind me was almost palpable, like a frozen breath on the back of my neck. I reached the security office. I slammed the door shut, and let's make sure the screen went black. All the monitors died at the same time. The door shook in its frame. The metal creaked under the pressure. Another blow and it would open. I was cornered, looking for something to defend myself with. My hand found the old fire extinguisher that hung on the wall. The door exploded inwards. An icy gust hit me like a punch. The creature filled the frame, pouring darkness like a living tide. I threw it. The fire extinguisher pulverized the contents directly on her. The white cloud pierced her body. But for an instant the mist revealed what was behind cars, dozens of them, ghostly, transparent, all of which had reappeared, and people walking in a loop like shadows on a screen, repeating the same gestures over and over again. The creature lunged at me. I threw myself under her body. The cold burned my skin. The darkness at the edges of my vision, it closed. I went up the ramps instead of the stairs. The footsteps rumbled behind. Boom boom, but farther and farther away. I went out into the street at 1:47 in the morning. The night air felt warm in comparison. I ran 2 blocks to my car and didn't stop until I got home. I came back the next day with the police. They checked the whole B3 level, the security office, the stairs, every corner. Everything was normal. No frost on the windows, no broken door, no footprints on the concrete. The security cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary. Just empty and static corridors. He's sure it wasn't a dream or some hallucination. One of the officers asked me with that condescending tone they use when they think you're losing your mind. I nodded. It wasn't worth arguing. But I know what I saw. The shadows are still there. I see them moving at the edge of my vision, and sometimes at night I hear the footsteps again. Boom, getting closer and closer. I submitted my resignation that same afternoon. 2 weeks of notice. That someone else see the cameras. That someone else try to understand the cars that appear and disappear, the shadows that should not exist, the thing that lives down there in the dark. Today I received an email from the building manager. Apparently they are planning to expand the parking lot 2 more levels, B4 and B5. I did not tell him what I saw when the dust of the fire extinguisher illuminated the true shape of the creature. I didn't tell him about the cars and the people trapped in that endless loop, nor the void that seemed to go down deeper. There are places that shouldn't be built. There are depths that shouldn't be reached. I just hope that whatever is down there stays there after I'm gone. But last night, as I was leaving my last shift, I saw something that made me think it won't. A blue Civic Wave entered the parking lot, same license plate, KRJ 4891, same bump on the rear bumper. The driver looked at me as I passed. His face was just shadow. Boom. I didn't stay to listen to the next step. The old wristwatch is on me at night, doing tic-tac non-stop. The hands always mark 3:15 in the morning. I've always tried everything to change the battery, adjust the hands, even smash it against the wall. Nothing works. The hands always come back at 3:15 in the morning, and the tic-tac never stops. I should have thought better before buying a watch from that strange seller at the antique fair. Now I can't sleep, I can't think clearly, and I'm starting to believe that the clock isn't just broken. Wants something from me. It all started ago. For 3 weeks I was walking around the monthly downtown antiques fair, killing time on a Saturday morning. After another argument with Sarah lately, we were arguing more mainly over my recent layoff and my inability to find work. She said I needed to get my act together. I said I needed to be more understanding. Neither of us I was wrong, but we weren't quite right either. The salesman's stall was tucked away in a barely visible corner between a furniture restoration stand and another selling vinyl records. The old man behind the table wore thick glasses and a worn tweed jacket, his wrinkled ones carefully arranged, several watches of all kinds of wrist pockets, even a few small alarm clocks. One caught my eye immediately. It was a silver wristwatch with a black leather strap, probably from the 50s for its style. The cover was clean white with simple black numerals and 2 thin hands, nothing fancy or ornate, just a classic piece that seemed to belong to someone who had his life in order. How much does it cost? I asked, taking it in my hand. The metal was cold against my skin. The old man smiled, showing yellow teeth. For you, $50. I checked my wallet. I had exactly 53 left until I got to my next unemployment insurance check. The responsible thing to do it would have been to save it for gasoline or groceries, but something on the watch called me. Maybe it was its weight in my hand, solid and reliable, something that my life was not at that moment. I take it, I said, handing over the money. The old man's smile widened. He didn't give me a receipt or box. He just wrapped it in a brown paper and passed it to me when I turned to leave. He took me by the wrist. His grip, it was surprisingly strong for someone who was so fragile. One thing he said in just a whisper, "This clock tells the exact time. Don't try to change it." I nodded, thinking I was just proud of the accuracy of the clock. I should have paid more attention to his exact words on the first day. It was normal. The clock worked perfectly. It tells the time accurately. I even showed it to Sarah that night when she came home, trying to prove to her that it was still I was making good decisions. "You spent $50 on an old clock when you can barely pay the rent?" he asked, shaking his head. About this is what Jack was talking about. That night I went to sleep alone. Sarah decided to go back to her apartment. The argument was not worth it. I put the clock on the bedside table and fell asleep. Restless, the tic-tac woke me up, a loud rhythmic tic-tac that seemed to fill the whole room. I opened my eyes and looked at the digital clock in the cable box. 3:15 in the morning. Then I looked at the clock. It also read 3:15 in the morning. Nothing strange. I turned to try to go back to sleep, but the tic-tac was unbearably loud. I grabbed the watch, thinking that maybe the glass amplified the sound. Somehow the metal was icy. I put it in the closet drawer and closed it with force. The tic-tac continued just as high. I opened the drawer. The clock read 3:15 in the morning. I checked the cable box again. 3:47 a.m. That's when I knew something was wrong. I spent the next hour trying to adjust the clock. The crown came out smoothly, and I could move the hands freely, but as soon as I pushed it in, the hands turned quickly again until 3:15. I tried to remove the battery, but the back lid wouldn't open. I didn't even find a crack where it could open. The tic-tac continued all night. In the morning I had dark circles under my eyes and a throbbing headache. The clock kept reading 3:15 in the morning. Despite the bright light coming through my windows, I went back to the fair place. It was empty, just a parking lot with some trash strewn around. The regular fare wouldn't come back until the next month. I asked at nearby stores, but no one knew the old man or had seen his stall before. That night I left the watch in the car, drove to the restaurant where I was going to have dinner with Sarah, parked 3 blocks away and kept it in the glove compartment, locking it. During dinner, constantly checking the time on my phone, waiting for 3:15 in the morning, Sarah noticed my distraction. "You're listening to me?" she even asked. "I'm talking about a job opportunity that they told me." "Sorry," I said. "I'm just tired. I didn't sleep well last night." When I got back to my car at 11 p.m., the clock was on the passenger seat. The glove compartment was still locked. It read 3:15 a.m. and the tic-tac was louder than ever. I drove home with the radio blaring, trying to drown out the sound. It didn't work. The tic-tac was going through every song, every ad, as if coming from inside my head. I noticed for the first time the blue 1967 Chevrolet Inola TR weeks ago was parked right in front of my driveway, its faded paint catching the orange glow of the sunset. I didn't give it a big deal, so old cars break down all the time in this neighborhood, but when I saw it again the next day and the next, always in the same place but at different times, something cold settled in my stomach. The routine was always the same. I would come home after work. I would take my briefcase from the passengers, and there was that damn Impala, his chrome bumper reflecting the light like a crooked smile. Sometimes he would appear at 5:30 in the afternoon when he would get home, sometimes at 7 in the afternoon when I would take out the trash. Once I saw him at 3 in the morning when I couldn't sleep and I went outside to check the mailbox. My neighbor Jerry didn't notice anything unusual. "It's probably from someone who visits his family around here," he said when I asked him. But I knew that no, in 15 years living on Cider Street, I had never seen that car until those last weeks. The first week, I tried to ignore it. I focused on work, on paying bills and the leak from the kitchen sink that needed repaired, but my eyes kept wandering to the window, checking to see if it was still there. Sometimes it would disappear for hours, only to come back when I least expected it. During the second week I started taking notes. Monday arrived at 6:15 p.m., left at 9:20 p.m. Tuesday appeared at 4:45 p.m., left before dinner. Wednesday 3 separate apparitions, tomorrow afternoon and night. The pattern didn't make sense, but I knew it wasn't random. Nothing about this was. I tried to see the driver, but the windows were tinted. It wasn't the factory tint. It was added later, probably illegal. The license plate was always covered in mud, impossible to read. Once I thought I saw movement inside, a shadow behind the steering wheel, but maybe it was just my imagination. The third week things got worse. I started to have trouble sleeping. Every car that passed in front of my house made me jump at work. I couldn't concentrate. My boss noticed that something was wrong and asked me if I was okay. I lied to him. I told him it was allergies. Yesterday something changed. The car arrived earlier than usual, around 4:30 in the afternoon. I watched it from the living room window for 2 hours without movement, without signs of life, just that blue Impala sitting there like a bullet expecting to be shot at 6:40 in the afternoon. I made a decision: if whoever was in that car wanted to observe me, perfect, but now I was also going to observe. I grabbed my phone, already dialed 911. Just in case, and walked out the front door. The street was too quiet. There were no children playing or dogs barking. Even the usual afternoon traffic seemed to have disappeared. My footsteps echoed on the concrete as I approached the Impala 20 feet 1510. Then I heard the engine coming on. A deep roar that vibrated in my chest. The headlights came on CND momentarily. When my vision came back, the car was already moving. The tires creaked on the gravel as it pulled away from the curb. I ran after it. But it was useless. The Impala accelerated smoothly, turned the corner at the end of the street, and it disappeared. I stood in the middle of the road, my heart pounding, sweat running down my back, despite the fresh air. On the way home I noticed something on the ground right where the car had been parked. A perfectly white envelope, lit, despite being on the street. My name was written on the front in capital letters and neat. Inside there was a single sheet of paper with 5 words: "We have to speak, David." The problem is that I never told anyone that my real name is David. Since college everyone calls me Dave. Today the 4th week begins. Right now I'm sitting in my living room watching the street through a crack in the curtains. It's 4:15 in the afternoon. The Impala should show up soon, and this time I'm ready. I have my phone, a little camera, and a baseball bat by the door. I don't know what will happen when that car shows up, but I'm tired of being the one watched. The sun is starting to set. A car has just turned into my street, but it's not the Impala, it's Mrs. Henderson 3 houses down the road, coming back from her bridge club. My hands sweat. I wipe them on my jeans and check my watch again. 4:22 p.m. There's something I haven't told anyone. Something I've been avoiding thinking about. 3 weeks ago, the day before the Impala first appeared, I received a strange email at work. It contained a series of numbers that looked like coordinates, and 1 hour 5 p.m. I deleted it thinking it was spam. Now I'm not so sure. For 30 p.m. still not. There's car signs. The street is empty, except for a stray cat snooping in someone's trash. My phone vibrates. A text message from an unknown number. Come on, I consider calling the police, but what would I tell them? What's harassing me? An old Chevy. Someone knows my real name. They'd probably think I'm paranoid. Or 4:45 in the afternoon. The light is different. Today the clouds have gathered thick and grays, making the street look like an old photograph. I hear thunder in the distance, a perfect setting for whatever is about to happen. A movement at the end of the street catches my attention, a blue flash in my peripheral vision. I turn my head so fast that my neck creaks. There is the Impala, advances down my street like a shark in dark water. This time there is no engine noise. Must being in neutral, stops in its usual spot right in front of my driveway. The engine shuts down. Silence. I grab the baseball bat. And my phone. My heart seems to want to come out of my chest. This is all. No more waiting. No more watching. I'm going to find out what this is all about. The driver's door opens with a screech that sounds like a scream in the silent street. A shoe foot appears, black sock, then a leg, dark pants. I squeeze the bat tighter. A short man is tall, wears a black suit that looks expensive. His hair is gray at the temples. He turns towards my house and almost drops the bat from my hands. I know that face is my mother. My father, who died 15 years ago, smiles the same smile I remember from my childhood and raises his hand in a little greeting. Hi, David shouts. We have to talk about what really happened that night. I know what night you are referring to. The night of the accident, the night I was driving, the night I left it there. My hands tremble as I take the doorknob. The truth that I've been running from for 15 years awaits me on the street next to a blue 1967 Chevrolet Impala, the same model I was driving tonight. I'm writing this with shaking hands. I need to put on record what happened last night at Jake's farm. While I still have it fresh in my memory, I've known Jake since college. He's always been the reliable friend who offers his couch, no questions asked, when life gets tough. Yesterday morning I called him. I told him I needed to get out of town for a few days. After that, Sarah left without hesitation. Replied the guest room, "It's all yours, Rob. The trip here will do you good. Just take care of the storm they're forecasting." I should have paid more attention to that last part. The rain started an hour after I left town. As I made my way down the country road to his property in Pennsylvania, it intensified to a deluge. The wind was shaking the trees. Branches were pounding my car like fingers ripping a chalkboard. Jake's house, a farm built by his grandfather in the 60s, was isolated in the middle of 20 acres. The nearest neighbor lived over half a mile away. Jake greeted me with a beer in his hand just in time. "The weather is only going to get worse," he said, patting him of anything. Normal conversations. Half the pizza was gone when the first lightning lit up the kitchen. The thunder that followed made the window panes vibrate. "That was close," Jake commented and got up to look outside. "We will probably lose power. I have flashlights and candles ready," and he was right. 10 minutes later, in the middle of a sentence, everything went out. A total silence. No buzzing of the refrigerator, no lights, just the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind. For a second, Jake said, I heard his footsteps in the dark, then the snap of a match. A small flame lit up his face as he lit some candles on the counter. "The generator is useless, but we have enough batteries for phones," he said, as if it were timed. My cell phone vibrated. I took it out, waiting for a weather alert. But it was a message from an unknown number. "The man in the kitchen is wearing a red flannel shirt." I looked at Jake. He was wearing a red and black flannel shirt. My stomach tightened. "All right?" he asked, noticing my expression. "Yes." Only another message came, holding a half-empty beer bottle in his right hand. Jake indeed had the bottle in his right hand. "Someone is playing." I showed the messages. He frowned as he read them. "How weird will be a wrong number." I wrote back, "Who are you?" Silence. We moved to the living room. Jake had already on more candles. The storm was rushing against the windows as if I wanted to get in. I sat on the brown leather couch. Jake settled into the couch by the window. My cell phone vibrated again. The couch is brown leather. He's sitting on the left. He's on the couch by the window. The cold ran down my back. I stood up. "They keep coming," I told him. "They're describing exactly where we are, what we do." Jake was to the window, the curtain pulling back a little. The glass was like a black mirror reflecting the candlelight. "Someone must be watching us." His voice lowered a tone, but how in this weather? My cell phone vibrated again. "He's at the window. Tell him to move away." "Jake," I said, "get out of the window." He turned around confused. A second later, a huge branch went through the glass. It exploded in 1,000 pieces. The wind and the rain burst in. The candles went out. Jake backed off in time. "Help me cover this." We spent 15 minutes fighting the wind to put a plastic on the hole. The water dripped to the ground. The tarp inflated like a candle in the wind. We lit a flashlight. My cell phone vibrated. The branch dodged it. "Luck, but luck runs out. We have to call the police." I said there was no signal. "Jake," he tried with the dead landline phone. "The storm should have knocked out the lines." My cell phone vibrated. "Nobody will come. Nobody can help you. We have to get out of here," I said, "and driving with this storm-flooded roads is safer than giving us my cell phone." He contradicted me. "He is wrong. You are not sure." I showed it to him. His face lost color. "This is no longer a joke," he said quietly. "Let's think all the doors are closed." I asked. "Yes, we are going to check." We went around the house. Everything was closed except for the broken window on the second floor. While I checked the bedrooms, I received another message. "Check the closet in the guest room." Jake, I called. "Come here." He was in the bathroom. We met in front of the closet in my room. The door closed. "Do you want me to do it?" I asked. I shook my head. It was my room. I had to do it. 3 steps. Cold handle. I counted until 3. I slammed open. Empty. Only hangers and some boxes. I sighed, but then another message came. "It's not in the closet. It's behind you." I turned. Jake in the doorway, lighting it up. Jake said, "What's in the basement?" A flash crossed his face. It was quick, but I saw it. "What?" "Nothing. Storage, washing machine. Messages say you're lying." It took too long to respond. "It's just a basement." "Come on, Rob. This is already too much." My cell phone vibrated several times. "He shows this. We know what you did down there." I showed him the screen. Jake turned pale. "We have to go," he said. "Already? What did you do in the basement?" "Jake, Rob, trust me. Let's go in the car. I'll explain." My cell phone. "Don't let me take you to the car." Another one won't explain anything. Another one runs. I let go of his hand. "What did you do in the basement?" He moved forward. I pushed him. The flashlight fell, rolled down the ground. My cell phone lit my way. I ran down the stairs. Another message. "The door is closed. Run to the kitchen." The knife drawer. I ran. I opened it. I grabbed a long one. Rob screamed. "Jake, listen to me." My cell phone comes through the dining room. I backed up, knife in hand. Jake appeared in the doorframe. "Hands up. Whatever they're telling you ain't true." "What's in the basement?" "Nothing." My cell phone vibrated. "Ask for Emily." Jake's face changed. Something broke inside him. "How do you know about Emily?" And then the basement door slowly opened, creaked. I didn't wait to see what came out. I ran to the broken window. The tarp flew. The wind hit my face. The rain soaked me. I went outside. My cell phone vibrated once again. Don't come back. I drove for hours through waterlogged roads, fallen branches, mud. When I got to the highway, it was already daylight. I called the police. They are investigating, but they don't tell me what they found in the basement. The messages stopped as soon as I left the property. The number does not exist according to the phone company, but last night in a motel 50 miles away, my cell phone vibrated once again. Different number. New. Emily says thank you. Today I deleted Jake's number. There are questions that do not deserve an answer, and some basements that they should never open. The first time I heard my name in the static, I dropped the wrench. It rumbled against the garage floor, the sound bouncing off the concrete walls. I stood there staring at the old Philco radio on my workbench, with my hands shaking. The voice had been Clara, despite emerging from the white noise. David, just that, just my name. I've been working with old radios for 20 years. They don't tune themselves, they don't whisper names in the static. But this one did it, and that was just the beginning. It all started 3 weeks ago, when I bought the radio at a real estate sale in Millbrook. The house belonged to a deceased physics teacher, Dr. Harrison Wells, his daughter Sarah. She was selling everything before moving to California. The Philco caught my attention immediately, a 1946 model. 46-3, beautiful wooden cabinet. Needed work but had all its original parts. A bargain. For $40, remainder, vintage radios in my garage, is what I do after shift at the plant. Automotive, some drink, others watch TV, I repair radios. My wife Janet, it says it keeps me sane, gives me something to focus on other than the assembly line. He's probably right. The first week with the Philco it was normal. I cleaned decades of dust off the chassis, tried pipes, replaces, basic restoration work. The radio was quiet on my bench. Just another project among the dozen I had in different states of repair. Then it arrived that Sunday afternoon. I was soldering a connection when it started the static, just a soft sizzio. At first I hadn't even plugged in the radio yet. I put down the soldering iron and checked the power cord. It wasn't connected. The static got louder. The dial moved, just sliding between frequencies. Stopped. Static. Moved again. Stopped. More static. I felt a chill down the back of my neck. Despite the garage heat, must be picking up interference. I said out loud, the old radios. Sometimes they act as passive receivers, picking up strong local signals, even when they're not plugged in. I've seen it before, but the dial shouldn't move. I just grabbed the multimeter to look for some unusual current. The static stopped immediately. The dial stood still. Everything went back to normal. I stared at the radio for a few minutes, but nothing happened. Just another rare moment in the life of a radio restorer. I went back to I dreamed of the teacher who had owned the radio. I never met him. But in the dream he was sitting at a desk covered in paper with complex equations. He kept looking over his shoulder at something he couldn't see. When he was back on his work, his hands were shaking, so much that I could barely hold a pen. I woke up sweating. Janet, he moved beside me. You're fine, he murmured. Yes, a weird dream. The next day I called. Sarah Wells got her number from the sale info. Hi, I'm David Morton. I bought an old Philco radio at his father's estate sale. Oh yes, I remember the one from his studio. Exactly. He was asking me his father ever mentioned anything unusual about the radio. Pause on the line. What do you mean by unusual? Some strange behavior problems with interference. Maybe another. Pause. Long. Dad was very protective of that radio in the end. He wouldn't let anyone touch it. He said he was close to trying something. I cleared his throat, but he was already sick. The cancer had spread to the brain. It didn't make much sense. He said he was trying to try something about quantum entanglement and radio waves. I don't understand physics. Look, I have to go. Good luck with the restoration. Hung up. I was holding the phone, looking at the radio on my workbench. There it was, innocent, just a beautiful piece of antique engineering. That night I worked late in the garage. Janet had a book club, so I didn't have to worry about dinner replace. And I prepared to test the radio properly for the first time. The thunder rumbled outside. A storm was coming in. Plug in the power cord. The tubes heated up with their familiar orange glow from the speakers came out. I reached out to the dial, but it moved before I touched it. The static went up, it went down, it went up again as the dial turned. Only my hands were icy. The fluorescent lights in the workshop flickered as the thunder erupted outside. The rain hit the garage ceiling. The static changed pitch. It became almost musical, and then, clear as day, between the white noise. David, I stumbled backwards, throwing away my tray of tools, screwdrivers and wrenches. David flew out again, clearer, now a tired and urgent male voice. Who is it? I managed to say in a broken voice. The previous owner of this radio. Please listen carefully. A lightning illuminated everything. The lights flashed again. This is not a ghost, he said. 'It's quantum physics. The radio, my modified radio, is. 'It's quantum physics. The radio, my modified radio, is. 'It's quantum physics. The radio, my modified radio, is. Receiving signals across dimensional boundaries. The storm provides the overload I need to contact. Static was rising and falling like waves. I found myself approaching the bank, attracted by the desperate tone of the voice in my dimension. I succeeded. I proved that consciousness can survive death by transferring quantum information by modified radio waves. But there were consequences. Danger. Consequences. I need to warn the voice. It cut into a burst of static. The dial turned wildly. Drawer wells. Nothing but white noise. Then they come. They know I'm transmitting. You need static again. I need what. Who comes? Destroys the radio now. Before they track the signal, they'll follow it. A high-pitched hum went through the static, stuck in my skull like an ice pick. The wooden radio cabinet started to vibrate. The tubes were shining more. Impossible. I threw myself into the power cord. I ripped it off the wall. The buzzing kept going. The brightness was increasing. It smelled of ozone and burnt wood. The static formed words again, but it wasn't Wells's voice. Other dozens of voices superimposed in a horrible chorus. We found it. We found it. Tracked signal. Coming now, now, now. The speaker cone inflated, deforming as if something was pushing from inside. The wooden cabinet creaked, splitting with a sound like bones breaking. I grabbed my heaviest key and hit the radio. The cabinet, it cracked. I hit again and again. Voices went up to a screech. The hum was unbearable. The radio exploded. I flew out, hit the toolbox. A sharp pain ran across my back. Wood chips and vacuum pipes rained down. The garage was dim. The lights went out. I was breathing hard. My ear was buzzing. The emergency lights came on, bathing the garage in a faint red glow. Where I had been the radio, black burn marks were spreading across the workbench. The remains of the cabinet were smoking, burnt copper and something else, something chemical and unnatural. I got up slowly. I had only minor cuts and bruises. I approached the bench cautiously. The radio was destroyed, fragments on all sides, but the speaker cone, somehow intact, lay upwards. As I watched it, a black liquid began to rise. Edges. The liquid moved badly, flowing uphill, gathering in small puddles that trembled and stirred like mercury. I receded. The puddles joined together, grew, began to take shape, emerged from the bench like oil, attracted by an invisible hand. The form became a humanoid silhouette, but bad, too tall, too thin, limbs at impossible angles, no visible features, only a void in the shape of a person, darker than darkness. More figures. They rose up behind. 3, 5, a dozen. The temperature plummeted. My breath was steam. The first figure spoke, not with sound, straight into my mind. The words felt like ice crystals forming in my brain. We've crossed. El Paso is open. Thank you for receiving our signal, David Morton. I ran, slammed the garage door shut. I crossed the rain into the house. I called the police with shaking hands. No, they found nothing, of course. Only the destroyed radio, the burnt marks, no black liquid, no impossible way. The officer wrote it down as electrical fire. Faulty wiring on an old radio. But I know what I saw. I know what came through. I passed through the garage in the car, too scared to get in. At night I see lights moving inside, strange colors, impossible colors. I hear static on every radio in the house, getting more loud every day, and sometimes in the deep hours of the early morning I hear voices saying my name in the white noise. It's no longer Dr. Wells' voice, it's the others he tried to warn me about are getting closer. I'm writing this because people need to know, they need to understand. They're already here in our world. They came over the radio, through the door that Dr. Wells opened unintentionally, and they're expanding. Last night I heard my neighbor's old TV turn on, just static, then voices, then screams. I'm going out of town tonight to somewhere without electricity, no signals, where they can't follow me. If you have an old radio, an old TV, anything that gets signals, destroy it. If it talks to you, don't answer. If it says your name, they're waiting in static, waiting to cross, and they also know your name. I shouldn't have kept driving when my eyes started to burn, but I did. I shouldn't have stopped at that motel by the road either. But it was 2 a.m. and there was no other option in 60 miles. The sign flashed, VY Vow, motel, vacant. There was no valley, and the only view was of an old rusty truck. On the other side of the asphalt, the receptionist didn't even look up from her book, gave me the key without saying a word. Room 113, last in the hallway. The place reeked of moo and stale cigar. The carpet was damp, the bathroom mirror had stains, but I was so exhausted that I barely cared, washed my face, put on a t-shirt, and sat on the bed. Only one night, I said softly. Only one night. Someone repeated. I froze. There was no one in the room. I turned slowly. Empty. Hello, I asked. Hello, he repeated the voice identical to mine. The sound was not coming from a specific direction. It was as if the whole room was talking. I got up. I checked under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom. Nothing. I tried to open the door. It didn't move an inch. "Let me out," I said with a trembling voice. "Let me out," repeated in chorus dozens of voices, men, women, children, all talking at the same time. Some repeated the same thing. What was I saying? Others were responding to me. "You can't leave. You're with us now." The TV turned on, only aesthetic. In its reflection I saw shadows moving around the room. I turned. "Nobody. What do they want?" I shouted. "We want you to see what we are," said the voices in unison. The wallpaper began to move as if something was pushing from the other side. Humanoid shapes, faces that emerged and fell apart. I covered my ears, closed my eyes, and then silence. When I woke up it was daytime. The door was open. The room was empty. As if nothing had happened, I left without looking back. But since then sometimes I hear echoes of my own voice in places where there is no one, and when I see myself in the mirror there is only one moment when my reflection smiles before I do. I wish I hadn't looked back that first time in the stairs. Sometimes I think if I had just kept walking with my head in front now everything would be normal, but I looked back and now I can't stop looking at it, and lately it has started to see me. I also moved into the West apartment months ago. Is one of those pre-war buildings with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors, the kind of place where radiators hit at night when it rains and the windows get stuck in the wet weather. The rent was cheap because it's on the 5th floor and the elevator breaks down more times than it works. At first I didn't care about the stairs. I even thought of it as built-in exercise. The first time I noticed something was wrong was on a Tuesday night in October. I came back late from a dinner with colleagues around 11:30 a.m. At night, the lights in the lobby were dim as always. Mrs. Chen from 2B had been complaining to the administration for weeks about the blown light bulbs. I remember checking my mailbox. There was nothing but advertising, and I went to the stairs. The lights in the stairwell worked with motion sensors. They came on one break at a time. As you went up, I arrived at the landing on the 2nd floor when I heard it. The sound of footsteps behind. I stopped. The footsteps also stopped when I turned. There was no one, just my elongated shadow on the wall behind me cast by the overhead light. I shrugged my shoulders. Old buildings make noise, but when I started walking again the footsteps resumed, perfect echoes of mine, barely half a second behind. I walked faster. The steps kept pace. By the time I reached my flat I was almost running. Forced JE with my keys. I walked into my apartment and slammed the door shut. Stood there in the darkness of the driveway, breathing hard, feeling stupid. Obviously it was just echoes on the staircase. The building was almost a century old. The acoustics, it was weird. I poured myself a drink and went to bed. The next few days were normal. I went up and down the stairs without incident. Sometimes the elevator was working and I took it instead. But one night, like a week later, it happened again. This time I was going down to meet the food delivery man 3 floors down. I heard those footsteps again. When I turned I saw my shadow on the wall. But something wasn't right. The proportions weren't quite right. The shoulders seemed too wide, the arms too long. I blinked loudly and I looked again. It was just a normal shadow. My shadow was tired. That was it. Working too many hours in the office. My eyes were playing tricks on me. But it kept happening every few nights, always after dark. Those steps followed me, and each time my shadow looked a little less like me. I started taking the elevator more often, even when I made that grinding noise that I didn't trust. When it didn't work, I waited for other residents using it so they wouldn't have to take the stairs. Only one night in December the elevator was out of service again. It was almost midnight and the lobby was empty. I had to get home. I took a deep breath and started to climb the stairs. The motion sensors turned on one by one as I went up. 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The steps began just in time. I kept my eyes straight ahead, concentrating on every 4th floor step. I almost reached. It was then that I saw him, a shadow crossing the stairs in front of me. I froze. My own shadow should have been behind it, cast by the light of the lower landing. But that shadow stretched out in front of me on the stairs as I watched it. It moved, not following my movements, but on its own. Arms lengthened, head bent down. I ran. I didn't care about the noise. I ran up the stairs 2 by 2 looking for my keys before I even reached my apartment. Behind me the footsteps rumbled faster, no longer in sync with mine. I could hear a heavy breath that was not mine. I arrived at my apartment and slammed the door, slamming both locks. I stood trembling with my ears attentive to any sound in the hallway. Nothing usual. Building noises, radiator sounds, distant TV sounds. Someone's muffled conversation through the walls. After that night I started ordering more food at home, working from home, more often, anything to avoid stairs. But I couldn't stay in my apartment forever. Eventually I had to go out. It was a Sunday afternoon in January when everything changed. I forced myself to go out for groceries. I had completely run out of coffee and other essentials. When I came back, I decided to take the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator that lately made even worse noises. I told myself that I was being ridiculous. I needed to face this fear. The lobby was empty as usual. The sensor lights came on when I started to go up. Second floor. I heard the footsteps start. Third floor. I kept my gaze straight ahead, jaw clenched. Fourth floor. Shadow. She appeared again in front of me, stretched out over the stairs. This time I forced myself to stop and look at her. For real. The shadow was human in shape, but I was wrong in subtle details. The fingers were too long, the joints bent at unnatural angles as I watched her. She moved independently of me, turning her head to look at me. She couldn't move, my legs weren't responding. The shadow began to rise up the wall. No longer flat but gaining depth. I could hear sounds, now not footsteps, but a damp and slippery noise. The shadow peeled off the wall as if it were loose wallpaper. First the hands, the fingers unrolling the arms, the torso, the head. It was like watching a photograph unfold. Upside down, instead of an image appearing on a blank piece of paper, the darkness peeled off the wall, becoming three-dimensional. I stepped back. I collided with the railing. The shadowy thing was already fully formed, standing on the stairs above me. It was tall, much taller than me. Its surface looked like black oil, always moving and undulating where there should be a face. There were only deeper shadows, a swirl. It reached me with those very long fingers. I turned and ran down the stairs. I could hear it behind me, that wet sliding sound mixed with heavy footsteps. The sensor lights were turned on and turned off as I went through each landing. I heard sections of the staircase left in darkness. I didn't dare look back. I ran out into the lobby and ran into Mr. Grayson from the third. I was holding my arm to stabilize myself. All right?" he asked. I looked at the door of the stairs. There was nothing, just the normal shadows cast by the dim lights of the hall. "I'm fine," I managed to say, alone doing some exercise. He gave me a strange look but didn't insist. I waited for him to leave. Then I sat on one of the threadbare chairs in the lobby until the hands stopped shaking. I finally took the elevator to my apartment, despite the metallic noise. That night I started researching the history of the building. My phone is exactly at midnight again. The same number lit up the screen. 55014. I saw it vibrate on the bedside table, my heart beating so loud I could feel it in my throat for 31 consecutive nights. I let it go to voicemail tonight. I didn't reach out trembling and picked up the phone. The plastic case felt cold against my palm. My thumb floated over the green answer button as the device continued its mechanical dance on the wooden surface. Screen hurt my eyes in the darkness of the bedroom. "Hello," my voice broke. The line creaked with static. Then I heard it, my own voice, but somehow distantly whispering. That was 6 months ago. I should start at the beginning. Started on a Tuesday in March. I remember it because I had just finished my night shift at the hardware store. The first call came just as I was opening my apartment door. The bag supermarket. They were cutting off my fingers. The phone vibrated in my jacket pocket. Unknown number. I let it ring. Who's calling at midnight? Probably a wrong number or a drunk friend the next night. Same thing, midnight on the same number. I declined the call and went back to watching TV for the third night. It was strange enough to Google the number. Nothing came up. I blocked it, but the calls kept coming in different phones. Same result, the number bypassed all blocks. After 2 weeks, I started recording the calls. When they went to voicemail, nothing but static each time. 30 seconds of white noise. Then the call ended. I played the recordings for my friend Mike at work. "Sounds like interference," he said, adjusting his orange apron, "or someone breathing very quietly." I shook my head more closely. I turned up the volume of the phone speaker. Mike approached. His eyes, they opened. "Wait, play that part again." Behind the barely audible static there was something. A whisper, words too weak to understand, but definitely there. I started to lose sleep. Every night I would lie looking at the ceiling waiting for midnight. The phone would ring. I would let it go to the mailbox. Then I would spend hours playing the static, trying to understand. The whisper said. My performance at work began to drop. I would get distracted while helping customers. I would mix up the counts. My manager Dave called me aside after I knocked over a whole display of paint cans. "You're fine, John. You look terrible." I rubbed my eyes. "I just have trouble sleeping. Take a few days off, rest." I didn't tell him about the calls. How could I do it? "Hey, boss, I don't sleep because a ghost calls me every night. It's not exactly a professional excuse. Free time made things worse. Without anything else focusing on the calls consumed me. I started recording them on various devices to pass the audio through different applications to clear the static. One recording sounded clearer than the others. I isolated a few seconds of whispers. I adjusted the audio and played it again. I lowered the tone. What I heard, my blood cold. John hears my own voice coming exactly the same tone and timbre that I had heard countless times in recordings. Customer service at work, but bad in some way, like hearing yourself underwater. I tried to call back during the day. The number you dialed is not in service. Always the same message. I went to the police officer. Martinez took my statement, but I could see on his face that he thought he was crazy or that it was a joke. Let me understand, he said, banging his pen against the notebook. Someone calls you every night at midnight, never leaves a message, and you think it's yourself. I know what it sounds like. But listen, I played you the recording already edited. She shook her head. Sir, that could be anyone. Nowadays, it's easy to fake voice recordings unless you're getting real threats. There's not much we can do. I started taking sleeping pills, trying not to put it together before midnight. It didn't work. The ringing of the phone woke me up every time, as if my body was programmed to respond to it. After a month I broke down. I had to know. That night I sat on the bed, phone in hand, watching the minutes go by. 11:58, 11:59, Las Palmas. My heart was sweating. My heart was racing. Midnight ring. I answered. The static was louder by the speaker. Then the whispers began. My voice. But not my voice. John Friend, listen carefully who you are. My real voice was shaking. You know who I need to warn are coming. Don't trust it. Look at it. The line was cut off. I tried to call back immediately. Not on duty. I didn't sleep that night or the next. There were no calls for 2 days. Just silence. The first light went out at 2:17 in the morning. I looked at my watch twice, because that's what you do when something doesn't make sense. I worked in security at Riverside Tower for 3 years, and the motion sensors never failed, but there was the fluorescent panel at the end of the corridor east on the 14th floor. It just went off without warning. No flicker, just darkness. I straightened up in my chair at the security desk with my eyes fixed on the monitor. The hallway stretched out in crisp black and white. On the empty screen, the motion sensor, it showed no activity. But then the next panel of light dimmed and died, and the next one, like dominoes falling in slow motion, creating a wave of darkness moving towards the camera. My hand reached for the radio attached to my belt. The plastic was cold against my palm. Bill, are you on the 14th? Bill, he worked in maintenance. He usually spent his nights fixing what broke during working hours. The static negative crackle. John, I'm in the basement, checking the boiler. My throat went dry. Any scheduled work on the lighting system? Number problems. I saw another light go out. Maybe I'll check it. The weight of my flashlight felt comforting against my hip as I pulled up. My boots squeaked against the polished lobby floor. Night shift was always quiet. Just me, Bill, somewhere in the bowels of the building, and 23 empty office floors. Elevator ride to 14 felt longer than usual. My reflection in the steel doors looked tired, with dark circles under my eyes and a 3-day beard that needed to be fixed. The elevator rang 14. I stepped out into the main corridor, my hand moving automatically to rest on my flashlight. The air felt different here, colder than it should be. The building's temperature control was automated. I kept each floor at exactly 72 GR day and night, but I could see my breath at the end of the hallway to my right. The lights were still off, creating a pool of darkness that shouldn't be there. The emergency lights hadn't been activated, which meant the circuit breaker hadn't gone off. This was another thing. My boots made soft sounds against the carpet as I walked into the dark section. The panels. Fluorescent lights above me buzzed normally, but 6M ahead silence, no buzz, no light, only empty. I took out my flashlight and turned it on. The ace cut through the darkness, illuminating the gray carpet, the beige walls, the closed office doors, nothing out of place. I swept the light from side to side as I walked. The carpet showed no footprints besides mine. A soft click behind me. I turned another light I had turned off, closer to where my heart rate was. Quickened. The darkness was moving again, spreading in both directions, now in front of me and behind me. Click, click, click. 3 more panels went off. I activated my radio. Bill, I need you up here now. The static responded. I tried again. Nothing. The cold intensified. My fingers felt stiff around the flashlight. Click, click. The darkness was approaching panel by panel. I backed away, keeping my light focused on the carpet in front of me. Still no sign from anyone else. No footprints. No shadows except my own. My back hit the wall. I looked to the left. Darkness to the right. Darkness approaching. Just a small circle of fluorescent light remained above me. The ace of the flashlight seemed weaker, now barely penetrating the unnatural black. The last panel flickered. Then I heard something. A sound like a breath, but wrong, too slow, too deep, the kind of breathing that comes from something bigger than human lungs. The light above me died. The ace of my flashlight provided the only illumination now, and it was definitely weaker. The battery was cool. I had changed it at the beginning of my shift, but the darkness seemed to be devouring the light, swallowing it. The sound of the breath came closer. I swept the disgust around me. Nothing, but I could feel something there just beyond where my light could reach. The air got even colder. The frost started to form on the walls. My radio crackled through the static. I heard Bill John's voice. "Where are you? The energy readings for the 14th are going crazy." I put the radio in my mouth, but before I could answer, something moved on the edge of my ace of light. Not a shadow. Shadows don't move against darkness. This was more like a void. A place where darkness was somehow darker. A place where darkness was somehow darker. It moved like oil under shapeless water. But I purposefully ran. The ace of the lantern bounced wildly as I ran down the hallway to the elevator. Darkness kept flowing throughout. From the walls and ceiling, the sound of breathing grew louder, filling the corridor with its wrong rhythm. My fingers struggled with the elevator call button. Nothing went by without light. No machinery buzzing. I turned to the emergency stairs instead. The door handle was icy, burning against my palm as I yanked open it. The stair lights were also off. I pointed my flashlight down. The ace barely illuminated the first steps. The sound of breathing echoed in the concrete space coming from above and below. Now multiple sources, multiple things. I had no choice. I started to go down, keeping one hand on the railing, moving as fast as I dared. The metal of the railing became colder. Under my palm, the frost spread in front of me, crunching as it formed 10 floors down. 9. The darkness kept flowing down the walls like water. My flashlight grew dimmer with each floor. The ace was barely visible. Now a faint glow that didn't illuminate anything. Something brushed my shoulder, cold, colder than ice, colder than anything I'd ever felt. My arm went numb. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, crashing against the steps. In the darkness, its faint light disappeared. I ran blindly, then counting the steps, praying I wouldn't miss one. The breath was around me, closer, closer and closer, the cold seeping into my bones. Another rose on my back. My legs went numb. I fell, holding myself against the wall. The concrete felt like frozen steel under my hands. I could no longer feel my fingers. The lobby was only 4 floors away. Only 4 more. I forced myself to stand up, moving my legs. The darkness pressed on me solidly. Now like being underwater. Each breath was harder than the last. The air felt thick, resistant. Something. He grabbed my ankle. I kicked without feeling anything solid, but the grip remained. The cold went up my leg. I couldn't feel the foot anymore. Then my calf, then my knee. I threw myself forward, half falling down the next flight of stairs. The grip broke. I stumbled. I held on to the handrail. I kept moving. The breath was right behind me, now heavy, hungry. 3 floors, 2. The darkness was total. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face, but I could feel them all around me. Spaces where darkness had weight and presence. They moved like sharks, circling their prey. 1 floor more. My legs were like lead. Each step was a battle against exhaustion and cold. The numbness had reached my hips. My chest felt frozen. Every breath pierced my lungs like ice daggers. I hit the lobby door at full blast speed, pushing it hard. Light flooded my face, my blessed vision, normal fluorescent light. I stumbled forward, panting behind me. The darkness boiled in the entrance, but I didn't move forward. The sound of breathing faded. I collapsed on the lobby floor, shaking uncontrollably. Frost covered my uniform, already melting in the warm air. I couldn't feel my legs or my left arm. My radio crackled. "John, where are you? The energy, it's stabilizing. But something weird is going on up there." I pressed the radio with trembling fingers. "Vestibule," I managed to say. "Come here." And Bill found me 10 minutes later, still unable to stand up. He called an ambulance. Despite my protests, the paramedics diagnosed severe hypothermia. They couldn't explain how I developed it inside a climate-controlled building. I quit the next day. I couldn't face another night, another dark hallway. But I kept the news about Riverside Tower. 3 months later, a member of the cleaning team disappeared from the 14th floor. They found his cart in the east corridor covered in frost. 6 months later, an office worker who stayed working late also disappeared. The security cameras showed the lights going out one by one, just like that night. They never found her. Sometimes I pass in front of the building at night. I always look towards the 14th floor. Sometimes the lights are on. Everything seems normal. But other times I see the darkness moving behind the windows. And if I listen carefully, I can hear the deep, slow, hungry, wind-blown breathing. I don't work night shifts anymore, and I always leave the lights on. When people ask me why I left security, I tell them I wanted better hours. It's easier than explaining what happened. Easier than admitting that something impossible lives in that building. Easier than remembering the sound of that breath. But sometimes on cold nights, when I'm alone, I look at the shadows in the corners of my room and wonder if they're darker than they should be. I hear from a breath that's too slow, too deep, and I remember the lesson I learned that night. The darkness isn't empty. Sometimes it's hungry, sometimes home. I now keep a flashlight by my bed. The battery is always fresh. But sometimes when I turn it on in the middle of the night, the ace seems weaker than it should be, like something is devouring the light. Those nights I stay up until dawn, watching the shadows, waiting, listening, remembering the cold. They never managed to fix the lights on the 14th floor. Maintenance logs show dozens of attempts, new wiring, new panels, all new, but the lights keep going out one by one, moving as if something was walking down that corridor. I've thought about telling someone in authority, the police, the owners of the building, anyone, but who would believe me? What would I say? That the darkness is alive. What house that is patient, cold, and hungry? So I keep quiet. I work during the day. I avoid tall buildings. I leave the lights on. But sometimes when I come home late and pass in front of Riverside Tower, I look up at the 14th floor, and sometimes I just see a face in one of those dark windows. Not a human face, just a darker patch of feature-like shadow pressed against the glass watches me as I pass by and swear even through the closed windows of my car, even above the sound of traffic. And the wind, I can hear a breath. Those nights I drive faster, but I know it doesn't matter because now I understand something most don't know. The darkness doesn't need to chase you. It just needs to wait. The first time I smelled its perfume, I was rearranging books in the medieval history section. I'd worked at the Morgan Heights Library for 15 years, and I knew every creak of the wooden floor, every stream of air that whistled through the centuries-old windows. But that lilac scent mixed with something older, more rancid, that was new. My nose twitched. The smell didn't belong there. I left the book cart and looked at my watch. 9:45 at night. The library had been closed for almost 2 hours. I was alone as always. During my night shift, the security guard was only patrolling the outside. The perfume grew stronger. A shiver ran down my spine, on my back, and the hair of my arms stood on end. I heard soft footsteps behind me. But as I turned, the hallway was empty. Just rows of leather-bound books that were lost in the shadow, where the motion-sensing lights hadn't been activated. That was 3 months ago. Since then I've met her, or that, whatever it is, dozens of times, always after closing. Always when I'm only. This night started like any other. I closed the front doors at 8 p.m. sharp. After the last student left with an arm full of textbooks, I made my usual tour of the 4 floors, looking for stragglers in the study rooms and between the shelves. Finding no one, I took my cleaning cart and began my nightly routine. The Morgan Heights Library is not just any library built in 1886. It's one of the oldest buildings in the city. Exterior, red brick, gleaming copper dome, elaborate woodwork. Interior that today would cost a fortune. Replicate the kind of place that belongs in a movie about haunted Victorian mansions. I started downstairs, dusting off bookshelves and straightening chairs. All normal, the usual creaks and noises of an old building, the hum of the old heating system, my shoes squeaking over the polished floor. When I got to the 2nd floor, my skin stood on end. The temperature dropped at least 10 gr between the staircase and the main reading room. I could see my breath. "Hello," I called. My voice echoed off the high ceiling with no response. I pushed the cart towards the reference section, pretending everything was fine. But my hands were shaking as I sprayed cleaner on the study tables. That's when I caught the first trace of lilacs. My stomach contracted. I grabbed onto the edge of the table to stabilize myself. The perfume intensified, mixing with the strong smell of the cleaner. Soft steps behind me, as if someone walked in slippers. I forced myself to turn slowly. She was at the end of the hallway, about 10 yards away, a woman in a blue turtleneck dress that skimmed the floor. Her dark hair pulled back high above her head in an elaborate style I'd only seen in old photographs. It was slightly transparent. I could see the labels on the spine of books through her body. My throat dried up. I'd seen flashes before, a fleeting movement, a shadow where there shouldn't have been any, but never so clear, never for so long. It didn't move like another person, like smoke, floating in the air. One moment it was at the end of the corridor. The next it had advanced halfway without taking a single step. I backed away, crashing into my cart. The spray bottles fell to the floor. The sound echoed in the empty library. The woman stopped. Her face turned to the noise. That's when I noticed her eyes, or rather the absence of them, where they should have been. There were only dark gaps. My legs weakened. I clung tighter to the cart, my knuckles white. The woman's head tilted, as if she was studying me. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. "What do you want?" I whispered. She raised a translucent hand and she pointed behind me. I didn't want to turn around. All my instincts screamed not to take my eyes off her. But something forced me to look. She was pointing to the catalogue of tokens. The old wooden one that we keep as a historical exhibit had not been used for decades, since everything went digital. When I looked again, she had come closer. Now she was 3 m from me. The smell of lilacs was overwhelming. They brought tears to my eyes. The catalogue. I asked in a trembling voice, "Do you want me to look there?" She nodded, only a slight tilt of her chin. I took a deep breath and approached the catalogue. The woman stepped back, giving me space. My hands trembled as I opened one of the thin drawers. Hundreds of yellowed cards with faded typewriter ink. "Which one did I ask?" She pointed again, more insistently. I began to look at the cards. Nothing stood out, only standard library classifications, names of authors, titles. The temperature dropped even more. My teeth chattered. Frost formed on the wooden crate. "I don't understand what you want me to find," I said. She moved closer now, to a meter, close enough to see the intricate lace of her neck, close enough to notice that her dress had water stains around the hem, as if she had been walking in the rain. Reached out to the cards. Me, I shuddered. But it wasn't me I could reach. Her fingers went through the cards, stopping at one in particular. That card was covered in frost. I pulled it out with numb fingers. The ink was faded, but I could still read the text. Morgan Elizabeth A., Library Director, 1886 to 1902. My breath got stuck in my throat. Everyone who worked in the library knew Elizabeth Morgan. She was the first director when it opened. The building. Died in her office on the 4th floor, heart attack, according to the records. I looked up. Elizabeth was right in front of me now, so close I could see drops of water falling from her hair. From her dress. It wasn't rainwater. It was dark, cloudy, like pond water. The official records were wrong. I knew for sure. Elizabeth Morgan didn't die of a heart attack. She opened her mouth again. This time there was a sound, not words, but the gurgling of water in one throat, dark liquid gushing from the corners of his mouth. I ran, dropped the card, tipped the cart over and ran downstairs. His gurgling followed me. The smell of lilacs chased me for 3 floors. I didn't stop until I reached the reception desk, where I collapsed, gasping for air. The ground floor was warm, normal, without a trace. Elizabeth's hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and Googled Elizabeth Morgan, Director of Library, death 1905. Most of the results repeated the story of the heart attack. But one, an old article scanned on the website of the local historical society, caught my attention. The article mentioned that Elizabeth had last been seen working late on a stormy night. Her body was found the next morning in her office. The cause of death was noted as heart failure, but the article added that her clothes were inexplicably soaked, as if she had been swimming. Read more. Elizabeth had been struggling to expand the library's collection of rare books, had secured several valuable donations that were already worth a fortune at the time. The week after her death, 3 of the most valuable books disappeared, never recovered. Everything fell into place. Someone had killed her, probably drowning her in the ornamental pond that used to be behind the library. She was killed for the books or to cover up her theft. I looked at my watch at 11:30 at night. I had an hour left on shift, but I wasn't going to go up again that night. I took out the phone again and started researching more about the history of the library. If Elizabeth tried to tell me something, I needed to understand what it was. For the next few weeks, I developed a routine during the day, researching everything I could about Elizabeth Morgan and the missing books. At night, I waited for her to appear. Now I came more often, always after closing, always on the 2nd floor, near the catalogue of index cards. The pattern was the same. Drop in temperature, smell of lilacs, footsteps. Sometimes she just watched me from the end of a hallway. Sometimes she tried to show me things, specific books, photos on the walls, file drawers. I began to take notes. Which book I pointed out, which photos captured her attention. Gradually, a panorama emerged. Elizabeth had been collaborating with a private collector, arranging for the purchase of several rare medieval manuscripts. The collector died mysteriously 2 days after Elizabeth. Her house burned down that same night, destroying all records of the transaction. The current value of the lost books, adjusted for inflation. More. I researched what had become of the library staff at the time. Most of them had common histories, retirements, moves, Normal death's years. Later, but one name stood out. James Crawford, Elizabeth's assistant, suddenly resigned a month after her death, moved to Europe, and in the following years sold several rare books to private collectors, books that matched the descriptions of those who disappeared from the library. Library tonight, I took impressions of everything I had found and spread them out on a study table on the second floor. Photos, articles, records. Is this what you've been trying to tell me? I asked the air about Crawford. The smell of lilacs filled the air. Elizabeth appeared by the table, sat across from me. Looked different tonight, more solid in some ways, dark sockets where there wasn't before. Eyes were now full of pale blue irises. She nodded. He killed you, I said, for the books. She pointed to one of the photographs, an old staff picture from 1901. Crawford stood next to Elizabeth with a hand on her shoulder, smiling at the camera. You trusted him, I said, water dripping from her dress, forming a puddle on the floor, but her eyes were clear, now focused on me. What do you want me to do? I asked. Dead. The books are probably scattered in private collections all over Europe. Shook her head and pointed to another piece of paper. A shipping manifest I found, dated 1903, listed 3 boxes of books sent from Crawford's address in London to a warehouse in our town. My eyes widened. Never gone. The books are still here somewhere. Elizabeth nodded, floated to the window, and pointed to the old district. Most of those buildings were abandoned now, but some old warehouses were still standing. Do you want me to find them? I said, to return them to the library. She smiled. It was the first time I had seen her do it. The effect was unsettling, with her pale eyes and features swollen by the water, but I understood the feeling. It's okay, I said. I'll try, but this will take time and I'll need help, someone in authority, to retrieve the books. And we found them. Elizabeth's figure began to fade. The smell of lilac became dimmer. Will you help me? I asked quickly. Will you show me where to look? He nodded once more before disappearing completely. The temperature returned to normal. The pool of water was gone without a trace of his presence. I picked up my papers with trembling hands. A part of me still couldn't believe I was doing this, following the instructions of a ghost to solve a century-old robbery. But I knew what I had seen, what I had been seeing for months. Tomorrow I will start to make calls to the Historical Society, to the Police Cold Case Division, to the Library Board. Someone will listen, and with Elizabeth's help, we'll find those books. I looked at my watch at 12:30 in the morning, end of my shift. As I packed my cleaning cart, caught one last puff of lilac perfume. Good night, Elizabeth, I said softly. The scent lingered for a moment, then faded, but I knew it would come back the next night. We had work to do. The first time I heard the footsteps, I was doing my 2 a.m. round in the science building. I stopped walking. They also walked again. They followed me. This wasn't how I had planned to spend my retirement years, jumping in shadows in empty hallways. I took this night security job at Preston Valley Community College 3 months ago. Good salary. Job easy, they said. Just walk, check doors, write reports. Perfect for a former postal worker looking to stay busy. The earned shift supervisor handed me the keys, showed me the routes, and that was the whole campus. Spans 30 acres with 5 main buildings, all brick and glass, connected by covered walkways. Science building to the north, liberal arts to the south, student center in the middle, library and administration flank the east and west. At night, the motion sensing lights turn on as I pass. They go out behind me, leaving darkness in my wake. The first night with the footsteps, I radioed Dave at the security desk. You have someone in science, negative, second floor. Dave, the cameras show everything clear. It's just you up there. I kept walking. The footsteps always followed me. 3 or 4 steps behind. The sound was light, like someone in soft shoes, trying to walk silently. When I got to the stairs, I turned. Suddenly, empty hallway. Just you up there. Only rows of closed classroom doors and dark windows reflecting the emergency lights. I attributed it echoes. Old buildings make strange sounds. But the next night they came back. Soft steps, same distance. I started to vary my routine by taking different routes every night. The steps, they followed me through all the buildings, up the stairs, down the corridors. After 2 weeks I became bold. I would suddenly stop, wait 5 minutes, and then start walking backwards. The footsteps would start again, still behind me. As if they knew which direction I was looking, I placed my phone to record the sound. The recording caught my boots on the tile floor. But as soon as I began to dread the night shifts, my heart was racing when I heard those footsteps. The sweat was running down my back. Even with the air conditioning, I was walking faster and faster until I almost ran. Those soft steps keeping the pace behind me. The head of security noticed the dark circles under my eyes. "All right, Jack, you look tired." "Well," I said, "I just ain't sleeping, right? I couldn't tell you I was going crazy for phantom footsteps. I would think I was losing my mind last night. Something changed. I was checking the third floor of liberal arts when the steps started, but this time they were closer, much closer. I could almost feel a breath in the back of my neck. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my flashlight. I started running. The steps ran with me. Right at my heels, I ran down the hallway, heart pounding. At the end of the corridor, I hit the fire door and walked in. The stairs, the door got stuck with something, closing just for a second, but it was enough to hear a soft laugh behind me. I called saying I was sick tonight. I told them I had the flu. I'm sitting at my kitchen table looking at my uniform hanging by the door. My shift starts in an hour. The phone is ringing. Probably Dave asking if I'll come. My hands don't stop shaking. 'Cause now I know something's following me in those hallways. Something that's getting braver. Closer and sooner or later. It's going to catch up with me. But I need this job. The bills don't pay themselves, so I'll put on that uniform. Hold on to that badge. Walk those dark hallways again and hear the footsteps. School looks different tonight. Family buildings rise bigger, shadows deeper. I clock in at the security desk. Dave shoots me a look, but he doesn't mention my absence from yesterday. Quiet night so far, he says with his eyes on the monitor bench. Maintenance. Fixed that creaky door in science. Seat. I check my equipment, flashlight, radio, keys. I'm already sweating from Las Palmas. The clock strikes 10 p.m., 8 hours ahead. I start my first round in administration. The building feels empty, but not the normal emptiness, as if holding my breath. My footsteps echo over the tile floor. Only my footsteps. For now the motion lights come on in front of me, illuminating the hallway in sections. I check every office door, marking them in my logbook. Everything normal. All silent. Too quiet. Then I hear it, that soft step behind me. My heart crashes against my ribs. I force myself to keep walking. To keep checking doors. The footsteps follow me closer than ever, so close I should see someone if I turn, but I won't turn. No. This time I reach the end of the hallway. I have to turn left or right. The footsteps stop, waiting for my decision. Sweat runs down my face. My shirt sticks to my back. What do you want? My voice sounds strange in the silence. There is no answer, just that presence patiently waiting behind me. I turn left. Footsteps follow me now, right on my heels. If I stopped suddenly, we'd collide. The thought makes me shudder. What does my radio crackle? Jack, are you okay up there? Dave's voice makes me jump. We're seeing some weird shadows on the cameras. I reach for the radio, but my hands shake so much I drop it. The tapping echoes down the hallway. As I bend down to pick it up, I feel something brush against my hair. I run. I run like I haven't run in 20 years. Breath burning in my chest. The steps run with me, matching my rhythm exactly. The motion lights can't keep up with me, leaving me in the dark between bright flashes. I knock on doors. I turn corners blindly, with no destination in mind except to walk away. I end up in the library. 3 floors of books and shadows. The main reading room stretches out before my tables and chairs, dim shapes under the emergency light. I stop, hands on my knees, panting. The footsteps also stop right behind me. What are you? My voice trembles. Why do you follow me? A soft laugh like I heard on the stairs. Then something cold touches the back of my neck. I scream. The sound bounces off the high ceiling, comes back distorted. I run between the shelves, throwing books on the floor. The footsteps follow me without hurry now, as if they know I can't escape. My radio crackles again. Jack, where are you? I'm going to call the police. I get to the back wall. There are no doors here, just windows that look out onto the dark campus. I turn my back against the glass. The footsteps slowly approach, closer, closer, closer. I can hear a breath, now not mine. The ace of my flashlight shows air empty. Then the cold touch again, this time on my face, like fingers tracing my cheek. I close my eyes. Please, I whisper, please leave me alone. The touch withdraws. The breath stops. When I open my eyes, I'm alone in the library. I really just slide down the wall. I sit on the floor. My radio is silent. Outside I see the police lights approaching the campus. That was ago 3 days. I quit the next morning. I let them keep my last paycheck. The new security guard starts tonight. Young boy, push out, look strong. I should warn you about the steps, about what to expect in those dark hallways. But you wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed. So I sit here in my apartment watching the sunset. In an hour the sensor lights will start to come on around campus. The new guard will start his rounds, and somewhere in those empty buildings the soft steps will start to follow him. I keep thinking about that laughter, about those cold fingers on my face. What was following me down those corridors was never human, and is still there waiting for the next one to walk those corridors. Only sometimes at night I think I hear footsteps in the hallway of my building. Soft steps that they stop outside my door, but that's crazy. Can't you follow me here? Can't you check the hallway anymore when I hear those footsteps? I just stand very still and hope they leave. Sometimes they do, sometimes no. I should never take that security job at the old Riverside Medical Center. The pay was good, $1 an hour, night shifts, guarding an empty building. But the money isn't worth it. What happened to me there? What is still happening to me? The first night seemed normal. I walked through the dark corridors with my flashlight, checking doors and windows. The place had been closed for 2 years since they opened the new hospital on the other side of town. Most of the team was gone. There were only empty rooms with bare walls and scattered debris, the paint peeling off the ceiling in long strips, the linoleum floor. It was cracked and covered in dust. I quickly got used to the routine. Start on the ground floor at 11 p.m., go up the 4 levels, then go down again. Repeat until 7 a.m. The building creaked and moaned, but that's normal in old structures. I wasn't bothered by the silence. After working 5 years in retail, the silence was a welcome change. Everything changed on my 4th night. I was doing my 3 o'clock in the morning when I heard it. A whisper came from room 237 on the 2nd floor. The sound was faint, like leaves moving in the wind. I stopped to listen to the whisper again, appear clearer this time. It seemed like several voices were speaking in unison. Too soft to understand the words, I pointed my flashlight through the door frame. The ace cut through the darkness. It was just another empty patient room with a bed frame. No mattress, bare walls, and the bathroom door closed. I entered cautiously, sweeping every corner with the flashlight. Nothing moved. The whispers ceased. My heart was pounding. As I checked the empty bathroom, I even looked under the bed frame, feeling ridiculous as I did so. The room was completely empty. I chalked it up to the ducts or pipes, and finished my rounds the next night. The whispers came back, same room, same time. This time they were louder, still unintelligible, but definitely various human voices speaking together in a low tone. I stood on the threshold paralyzed. The sound seemed to come from the center of the room, but there was nothing there. Hello, I called. I'm security. Is there anyone here? The whispers stopped instantly. I checked the room thoroughly again. Nothing. This went on for several nights. Every time I passed by the 237, the whispers started each night. They were a little louder, a little clearer. I started to fear that part of my round. My palms sweated as I got closer to the 2nd floor. Sometimes I skipped that section completely, going straight up to the 3rd floor. Then came the night when I heard my name. I was passing by the 237, keeping my eyes straight ahead when the whispers began. But this time, among the indistinct murmur, I heard it clearly. David. I stopped in my tracks. The whispers continued to grow in volume. Now I could make out more words. David, come in, David, we're waiting for you. My hands trembled as I pointed the flashlight inside. The voices, they seemed to be coming from everywhere and none at the same time. Several overlapping whispers, all saying my name, all calling me in. I backed off and practically ran to the stairs, called my supervisor and made an excuse about feeling sick. Left early that night, almost quit at that point, but needed the money. I felt stupid for being afraid of what was probably my imagination. I came back the next night promising myself that I would avoid it, for I filled the 2nd floor. That didn't work. The whispers started reaching me, even from the floor downstairs. I was walking down the hallway on the 1st floor, and I could hear them coming down from above. Dozens of voices calling to me, begging me to come upstairs. I started wearing headphones and listening to music during shifts. That helped for a few nights. Then the whispers started to go through the music, getting clearer and clearer, more insistent. The voices started following me all over the building, knew things about me, my full name, where I lived, my mother's name, things from my childhood that no one else could know. David Michael Reynolds. Remember when you broke your arm at age 8? Remember the day your dog died? Remember the girl in high school? Come with us, David. Join us, David. I couldn't quit. I had bills to pay and the rent was coming up. I started taking anti-anxiety drugs. Before shifts I drank energy drinks to keep myself alert. Slept only a few hours a day, tormented by nightmares with whispering voices. Last night everything changed. I was making my 3 o'clock rounds to the music playing loudly on my headphones. When the power went out, the emergency lights didn't come on. I was plunged into total darkness save for the ace of my flashlight. The whispers started immediately, louder than they never came from all directions. Hundreds of voices calling my name, telling me to go to room 237. My flashlight started flashing. I ran to the stairs, but I got disoriented in the dark. Somehow I ended up in front of room 237. The whispers were deafening. My flashlight died completely in the blackness. I felt cold hands cling to my arms. Dozens of icy fingers were holding me. Crawling inside, I screamed and struggled, but there were too many. I was dragged into the room. The door slammed shut behind me. In the darkness, I felt bodies squeezing around me, silent, cold shapes getting closer and closer. Whispers filling my head, drowning out my own thoughts. You're home now, David. You're one of us, David. Stay with us, David. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up on the floor of room 237 when my replacement arrived for the turn of the morning. Found me curled up in a corner, shaking and muttering to myself, I quit that very morning, but it doesn't matter anymore. The whispers followed me home. They're with me all the time, now getting louder every day. They whisper to me when I'm alone. They whisper to me in my dreams. They tell me I belong to them, now that I'll be back soon. And they're right, I can feel it. The pull gets louder every day. It's harder for me to resist back to 237. My body longs to return. The whispers promise that the pain will stop if I just come home with them. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're offered a job at Riverside Medical Center, don't accept it no matter how good the money is. The whispers are waiting there, always waiting, always watching, always hungry for new voices to join their chorus. I have to go now. The whispers are louder. They're calling me back to room 237, and this time I don't think I can resist. They're right, I belong with them. We all do it eventually. Listen carefully. Can you hear them? They're saying your name. I also saw it for the first time on October 12th. I remember the date because it was my birthday, and I was walking home after having a drink with some co-workers. The old Victorian house was still standing as always in Cedar Street, with its dark windows covered with worn boards. But that night something was wrong. Something was different. A movement caught my attention. A silhouette in the window of the upper floor, barely visible through an opening between the timbers. I stopped. A man was there, completely still, staring at me from above, just watching the street light. I didn't reach so high, but I could make out its outline. Tall, thin, motionless. I felt that my skin stood on end. He didn't move or try to hide when he noticed that I saw him. He just kept looking at me. I quickened my pace, my footsteps echoing on the empty sidewalk. That house had been abandoned for years. Everyone in the neighborhood knew it. The bank had repossessed it in 2019, and since then it was empty. Sometimes teenagers would sneak in to drink or make graffiti, but the police would get it out quickly. The next morning I convinced myself that I had imagined it. Too much beer, but as I walked to work I looked back at the window. Still there, same position, same stillness, watching the street. My heart was pounding. I crossed to the opposite sidewalk and accelerated my pace all the time. I felt his gaze following me. That night after work, I drove by instead of walking. The man was still at the window with the evening light. His silhouette was lighter, dark clothes, pale face, completely motionless like a statue. I slowed down to 5 kilometers per hour, turning my neck to see better. Didn't react. Just kept looking straight ahead as if waiting for something. The next day, I called the police non-emergency line. There's someone occupying the old house of the Marshalls and Cedar, I said. I've seen it several times from the second floor window. We'll send one patrol, responded the dispatcher. I watched from my car as 2 officers approached the house. An hour later they flashed the windows on the first floor. One tried the front door, then they circled from behind. After about 10 minutes they left. The dispatcher called me again. The officers found no signs of entry or disturbances. All the doors and windows are still firmly nailed. There is no one inside, but I saw it. I insisted. It is right there now at the front window of the second floor. Sir, they thoroughly checked. The house is empty and sealed. Do you want to file a formal report? I hung up. The man continued his silent vigil at the window. The days passed. Every morning and every night he was still there. I started taking pictures with my phone, but they only showed a dark shadow behind the boards. Not at all clear. As to prove it, I asked my neighbor Ted at the regarding it. Lives on the street for 30 years. That place has been empty since the Marshalls lost it. He said the bank can't sell it because of all the structural problems. Nobody has been there in years, except for a few guys sometimes. But there's someone there. Now I told him, I see it every day, Ted. I squint, looking at the house. I don't see anybody. Are you sure it's not a game of shadows? I shook my head. Showed him the photos on my cell phone. He shrugged his shoulders. He just looks like a shadow. The boards are intact. No one could enter without breaking something, and everything remains the same. But I knew what I had seen. The man never moved from his place, never changed position, never reacted when I observed him. I only observed. I began to have trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him there on the floor. Window, what did I want? Because it never went away. After 2 weeks I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on in there. I waited until 2 in the morning, on a moonless night. The street was deserted. I parked a block away and walked to the house with a crowbar and a flashlight. The man was still there, a shadow among the shadows. The back door had 3 boards nailed to it. I pulled it out carefully. Every crack sounded like thunder in the night. The wood around the doorknob was rotten. A good shoulder slap and it went. The stale air hit me as I entered. My flashlight revealed peeling wallpaper, water stains, tiles fallen from the ceiling. The kitchen floor was full of dry leaves and empty cans. I climbed the stairs, creaking under my feet. My heart was beating so strong, I could barely breathe. The dust was spinning in the ace of light. I reached the landing. The door of the front room was ajar. I could see the window covered from where I always saw it, but the room was empty. I swept the light everywhere. Bare wooden floor, cracked walls, cobwebs in the corners, no furniture, no signs of recent life. I approached the window. The boards were still well placed. There was no gaps to look through. A thick layer of dust covered the pottery. Something caught my eye, a darker area on the floor. Under the window I knelt, footprints in the dust. 2 parallel marks, as if someone had been standing there for a long time. The floorboards creaked behind me. I turned suddenly. The ace of the flashlight pierced through the darkness. For a split second I saw him, tall, thin, pale face, dark clothes, motionless in the doorframe. Then the flashlight flickered and went out. I rushed for the door, but I hit a solid wall, disoriented, stumbled backwards. My hands found the window boards. I pulled them desperately. They didn't move. An icy breeze caressed my face. The temperature plummeted. I took out my cell phone with trembling hands and turned on the flashlight. The room was empty. Another one time. But now I was standing right where the footprints were in front of the window, and then something strange happened to me. Something impossible. I felt like I couldn't move. My body was frozen in place, my arms at my sides, my head looking out. Total paralysis through the cracks in the boards. I could see the sidewalk below, exactly where I walked every day. A hurried man walked down the street looking towards the window. Nervously I recognized it. It was me 2 weeks before. The night I first saw the figure in the window, I tried to scream, wave my hand, warn myself, but I couldn't make a single sound. I couldn't move a muscle. Just look. Days went by, weeks passed. I lost count. People walked below, runners, dog walkers, parents with strollers. Sometimes they looked up. Most of them didn't. I saw myself passing by every morning, and every night I saw myself taking pictures. I saw myself parking in front of the house to watch. I knew what was coming. I knew I would arrive tonight with a crowbar and a flashlight, and then I would take my place at the window as the previous one did. As I now wait for the next one through the boards, I saw headlights cutting through the darkness. A car parked a block away. A figure with a lever was moving through the shadows towards the back door. I stood perfectly still, watching, waiting. The steps creaked down. The image is not clear, but I can make out more details. It is human size, but the proportions are wrong. Too tall, too thin. The edges blur and change like smoke, but the center is a solid darkness, darker than any shadow should be. It moves in one way that hurts the eyes to see, as if each frame jumps and gets out of sync. The figure reaches the top of the stairs, stops, turns towards the camera. The screen fills with static for a second. When the figure clears up, my phone is in my hand. Before I notice it, no signal. The screen shows only a circle turning where the bars should be. Desk, silence, not even tone. Rain hits the windows harder. Water runs through the glass, distorting the view of the empty parking lot outside. The bucket in the corner overflows. The drip sounds different now, heavier, heavier, more deliberate. Plock, plock, plock. I don't want to turn around, but my body moves anyway, slowly turning the chair to the corner. The bucket is full of something too dark to do. Too thick. Water drips from the ceiling in thick black droplets. The fluorescent lights flicker once, twice, then the emergency lights go off. They turn on, bathing the room in that sickly green glow. The monitors remain dark in the reflection of the black screens. I see it. The figure is in the corner where the bucket was. Now it's higher. The edges are still smoking and blurring, but I can see what it could be. Eyes. What could be a mouth opening wider than any mouth should. My body doesn't move. Can't move. The air feels thick, like trying to breathe underwater. The figure slides towards me. Soundless steps, except the rain and my heart and that wet drip. Plock, plock, plock. Spreads towards me with what could be a hand. Fingers too long. Too many joints. Emergency lights flash and in. That choppy green glow, I see what it really is. Scream. The sound comes out of my throat, raw and animal. The figure lunges forward. The lights go out completely. They found me the next morning. When the day shift came, I was curled up under the desk, clothes soaked in sweat, voiceless from so much screaming. The security cameras showed nothing. Only empty corridors and static. The bucket in the corner was completely dry. I quit that same day. I got a new job in a warehouse across town. Only day shifts. I don't go back to work at night. I can't stand to be alone in the dark. Sometimes when it rains, I think I hear that drip sound, plop, plop. I don't look into the corners of rooms anymore. I don't check reflections on dark windows or off screens. No, I want to see what I might be looking back at, but I know it's still there. Still hunting. Still hungry, and sometimes late at night when the rain hits hard against my windows. I wonder if it followed me home. The rain started at 10 p.m. I wasn't supposed to work that night. Johnson called sick at the last minute, so here I'm stuck on the midnight shift in Riverside parking. 3 underground levels of concrete and fluorescent lights. I've done this job for 6 years. Nothing ever happens here. Tonight was different. The security office is on the upper level. 6 monitors show images from the cameras distributed throughout the garage. The night shift. It's easy to look at the screens, do hourly tours, fill the register, most nights. I read or play on my phone between rounds. The rain bangs on the windows, water drips from somewhere on the roof, falling into a bucket in the corner. Plock, plock, plock. Sound irritates me. With time I look at my watch. 1:15 in the morning. Time for another tour. I glance at the monitors before going down. Level 1 is half full, mostly monthly permit holders who leave their cars overnight. Level 2 is almost empty. Level 3, it has only 3 cars scattered in the background. Normal for A. Tuesday, something moves on monitor 3. I lean towards the screen. A dark silhouette slides between 2 cars on level 2. My hand freezes on the desk. The figure disappears as quickly as it appeared. It could be a failure in the signal. These cameras are old. Rebovino, the recording. There it is at 1:16:42. The silhouette passes from the left. A right, crouched, very quick to make out details. Too dark to be a person. Too solid to be a shadow caused by headlights. I feel a lump in my throat. I take my flashlight and radio. Its weight in my hands reassures me. Standard procedure indicates investigating any unusual activity. I've done it hundreds of times. Usually it's teenagers sneaking in or homeless people seeking shelter. This feels different. The door, the hallway crashes behind me. My footsteps echo on the concrete walls. The emergency lights cast a greenish, sickly glow. Level 1 is quiet. Some puddles have formed where water seeps through the ceiling. The air smells of wet asphalt and escapes. Level 2 is darker. Half the fluorescent tubes are burned. Shadows cluster in the corners. Swept my flashlight over empty spaces. Nothing moves. The ventilation system hums. Water drips somewhere in the distance. My radio spark is adjusting the volume. More static than silence. Probably interference by concrete walls happens. Sometimes during storms I check between each car. Mentally row A clear, row B clear. My palms are sweaty on the flashlight handle. Row C clear. The ace of light catches something at the end of row D. A puddle reflects the light back at me. Nothing else. The temperature seems to drop with every step I take deeper into the garage. My breath condenses in front of me. That's not normal for August, not even underground. My skin crawls. A sound behind me, like something sliding on the concrete. I turn. The ace of the flashlight cuts the empty air. My heart beats against my ribs. Sweat runs down my back. Despite the cold, security. I call. Is there anyone here? My voice sounds weak. The garage angle it. Another sound closer. Now a soft rose like rubber soles. On the pavement, or something else crawling on the floor. I turn, swerving again. Slower. This time nothing but shadows between the columns. My radio explodes in a burst of static. I almost drop it into the white noise. I hear something that could be words or breathing or neither. With this I will return to the office to ask for reinforcements. Fast way to the stairs, forcing myself not to run. The ace of the flashlight jumps with each step. Shadows jump and dance on the walls. The stairwell door seems to be farther away than before. My footsteps sound bad, like there's an out-of-phase echo, like something is walking just a few steps behind. Don't look back, don't run. I'm almost there. I reach for the doorknob. The metal is frozen against my palm. Behind me the shuffling sound gets louder, closer. My fingers trip over the handle. The door, it opens with a metallic screech. I climb the stairs 2 by 2. The echo of footsteps continues behind me. It doesn't quite match my rhythm. It's not quite human. I jump to the security office. I slam the door shut. I lock it for a long moment. I just breathe hard. The sweat soaks my shirt. My hands tremble as I put down the flashlight and the radio. The monitors show empty spaces. No, there's movement. There's no shadows, just concrete, cars and flashing lights of movement on the monitor. For capture, the same dark figure as before. It's on the stairs, now closer to the camera, closer to me. My hands are shaking as I write this. I need to put it in writing before I forget the details, before I start doubting myself again. The police don't believe me. My wife thinks I need help, maybe I need it. But I know what I saw. I know what happened, and I need someone to understand why I can't take the 8:45 train to go home anymore. It all started 3 months ago. I had just switched to the night shift at the accounting firm. Overtime paid better, and Janet needed the money for her mother's medical bills. The commute wasn't bad. Less people, more silence. One begins to recognize the regulars. He went up on Canal Street every night at the same time, 10:32 a.m., worn brown suit, probably from 10 years ago, scratched shoes, a felt hat with a small tear in the brim. He walked to the same seat, third row from behind, by the window, eyes closed. Even before he sat down, never moved, never spoke the first week. I barely noticed him. Just another traveler tired returning home. But then I began to notice how he looked at me at first. It was subtle. I got off at my stop in Queens, and just as I set foot on the platform I felt something. A tingle on the back of my neck when I turned to look at the train. There he was, eyes wide open, looking directly at me through the glass, not just observing, staring at me, as if he knew me, as if he was trying to tell me something. I began to lend him more attention. His suit never changed, same shiny brown fabric on the elbows due to use, the same loose thread hanging from the right cuff, the same yellowish shirt collar. The hat always in place, even when he apparently slept one night. I decided to count how long he kept his eyes closed, 2 hours and 13 minutes. No one sleeps so still, without moving their head, without changing posture, without reacting to the brakes or the train announcements. After 3 weeks, I changed seats to get a better view of him. I noticed his hands never moved from his lap, pale fingers intertwined, no ring, no watch, no briefcase or purse, nothing to identify him as someone returning from work. The stares got worse, more intense. His eyes were fixed on mine through the glass, following me as the train pulled away. One night I swear I saw him smile, just a slight movement in the corner of my mouth, but it turned my stomach. I started taking pictures of him with the phone covertly, pretending that I was checking messages, but when I saw them later his face was always blurred, his brown suit and hat perfectly sharp, but where his face should be, only a blur of pixels. Janet saw the photos. "You're obsessed," he said. "He's just an old man on the train. Maybe he recognizes you somehow." Sighed, but I knew it wasn't that. The way he looked at me wasn't recognition, it was anticipation. I tried to change cars. He always showed up in mine. I tried trains earlier, later. He was always there, going up on Canal Street at 10:32. I started losing sleep at work. I was staring at the spreadsheets, seeing his face between the columns of numbers. My boss noticed. He called me to talk about my performance last week. Finally broke. I had to know. It went up as always. It sat down as always. I waited 10 minutes. Then I came over. "Excuse me," I said. "Nothing, sir. I see you every night. Do we know each other from somewhere?" His eyes remained closed, not a blink of an eye. I stretched out my hand to touch his shoulder. My hand pierced him as if it were smoke. I felt a cold air. I leaned back suddenly, opened my eyes, my face, but older, much older, tired, worn. The suit was also mine, the one I was wearing, only that aged from decades of use. I stumbled backwards, fell on someone's legs. As I looked again, his seat was empty. I ran to the next stop, took a taxi home, called sick the next day and the next. Yesterday I forced myself to go back to work. I had to. I couldn't lose my job. I took a different route to get home. It doubled my travel time. But I couldn't face that train again, waiting for my connection at the Jamaica station. I saw it. Not on a train, this standing on the opposite platform, same suit, same hat, same face. Mine raised hand in greeting. Security cameras show nothing, just me staring into space. I'm writing this on my kitchen table. It's 10:15 p.m. Janet sleeps upstairs. In 17 minutes he'll get on a train on Canal Street. I know, 'cause I feel it like a tug on my chest. The suit that I've been here for 3 years, the thread on my right fist is coming loose. My left elbow starts to wear out tomorrow. I'll burn it, but no, it won't be enough, because now I understand what he's trying to tell me every night on that train. For who knows how many years he's been waiting, watching, warning. I see the pattern now. The extra hours, the extra money we need, the long journeys getting longer, the slow wear of the fabric and the flesh. I know why it looks at me like that when I get off the train. 'Cause its gaze follows me to the platform. It's seeing another version of itself moving away again, and again. Time is not a straight line. Sometimes it folds in on itself like the rails of a train circling the city. Sometimes we get caught in those loops traveling the same roads until we forget how to walk differently. I told my boss an hour ago that I was quitting. I'm going to accept that job offer in Boston that Janet insisted so much. They pay less, but we'll manage. Because I know what happens if I don't. I've seen it. Spent, tired, traveling on the 1032 from Canal Street. Night after night after night. My hands don't shake anymore. The pull in my chest has disappeared. I think maybe I've broken the loop. But sometimes when I close my eyes I still feel the worn woolen fabric under my fingers. I still smell the metal and electricity from the tunnels. I still see my own eyes staring at me from the train window, filled with a sadness that I am only now beginning to understand. And I wonder how many other versions of me will be out there traveling in the dark, trying to warn themselves before it gets too much late. I won't be one of them. Just tomorrow we start packing for Boston and I'm going to take the bus to work. A warm seat shouldn't scare anyone. It's what I kept repeating to myself as I got off the bus that night. A warm seat is normal. It means someone was there recently, doesn't it? But that doesn't explain what I saw, it doesn't explain what I felt, and definitely not explain what came next. It all started on a Wednesday, at about 11:30 p.m. I had left work late as usual and took line 13 on my way home. It was one of the last buses of the day, practically empty. I went up through the front door, greeted the driver and headed towards the middle. There was only one passenger sitting in the back next to the window on the right side. A tall thin man hunched under a dark coat. I couldn't see his face well. His head was lowered, almost touching his chest. As if he were asleep, I sat down 5 rows ahead. I don't like seats in the back. But I also don't like to be very close to the driver. From where he was, I could see the man by the reflection in the window. He didn't move at any time. During the first minutes of the trip he raised his head or changed. 3 stops later, I looked again. I was alone. I turned completely in the seat. The last row was empty. The man had disappeared. I hadn't heard the bell of descent. I hadn't seen the doors open. No one else had gotten on or off. I got up with a strange feeling in my chest and walked to the back. The seats were all empty except for the last one on the right. That seat was hot but not warm. No, the faint heat that a normal person leaves when leaving. It was intensely warm, as if someone had been sitting for hours, as if they had a source of heat inside the cushion itself. I put my hand down, removed my fingers immediately. The heat was not natural. I returned to my seat without saying a word. The driver did not even flinch. I got off at my stop 3 blocks later. I walked to my apartment without looking behind, but I felt someone watching me from inside the bus as it drove away. That night I dreamed of the man in the dark coat. He was standing in front of my door, motionless, with his head down. I never lifted it. The dream was completely silent save for the sound of an engine idling, far away but steady. When I woke up my pillow was drenched in sweat. 3 days passed. I didn't take the bus. I used the car. I didn't sleep well. I started avoiding the windows at night. I turned off the TV. Only after covering the screen with a blanket, I was afraid to see his reflection. On Sunday I convinced myself that it had been a hallucination. I was stressed. I needed to get back to the routine. I took line 13 at 11 p.m. The bus was empty. I sat at the back. This time at first nothing happened. We moved forward 3 stops. Then I felt the seat to my right start to heat up very slowly, as if something invisible was sitting next to me. There was no one there. I stared at it. It didn't compress, it didn't move, but the heat was real and it grew. I felt the sweat slide down my back. The bus stopped. No one got on. I got up and changed seats, this time closer to the front. The driver looked at me from the rearview mirror. His eyes were unusually open, as if he also felt something, as if he knew when I got down. I heard him for the first time, an almost inaudible whisper right next to my ear. "Why did you leave?" I ran. I didn't look. Back the next night I drove. I double-locked the doors. I put on loud music. Still, when I got into bed I found pressure marks on the pillow next to mine, like if someone had been lying there watching me sleep. Since then the heat follows me in my car, in the passenger seat on the subway, when I change lines, in the empty chair in front of me, in the cafeteria. Always a slight rise in temperature, a trace, a presence. Sometimes at night, I swear I hear that engine in the background, and the whisper has returned. That was my place last night. When I got home I found an old bus ticket on my coffee table. It was damp like it had been in a sweaty pocket. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be today. The security camera in the lobby hasn't worked for 3 weeks. I know because I've been putting off calling maintenance. That detail stuck in my mind now. Maybe if it had been operational, I would have proof of what I saw that night at Lakeside Resort. I've been working the night shift at the front desk for 8 months after midnight. Not much happens at a lakeside resort in October. Summer crowds are gone. Fall colors are fading now. Most nights I just do paperwork and watch Netflix on the phone. That changed on October 12th. The wind picked up around 1 a.m., making the windows vibrate from the front. The temperature dropped quickly. I could feel the icy current coming through the revolving door. Only 3 rooms were occupied that night. A business traveler on the 204, an older couple on the 312, and a family with 2 children on the 318. I had personally checked them in during the afternoon shift before staying to cover the night. I was updating the maintenance log when a movement caught my attention through the lobby windows. A man walking across the lawn toward the lake wore an old suit, one of those with high-waisted pants and wide lapels, dark fabric, perhaps navy blue, a wide-brimmed hat. Who wears a fedora today? The way he walked seemed wrong, fluid, almost gliding as if his feet barely touched the lawn. And despite the wind that shook the trees, his clothes didn't move at all. I grabbed my flashlight and my keycard. Resort policy says we must review any outdoor guest activity after midnight for legal reasons. But also something felt off with that guy. "Sir, you can't," I managed to say as I walked out the front door. The wind hit me hard, so cold that it made me cry. "Sir, the lake is closed for the night." He kept walking straight to the shore. I ran to catch up with him, my boots crunching on the frosty grass. The ace of my flashlight bounced off his back, but he looked weaker than usual, like the light couldn't reach him. "Hey, go back to the building." I was already about 6 meters behind him, close enough to see more details of his clothes. The suit wasn't just old-fashioned. It looked like something out of a movie in black and white. The fabric had a strange, almost translucent sheen under the lantern. He reached the wooden promenade that borders the lake. His shoes made no sound on the planks. Mine rumbled with every step. "Stop!" I ran there, closing the distance. "It's forbidden to go from here." The man stopped at the edge of the pier, turned his head slowly to look at me. The ace of the lantern literally went through it. I could see the lake through his body as if it were made of smoke or dirty glass. His face God. His face pale as milk, with dark holes where his eyes should have been. My legs froze. The flashlight slipped from my numb hands and fell to the dock. The man opened his mouth, perhaps to smile, showing only blackness inside. Then he stepped forward, not over the water through she as if she walked through a door without splashing, without waves. 1 second she was there, the next she was completely gone. I froze maybe 5 minutes still looking at the place where the wind disappeared. The lake calmed down. It was like a mirror. My chest hurt when I realized that. I had been holding my breath. Finally the training and protocol were activated. I picked up the flashlight with trembling hands and swept the handles on the surface of the water. Nothing. Only small waves licking the pilings. I checked the dock and the shore for footprints. Only mine were visible in the frost. Inside, I opened the guest register on the computer. I checked every check-in of the last week. No male guest. Only except for the one from the 204, whom I saw come up with his briefcase hours ago. I opened the emergency procedures manual. Nothing about ghostly apparitions typical. My hands were still shaking as I picked up the phone and called Jerry. The hotel manager rang 6 times before going to mailbox. "Jerry, I'm Mark at the front desk. Sorry for calling so late, but something weird happened. Call me as soon as you hear this. It's important." I spent the next hour checking the security footage, but the cameras only cover the parking lot and the back entrance. Nothing shows the lake area. About at 3 in the morning I started to review old archives of the resort. Most of them are digitized, but we keep physical books from the 30s in a room behind the counter. Yellowed record books with elegant writing. I am not sure why I searched for October. Intuition. I was looking at decades of October records. Nothing attracted attention until I got to 1943. The calligraphy was different, more hurried, as if who was writing was upset. And there on the page of October 12, 1943, exactly 81 years ago, I found an entry that made my blood run cold. James Harrison, room 127. Note: the guest did not check out. Personal effects found in the room was reported to the police. I picked up the phone and searched Lakeside Resort Harrison 1943. The third result was an old newspaper article from the local archive. Disappearance of businessman baffles the police. October 14, 1943. Local authorities investigate disappearance of 47-year-old James Harrison at Lakeside Resort Chicago. Traveling business traveler was last seen by hotel staff Tuesday night. His room was found intact the next morning with his luggage and personal belongings, including his wallet and ID. A hotel employee claimed to have seen him walking near the lake after midnight, but searches in the area yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. The rest of the article was behind a paywall, but I had seen enough. Checked more recent newspapers every few years. Another article appeared, another sighting, always in October, always late at night, a man in a suit from the 40s walking towards the lake. The sun was rising when Jerry finally called me back. "Mark, I received your message." What happened that I couldn't wait until morning? I told him the whole man in the suit, how he disappeared in the lake, the old log, the items. There was a long silence after I finished. "How long have you been working here, Mark?" 8 months. "Then you wouldn't know about the others, the night staff, who have also seen him." "We don't advertise it, bad image for the business, but it happens every few years, always the same description, always the October 12th. Why didn't anyone say anything to me? Would you have believed me if we had?" I didn't answer. "Look," Jerry said, "your shift is almost over. Go home a little sleep. We can talk more about this tomorrow. What happened to Harrison? Did they come to find out?" Another pause. "The police dredged the lake in the 43. They didn't find anything. But there were rumors, stories about gambling debts, connections to the Chicago mob, typical of making people disappear in those years. Nothing was tried." I looked out the lobby windows at the lake. The surface was brushed by the normal quiet dawn light, and if it comes back, what do I do? It won't until next October 12th. But if you're still working here by then, just let it be. It's never hurt anybody. Just walk the same path over and over again, looking for something or trying to tell us something. Who knows? I think I need a drink. Go home, Mark. Rest and welcome to the club. Not everyone sees it. Consider it special. I hung up and gathered my things. The receptionist on the day shift would arrive soon. While I waited, I kept looking at the lake. The sun was already high, dyeing the water golden. Hard to believe what I had seen. Just a few hours before a family came down to a breakfast, the room 318. The kids glued their faces to the lobby windows, pointing to some ducks swimming near the shore. Their mother called them to the dining room. Normal tourist things on a normal morning. But she knew she would come back that night and the next, and every night until she found out what really happened to James Harrison. What was she trying to tell us? Why did she keep coming back to walk that same trail to Lake? The door, the main sound, rang when the receptionist of the day came in. Time to go home. But as I drove, I couldn't get the image of that face turning towards me, those empty eyes, that black mouth like a well, and I wondered, what if he's not trying to tell us something? What if he's trying to warn us about whatever awaits him in the lake, whatever that took him away? October night 81 years ago. I guess I'll find out on October 12th. Comes back every year, and now I know what to look for. But next time I'll take a working camera, and I won't let it get on the water. I have questions for James Harrison, and I think he's got answers. Sean, a warm seat on the bus shouldn't scare anyone. That I kept repeating to myself on the way home that night, but I couldn't stop thinking on what happened. I still can't. The doctors say writing it down might help, so here's everything that happened in the garage that night, just the facts. I've been working the night shift for City Transit for 6 years. My job is simple. Check the buses when they come back, make sure they're empty, register lost items, and get them ready for the morning shift. Nothing exciting ever happens until 3 weeks ago. It was Tuesday, October 12th. The digital clock on the garage wall read 11:42 p.m. when bus 247 arrived. Jerry, the driver, greeted me as always. He never checks the bus himself. That's my job. I waited for the engine noise to go out, the metal cooling down to those typical popping sounds, garage lights buzzing upstairs. Everything normal. I took my flashlight and clipboard, walked to the front door, and I went up. The procedure is standard. Walk to the bottom, checking each row, look for sleeping passengers, abandoned bags, anything out of place. I had done it thousands of times. The rubber floor creaked under my boots. The hazard lights threw their faint glow halfway down the aisle. I heard it, a soft sound like fabric rubbing against fabric. It came from the bottom. I stopped and pointed the flashlight at the back seats. That's when I saw it. A figure sitting in the back row, right side, only a dark silhouette against the window. The light ace of my flashlight illuminated what looked like the back of a head, dark hair, perhaps the collar of a coat. "The bus is closed," I said aloud. Nothing, not an answer. I took another step. "Sir, ma'am, you must get out of the vehicle." Silence, not a single movement. My heart began to beat faster, sweat covered my palms. causing the flashlight to slip, I thought about calling security. But they would only tell me to handle it. That was my job. It was 5 rows. It's their last warning. I'm getting closer. You must get out. For rows 3, the figure remained perfectly motionless, not breathing, not moving. Just that shape dark against the glass in 2 rows. My flashlight picked up something strange. The edges of the figure looked badly blurred like heat waves coming off the asphalt. 1 row, my hands were shaking. The ace of light was dancing on the empty back seat. I blinked, I looked again. The seat was completely empty. But something else wasn't right. I reached out, touched the vinyl cover of the hot seat. Not warm hot, as if someone I would have been sitting there for hours. My fingers pulled back immediately. The heat wasn't natural. The bus seats cooled down fast. It was October, the nights were cold, again. Never reported anything strange. Life went back to normal, or what passes for normal. When you know what I know, I keep working the night shift. I keep checking every bus, every seat. But now I pay special attention to the warm seats. To sometimes a warm seat just means someone was there recently. Natural body heat that goes away soon, normal. But sometimes that heat lasts longer than it should. And on those nights I remember Jerry and the figure who was riding on his bus and all the things we don't understand about this world. I've never told this story until now. I didn't want to sound crazy, but every word happened. It's true. I have the records of temperature to test it in case it's worth anything. The doctors say that writing it down will help me process it. Maybe they're right, but that's not why I'm telling it. I'm telling it because last night on bus 186 I felt that familiar warmth again. Another bus, another seat, but the same. Impossible heat. This time I didn't look for a figure. I didn't need it. I just filled out my report. Clear bus without incident. But now I'm watching the driver of the 186 bus, making sure he stays healthy, safe. Because whatever gets on our buses past midnight, whatever leaves those warm seats behind, it's not over, and I don't think Jerry was his first passenger, nor his last. This felt like body heat, but stronger, more inadequate. I staggered back. I almost fell off. The ace of the flashlight. I swept the windows, the ceiling, the others. Seats all empty. The bus felt different now, heavier. The air was thick. I ran without even trying to hide it. I ran down the aisle. My boots hit the floor. The front door seemed to be miles away. I jumped out into the garage, panting. Other buses were in their dark and quiet places. The fluorescent lights buzzed. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't get back in. I didn't just call Mike, the security guard of the night shift. My voice was shaking. As I explained to him, he didn't laugh. Mike has been working here for 20 years. He's seen things too. We came back together. Mike had his pepper spray in his hand, stupid against whatever. But it made us feel better. The bus seemed ordinary. Now we checked every seat. The last row had cooled down. There was no sign that anyone or anything had been there. I filled out my report. Bus 247 cleared without incident. What else could I write? No one believes in ghost stories. But I hadn't finished. The next night, the 247 bus arrived at the same time. I was about to call in sick, but I needed the job. Everything seemed normal at first. Same procedure, same floor that screeches, same emergency lights in the middle of the hallway. My flashlight picked up movement in the background. My throat closed. The figure was sitting in the same place. Dark shadow, featureless, blurred edges like a mirage. This time I didn't say anything. I didn't get closer. I just observed. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the next faded away. The seat shone again with that unnatural heat. This happened 5 more times that week. Always the 247 bus, always the last row, right side, always the same figure that disappeared when I approached. Leaving that disturbing heat, I began to document everything. Schedules, temperatures, weather conditions. The seat, it always read 98.77 GR Fahrenheit just after the figure disappeared. Exactly the temperature of the human body. The heat lasted exactly 7 minutes and 13 seconds before cooling down. I looked in the old records. The history of bus 247 showed nothing out of the ordinary. No accidents, no deaths, no missing people. But I found something else. The driver Jerry had been assigned to this route exactly 3 weeks before. Just when everything started, I waited for him the next night. "Hey Jerry, have you noticed anything strange on your route lately?" He tensed up. He didn't look me in the eye, like someone sitting in the back who disappears. His face paled. "You too, have you seen him for hours?" Jerry had noticed it first 3 weeks ago. A passenger got on at the Miller Street stop. He paid the fare, walked to the back. Jerry didn't see his face well at the end from the journey. The passenger had not gotten off. Jerry called. There was no answer. When he turned to look, the figure disappeared. But the seat was hot every night. Since then, the same stop, same seat. Same disappearance. We decided to investigate the next night. I got on with Jerry on his route. We arrived at the Miller Street stop at 10:47 at night. There was no one waiting, but the doors of the bus opened by themselves. Heavy footsteps sounded when going up the stairs. The fare reader beeped recording a payment, but no one was visible. We watched in the rearview mirror as the cushion of the back seat was compressed as if someone was sitting down, but there was no way to see it. 7 minutes. Later the mark disappeared. The seat returned to its usual shape, although it was radiating that familiar warmth. We repeated the experiment for a week. Always the same results. We took videos, but you couldn't see anything. Just an empty seat that got hot for no apparent reason. I couldn't sleep anymore. I spent my days investigating similar cases. I didn't find anything identical, but I did find many ghost passenger stories on public transport. Most of them were treated as urban legends. So, Jerry didn't show up for his turn. He called saying he was sick. The substitute driver didn't report anything unusual the next day. The same on the 3rd we got the news. Jerry had died in his sleep, heart attack. They said he was only 42 years old that night. Bus 247 came back with its new driver. I almost didn't check it, but I needed to know the figure. He was sitting in the back as always. But something had changed. Now I could see a face in the dark. Jerry's face smiled at me, a sad smile. And then he faded. The seat was warm when I touched him one last time. The 247 bus didn't show another ghost passenger again. After that, the new driver never reported anything strange. Life went back to normal. The nightly security cameras showed nothing unusual at 2:47 in the morning when I first saw him. Just empty hallways and dark offices on the 12th floor of the Meridian building. But there he was on the 10th floor. A black figure standing motionless next to the window flickered loudly, and I approached the grainy screen. The figure didn't move. I worked in security in this building for 6 years. I know every corner, every shadow cast by the streetlights outside. This was different. The silhouette was human size, but something didn't add up. Too dark, too still. My mouth went dry while watching it. The radio crackled. Everything was fine over there. Mike was Dave at the reception. Yes, I said with a broken voice. I just thought I saw something in the 10. Probably nothing. Do you want me to check it? No. I got up. The chair squeaked against the floor. The protocol said that we should investigate any possible intrusion, even if it seemed just a game of shadows. The elevator ride seemed eternal. My hand did not stop looking for pepper spray in my belt. The building was completely closed. Card access after 6 p.m. Motion sensors on each floor. Cameras covering all angles. No one could have entered without us knowing. The elevator doors opened with a soft ding. The 10th floor was dark, save for the dim glow of exit signs and city lights filtering through the windows. I took out my flashlight and swept with the ace between the empty cubicles. Nothing had moved. My footsteps echoed as I advanced to the window where I had seen the figure. The space was empty. Just another dark office with generic paintings on the walls and dusty fake plants in the corners. I relaxed a little and lowered the flashlight. Then something moved in my peripheral vision. Only for a fraction of a second. I immediately turned, my heart hammering. The also revealed nothing but empty cubicles. Security. I called. If anyone is here, show yourself now. Silence, just the hum of the ventilation system. I thoroughly checked the entire floor, office by office, conference room, closets. Everything was closed, intact, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me back at my desk. I rewound the security footage. The figure was clearly visible at 2:47 in the morning, standing motionless by the window for exactly 3 minutes before fading away. I played it again and another time. It wasn't a mistake or a camera failure. Something had been there. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then I've seen it 6 more times, always at night, always on different floors, sometimes by windows, sometimes in doorways or at the end of dark corridors. Never when others are present. The cameras, they capture it only half the time. I've started documenting every sighting. Night 3, 8th floor, 1 hour 16. A figure at the entrance of the break room for about 30 seconds. No movement. Disappeared. When I picked up the phone to take a photo, night 5, 4th floor, 3:24 a.m., I saw it reflected in the window of an empty office. I turned and there was nothing captured on camera. Night 7, 12th floor, 11:52 p.m. Stop at the end of the main hallway seemed higher than before. Disappeared. Blinking. Night 8, 6th floor, 2:33 in the corner of my vision while making the rounds. Disappeared. When looking directly did not appear on camera. Night 10, 9th floor, 4:17 a.m. next to the elevator. Definitely in human form, but somehow wrong. Too dark, like a gap in space. The footage shows only static for those 2 minutes last night. It was the worst. I was alone in the security office around 3 a.m., looking at the monitors as always. A movement caught my attention on the screen on the 7th floor. The figure was there, but this time I was looking directly at the camera. I felt blood draining from my face. In all the previous sightings, I was in profile or from behind. I could now see where his face should be. Just empty, darker as the darkness around him. My hands trembled as I turned on the radio. "You have to see this," I said to Dave. "What's up, 7th floor camera? Tell me you see it too." Pause. "See, it's empty up there." Looked at the screen. The figure was gone. Rewound the footage there. I was staring at the camera for a full minute before disappearing. "Forget it," I said. It must have been my imagination, but I knew what I'd seen and I knew I had to figure out what that thing was. I spent my day off researching the history of the building. The Meridian was built in 1983. Pretty ordinary. Save for an incident in 1997, a maintenance worker fell from the 10th floor. The window he was cleaning came loose from its frame. It was called an accident, but there were doubts about the safety equipment and inspection records. That night I arrived early for my shift. I brought new equipment, an infrared thermometer, an EMF meter that a friend who was fond of the ghost house, and a camera better than my cell phone. "Are you okay, Mike?" Dave asked when he saw my backpack full of gadgets. "Have you been a little tense lately?" "I'm fine," I replied, just being meticulous. The first few hours were quiet. I watched all the monitors, waiting for any signal. The EMF meter was silent on the desk. The temperature readings were normal. At 2:46 in the morning, the meter went crazy. All the hairs on my body stood on end. The air became thick, like just before a storm. I checked the monitors. 9th floor, by the window. There was the figure. It seemed more solid than before, less like a shadow, more like something real. I took the camera firmly and headed for the elevator. This time I would get evidence. The 9th floor was colder than usual. My breath was condensing in front of me as I exited the elevator. The EMF meter in my pocket vibrated with very high readings. I moved carefully into the darkness, camera ready. The figure was still there, a black silhouette against the lights. As I got closer, I noticed that it didn't touch the ground. It floated a few inches from the carpet, 20 feet 1510. The air became colder, with each step at 5 feet. I lifted the camera. The figure turned. I froze where his face should be. There was only an absence of emptiness that hurt. Looking at my chest, it was compressed, as if the air were sucked in. The camera slipped from me. Numb fingers. The figure moved, not walking but sliding towards me. The darkness around it was expanding like dense smoke. I staggered back, trying to light the flashlight. The ace went through it, without stopping. Kept moving a meter. The cold was unbearable. My lungs were burning. The darkness invaded my field of vision. My back touched the wall. The figure leaned towards me, that empty face inches from mine. I felt it suck me in. Something inside, as if trying to take my breath away. The heat, life. I closed my eyes and let myself fall. My legs wouldn't hold me. The cold crept to my bones. I couldn't breathe. The radio in my belt crackled. "Mike, are you up there?" The motion sensor activated in the 9. The voice broke the spell. I inhaled a breath of air and opened my eyes. It was gone. The temperature was rising. The meter was rising. EMF had been silenced. "I'm here," I managed to say over the radio. Everything was in order. I was just checking something. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely pick up the camera when reviewing the footage. Then I only got static. I submitted my resignation 2 weeks later. Someone else took over the night shift. Someone else tried to explain the cold spots, the peaks of EMF, the dark figure standing by the windows and looking at the city with his empty face. But sometimes I wonder, what is he looking for? What does he see out there in the darkness, and what would have happened if Dave hadn't knocked right then and there? I still walk by the Meridian building some nights. When I can't sleep, I always check the windows floor by floor, and sometimes, just sometimes, I see something. A shadow darker than the darkness, standing perfectly motionless, looking down at the street. I don't stop anymore. I stare too long, but I know it's there waiting, maybe for another maintenance worker, maybe for another security guard, maybe for anyone who stays too late and stare too long at the shapes in the dark. All I know is I'm done with night shifts. Let someone else investigate the figure in the window. Some mysteries, better leave them unsolved. I need to write this down while I have it fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of what happened to me last night at the Parkview Hotel. I checked my phone records, talked to the staff, even called the police. Nothing blocked. Arrived at the Parkview around 6 p.m. yesterday. I traveled on business to Cincinnati. Nothing special. The hotel was on a corner of downtown. One of those old brick buildings from the 20s, brass hardware, panels, dark wood, High ceilings, the lobby smelled, sidewalk for furniture and old carpet. The receptionist, Sarah, according to her badge, handed me the key to room 412 at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. She said her fingers were icy when they brushed mine. The elevator creaked all the way up. On the way out the corridor stretched empty and silent. Dark red carpet, wallpaper with a sloppy pattern. The type of place which was probably fancy 50 years ago. Something felt off as soon as I opened the door to the 412. The room was clean, normal looking, queen-size bed with a brown bedspread, TV over the comfy desk by the window. But the proportions were wrong somehow, as if the walls weren't perfectly straight or the ceiling was slightly too high. I blinked. I told myself I was being paranoid. I put my laptop on the desk and started to unpack the clothes, went to the drawers that got a little stuck when I opened them. My phone vibrated, an email from a client I sat down to. Answered. The room felt colder than the thermostat indicated, 72 GR, but the air had a sticky humidity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I went to the bathroom. My footsteps sounded hollow on the carpet, as if there was space empty underneath. The mirror had dark spots in the corners where the silver was peeling off. My reflection looked normal, but the angle seemed incorrect, as if he was looking at me from the side, despite being in front of me. I poured water on my face. At 7:15 the phone rang in the room of the ancients with a real bell. I answered. Mr. Davidson, the receptionist speaking. We only called to confirm your alarm clock for 6 in the morning. I haven't asked for an alarm clock. I said. Pause. Here it is in the system, room 412, alarm clock at 6 o'clock. There must be an error. I don't need it. I will delete it, sir. Sorry for the confusion. The line was cut off. I went back to the mail, but I couldn't concentrate. The room felt bigger, the corners farther away than they should be. The wall clock was ticking too loud. At about 8:30 I heard voices in the hallway. Normal hotel noise, people going out to dinner, I guessed, but they sounded distorted, like they came from water. I opened the door to look at the hallway. It was empty. I was hungry. The hotel restaurant was closed, so I walked a few blocks to a diner, burger and fries, coffee, all normal, but I felt unbalanced. As if the floor wasn't level, I went back to the hotel at 10. The lobby was empty except for another receptionist. A gray-haired gentleman nodded at me. The elevator took longer to go up than down. The elevator took longer to go up than down. When the doors opened, the lights in the hallway blinked only a second, but enough to turn my stomach. I showered, trying to shake off that strange feeling. The water pressure fluctuated, the pipes creaked behind the walls, the puddle was still there. At 11:45 at night it was in the bed half watching a replay of The Office. Then I heard it aloud. Bang in the next room, the 414, as if someone had crashed into the wall. Another bang and another, a frantic rhythm, as if someone was banging with both fists. The wall was shaking. I sat up, my heart racing. The tapping got louder. Faster now. It sounded like multiple people banging. The noise was deafening. I grabbed my phone, ready to call reception, but before dialing the sound, total silence ceased. My hands were shaking while dialing reception. Here, the 412, there is a disturbance next door. Loud noises next to the 414. Yes, sir, that room has been empty for several days. No one has checked in there. My mouth dried. I heard knocks many just now. I will send security. Hung up. I put on pants and a t-shirt. I opened the door just as the high guard arrived. Black uniform. Reported noise from 414. Nodded. Used a master key to open the door. The room was dark, perfectly empty. Bed made without luggage. Nothing out of place. Checked the bathroom, the closet, every corner. Nothing. This room is empty since Monday. Said sometimes the pipes make noises. It was probably that, but those weren't pipe noises. I knew what I had heard. I went back to my room. I couldn't sleep. The clock read 12:30, not 12:15. I would swear it said 12:30 a.m. moment ago. The TV turned on by itself. Static. I pressed the off button. Nothing. I unplugged it. The static went on 3 more seconds before turning off. The room felt huge now. The walls impossibly far away. The ceiling must have been 6 m high, but when I looked straight, everything was back to normal. At 1 a.m. the phone rang again. Your alarm clock is confirmed for 6 a.m. Mr. Davidson. I didn't ask for an alarm clock. I already said it. Our records show it was requested. When checking in number law, I have said twice I don't want it anymore. Very well, sir. I will delete it again. Click. My phone showed no service. Now the Wi-Fi was gone. The room felt like a void, disconnected from the rest of the world. The tapping started again. The tapping started again, slower this Time, deliberate as if something was testing the wall between us, grabbed my keys, and my wallet. Didn't care about luggage. I had to get out of there. The hallway light flashed on the way out. The elevator wasn't responding when I pressed the button. I took the stairs 4 floors down, but the staircase was still 5 floors 6 if the numbers on the doors didn't make sense anymore. 427. 7 p.m. I ran faster. My footsteps resonated weird, as if I was going up instead of down. The air became thicker, hard to breathe. Finally, the lobby empty without a receptionist. The front doors were closed. I heard footsteps behind me. I turned and saw Sarah, the receptionist at the check-in. "You are leaving early, Mr. Davidson." The dark sky. Most of the windows were dark, except for a few scattered ones. A light was shining on the first floor, room 193. My keycard from all those years was still hanging on my keychain. I could never throw it away. The card reader beeped green when I passed it. The oncology ward was quiet at this hour. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum. The door to room 193 was ajar. A warm light was pouring into the hallway. I stopped at the entrance. The room looked exactly the same. The same mint green walls, the same window overlooking the parking lot, the same chair where I used to sit during visits. The bed was empty, the sheets tight and smooth. "Hello," my voice trembled, unresponsive. I walked in. The monitoring equipment was dark and quiet, with no signs of recent use. The whiteboard still had it written: patient Robert Wilson, with erasable dialer out of bed. My father's name. My phone vibrated in my pocket. The screen showed that number again. I 5550193 answered. "I'm here," I said finally. The voice sounded clearer, now closer. "Turn around, son." I did. The room was empty. My phone showed call ended. When I tried to call back, the number had disappeared from my call history, as if it had never existed. I sank into the chair next to the empty bed, stayed there until dawn, waiting for a call that never came. The next night at 3:17 in the morning, my phone remained silent, and every night after that too. But sometimes when I drive past the hospital, I look out the window of room 193. Some nights it's dark, some nights there's a light on, and some nights if I look carefully, I swear I see a figure standing there holding what appears to be a phone to my ear. I keep my old hospital card. I still have that sticky note with the number written on it. I keep thinking maybe someday the phone will ring again. Maybe this time I'll be ready. Maybe this time I'll know what to say. But deep down I know the truth. That call came 25 years too late. Some calls lost can never be returned. Some waiting rooms remain empty forever. Some conversations remain unfinished. Every year on the anniversary of that night, I sit by the phone at 3:17 in the morning, just in case the number never comes back. The voice never rings, but I remember what he said: "Time is running out." He was right. Time ran out long ago in a hospital room at the I was afraid to come in. Now all I have is a number that doesn't exist, a voice that I'll never hear again, and the endless silence of a phone that doesn't ring. Sometimes late at night I catch myself dialing those numbers: 55550-193. I always dial the number correctly. The same recording. "We're sorry, but the number you're trying to call isn't in service." I've memorized every word of that automated message. It has become a kind of ritual to mark, listen, hang, repeat each time, waiting for something different each time, knowing that it will not change. The hospital renovated the oncology room. Last year room 193 no longer exists. They renumbered everything. They put new floors. They painted on those walls mint green. But in my mind it is still there. Keep waiting, just like that voice said on the phone. "We are waiting for you." I keep thinking about that first missed call. Yes, I would have answered it at 3:17 if I had been braver that night at 16, if I had gone to room 193 when the nurse called. Yes, 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 but you can't call back into the past. You can't reach the time and change what has already happened. All you can do is listen to the dial tone, listen to the family recording, and wonder about the conversations that could have been. The phone company still insists that number never existed. My call history shows otherwise. Reality and memory blur like static on a bad connection. In the end, maybe it doesn't matter if the number was real. The voice was real enough. The room was real. The wait was real. Some nights I dream about that hospital hallway, with walking into room 193, phone in hand in the dreams. I always answer when it rings, but I always wake up before I hear what the voice has to say. The sticky note with the number is still on my work monitor. The ink has faded, but I already know those digits from memory. 55,550,193. A number that doesn't exist, a call that never came, an eternally unfinished conversation. Time is running out. It's always been like this. It will always be like this, but I still hope I hear. I still remember that voice asking, "Why aren't you here yet?" And I don't have an answer. I never had it. I never will. I'm a systems operator on the night shift of a hydroelectric plant. It's not an exciting job, no action, just graphic screens, green and red lights flashing. The facilities are in the middle of the forest, on the edge of an artificial lake, far enough away from the city for the sky tonight be absolute black. No light pollution, and old enough that some areas of the plant are still built on original structures from the 40s. The first weeks were quiet. I liked the routine: pressure check on the valves, turbine flow, safety check every hour, then rest, coffee, more monitoring. But then the blackouts began. No electrical blackouts, hearing blackouts, that's what I call them. Moments when everything it sounds bad, as if the ambient noise suddenly disappeared, the hum of the consoles, the beeping of the monitors, the flow of water behind the walls, everything stops. For a few seconds, the silence is not natural. It's like someone paused the world. The first time it happened, I thought it was my imagination until I saw the screens. They all froze for exactly 5 seconds, then everything went back to the normality. I checked the backup system, the energy logs, the internal network. Nothing indicated failures. Since then it happens every night, always at the same time. 211 in the morning exactly. At first I thought it was a program failure, some kind of automatic test of the system that no one informed me, but then came the other symptoms. The digital clocks were delayed 5 seconds after the blackout, not just one. All thermometers that marked 0 degrees even in summer, warning lights that turned on for no reason and went out when someone else entered the room, and the most disturbing thing: the shadows, not yours, those of others. You see a figure reflected in the glass of the control room, a silhouette behind you. You turn around, there is no one. You look at the reflection again, it is no longer there. I recorded one of those moments with my cell phone. You don't see anything strange until the 17th second. There just behind me a tall, thin figure, without a face forms. It remains motionless as if it was watching me. When I turn around, it disappears. I showed it to one of the technicians on the day shift. He told me that it was a glitch of the lens. He asked me to stop watching so many horror movies, but his voice trembled while I said it, and then I found the door. It was by accident. I was inspecting a minor leak near the auxiliary damper in the oldest section of the plant, when I noticed a hallway I'd never seen. It wasn't in the plans. The walls were stained concrete with rusty pipes dripping. The air was cold, much colder than the rest of the floor. At the end of the hallway, a steel door with a circular window had no handle, no hinge, was just there, embedded in the wall. I approached. I looked through the glass, darkness, but I felt something, as if the darkness on the other side was staring back at me. Since that night the door appears in different places. One day it is next to the maintenance room, another in front of the turbine room. No one else sees it, only I opened it once, or at least I think so. I don't remember knocking on the door. I just remember being there. Standing in front of her, the total darkness, I felt a tug in my stomach, a sensation as if my body had lost weight, as if it were floating, and then noise, not a scream, not a roar. It was a kind of chorus, voices whispering from different angles. I didn't understand what they were saying, but they were all whispering the same rhythm, as if they were praying to me. When I woke up I was on the floor of the valve room. 3 hours had happened. After that, no one knew where I had been, nor since then. The plant behaves more and more strangely. The turbines change speed for no reason. The access doors lock on their own. The cameras show empty areas that later appear full of fog or with out-of-focus figures. Last week one of the operators on the day shift resigned without giving reasons. He looked me in the eye before leaving and said, "Have you heard the water talk to you?" I laughed. He didn't. That same night I went down to the pressure room. I stopped by the secondary water channel. I turned off the radio. I closed my eyes and I heard, no water, thin old voices singing. They repeated my name. Tonight I decided not to run. I have the recordings, the photos, the diary. I have documented everything. If something happens to me it will be recorded. I know that door will open again. I know that it is waiting for me, and this time I'm going to cross it, because if what's out there can get in, I want to know what's in there. The clock on my dashboard read 11:47 at night. When I got to the rest area my bladder was about to burst, and I hadn't seen another car in the last 40 miles of that highway. The fluorescent lights buzzed over the empty parking lot. There was only one other vehicle there, a parked blue van near the entrance. I turned off the engine and stood for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the intense light. The rest area building was a simple concrete structure with vending machines visible through the dirty windows. A single security light cast yellow circles on the cracked sidewalk. My boots creaked on the loose gravel as I walked to the entrance. The door creaked as I pushed it on. The linoleum floor showed years of use, and the whole place smelled like industrial cleaner mixed with stale coffee. A guy in a leather jacket was in the vending machine with his back to me. He didn't turn when I walked in. The door to the men's bathroom was open with a rubber stop inside. 3 urinals lined up on one wall and 2 cubbies on the other. The fluorescent light above the mirror flickered every few seconds. Water was constantly dripping from one of the faucets. I went to the middle urinal and unbuttoned the bathroom door. It squeaked behind me. Probably the guy with the vending machine coming in. I kept my eyes straight ahead, following the unwritten rules of etiquette. In the men's room, the dripping faucet echoed on the tiled walls. My neck shuddered. I felt a little off, but I couldn't identify what the air was. It got heavier, colder. James, the voice came right next to my ear. Deep, rough like sandpaper on concrete. I turned my head to one side. There was no one there. My heart was pounding against my ribs. I buckled fast, almost catching myself with the zipper. James, the voice again, this time on the other side. So close I should have felt his breath on my neck. But when I turned, the bathroom was empty. I backed up to the door, scanning every corner. The cubicle doors were open. No one hiding there. No windows or other entrances. Just tile walls, porcelain fixtures, and that damn dripping faucet. My hands were shaking as I reached for the door handle. The metal felt icy under my palm. James behind me, now right behind me. I pulled the door and staggered out into the main area. The kind of the vending machine was gone. His truck was still in the parking lot, visible through the windows, but he was gone. The fluorescent lights seemed louder. Now they cast harsh shadows that made every corner seem deeper, darker. I walked to the driveway, moving faster with each step, the sound of my boots on the ground echoing too loudly in the empty space. The exit door didn't move when I pushed it. I tried again, harder. It felt like something was holding it from the other side. My breathing became gaspy. James, the voice filled the whole room, now bouncing off every surface. Stay with this, I said loudly. My voice sounded weak compared to the other. I slammed the door open. It slammed open and I staggered out into the parking lot. The blue van was gone. I hadn't heard it start or drive away. The parking lot was completely empty except for my car. I ran to my vehicle looking for the keys. The fluorescent lights above began to go out, one by one, sounding sections of the lot in the dark. Dropped the keys, picked them up, and finally opened the door. The engine roared as it started. I put it in reverse and stepped on the gas. The gravel flew as I turned the car and accelerated into the highway. In my rearview mirror, the rest area disappeared into the darkness. The last light went out just before I lost sight of it completely. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept looking at the mirror, waiting to see lights behind me, but the road remained empty and dark. After 10 miles, I saw another rest area ahead. My bladder was screaming for relief. I hadn't used the bathroom yet, but I pressed the accelerator more and I passed it by. I didn't stop until I got to the next town. 20 miles down, the 24-hour gas station had bright lights and 3 customers inside. The teenage employee looked up from his phone. When I walked normal, safe in the bathroom, I checked every cubicle before using the urinal. No voice called my name, just the hum of the lights and the distant pop music from the store speakers. I turned around in my car, opened Google Maps. I needed to find a route home that avoided that stretch of highway. The map showed the road I had been on, but where I should have been, the rest area, there was nothing marked, only empty land between exits. I expanded even more. Nothing according to the map. There was no rest area in that location. My phone rang, making me jump. Unknown number. I rejected the call. Rang from new. Immediately same unknown number. I declined it again. A text message appeared. Answer the phone. James. The phone rang a third time. My hands were shaking as I looked at the screen. The call ended and another text appeared. See you next time. I turned off the phone and threw it in the back seat. The lights at the gas station suddenly seemed dim and insufficient. I started the car and headed to the interstate, taking the road far home. That was 3 weeks ago. I've mapped out new routes to avoid that highway altogether. I don't stop at rest areas anymore, no matter how much I need to, and I never drive alone at night. But sometimes my phone rings, always from an unknown number. I never answer, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my bathroom at home, I think I hear water dripping from the tap, even though I know it's well closed. Night. I woke up at exactly 11:47 at night. My phone was ringing, unknown number. Before I could reject it, a message came. I miss you, James. The bathroom also misses you. I packed my bags. I'm leaving tomorrow, heading west. I don't know where I'm going, but I know what I'm leaving behind. I just hope it's enough, because last night after that message I got up to go to the bathroom. When I turned on the light, The faucet was dripping, and in the mirror just for a second I saw something standing behind me. I was wearing a leather jacket now. I sleep in my car. I don't sleep well anymore, not since that night 3 weeks ago. Now I leave all the lights on. All the electric bill will be ridiculous, but I don't care. The alternative is worse, much worse. I moved my bed to the center of the room, away from the walls and any corner where something could hide, where he could hide. It all started during my annual spring cleaning. My mother had been insisting for months that I clean my things out of the basement. "David, you're 32 years old. I'm not a warehouse," she had told me. I was right. So I drove to her house on a Saturday morning and started going through the dusty boxes of my childhood. The job was simple. Most things were. Going straight to trash bags, schoolwork, old broken figures, tangled headphones. Some things I put aside to keep my baseball card collection, a couple of yearbooks, my father's old watch, and then I found the car. It was at the bottom of a box marked David, 8 to 10 years old, a red 1967 model Mustang on a metal scale, about 15 centimeters long. The paint was peeling on some dots, revealing the metal. One of the doors didn't close properly, but when I saw it I was invaded by a wave of memories. It had been my inseparable companion for almost 2 years of my childhood. I took it everywhere, to school, to the park, even to bed. My grandfather had given it to me on my 8th birthday a few months before he died. "This one is special," he told me, his hand stained with age, pressing the car against my palm. "Take good care of it." I remember feeling a little disappointed. I wanted the new trendy video game, but something about the way he looked at me made me treasure it at the time. The car was battery-powered, turned on headlights, and emitted a soft engine purr, but those functions had died years ago. Now it was just a piece of metal and plastic. When I got home I put it on my desk, planned to clean it up after. 3 nights later I woke up at 3:17 in the morning. The red numbers on the clock were glowing in the darkness. Something had woken me up, but I didn't know what. Then I heard it, a soft sound like metal scraping would coming from my desk. I remained motionless, holding my breath. The sound came back. Ras, ras, pause, ras, ras. My mind ran with possible explanations. A mouse, the structure of the house, the heating, but I knew those sounds. This one was different. The scraping stopped. Now there was a new sound, little clicks, like tiny footsteps on the wooden floor. They approached my bed. I slowly stretched my hand towards the lamp on my bedside table. The clicks stopped. The silence became thick like a cloak over my ears. I found the switch, click, light, and there was the Mustang, sitting perfectly still at the foot of my bed, its front pointed straight at me. Face as if he was looking at me, but that was impossible. I had left it on my desk about 5 meters away. I remembered it well. I had placed it next to my laptop before going to bed. I sat down slowly, the heart hammering. The car didn't move. It was just there, its chrome bumper glowing under the lamp. I took the cell phone. I took a picture of it. I needed proof. The minutes passed. I didn't blink the car either. I finally got out the legs of the bed with trembling hands. I picked it up. It was cold, cold as ice, much more than I should in a warm room. I took it back to the desk, left it exactly where it had been. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I convinced myself that I had dreamed it. I had to have dreamed it. I went to work. I spent the day looking at spreadsheets in the hospital, trying to forget it that night. I made sure the car was safe on the desk before going to bed. I even took a picture of it to record its position. I had a hard time sleeping, but in the end I fell. The sound of metal squeaking against metal, it woke me up. I opened my eyes to the darkness. The sound continued, a high-pitched moan that made my teeth hurt. It came from right next to my head. I slowly turned to the right. 2 small points of light glowed in the dark. The headlights of the car were not the warm yellow I remembered. They were a sickly green, casting a deadly glow on my pillow. The sound of the engine grew, a contained roar. The car was on, but I had no batteries. I had checked them. I had no batteries. I screamed. I jumped out of bed. I fell to the floor. I ran to the light switch, my fingers slipping on the wall light. The car was on my pillow, tilted slightly, the headlights off, but I had seen them. I had seen them. My hands were shaking incessantly as I took more pictures. In the pictures, it seemed harmless, just a toy on a pillow, but I knew the truth. I took it again, icy to the touch, locked it in my desk drawer, put the office chair on top, heavy, solid, impossible to move effortlessly. I didn't sleep at all that night. I spent the next day at home, called work and pretended to be sick, couldn't focus on anything else, spent hours reading online, researching haunted objects. Most of the stories were clearly made up, but some had a blood-cursing tone of truth. Found a forum dedicated to cursed objects, posted my story. Most of the responses were mockery or pure skepticism. But one person messaged me private, "Your grandfather, where did he get the car?" He wrote, "I realized he didn't know. I called my mother, Mom, do you remember the toy car that Grandpa gave me, the red Mustang?" Of course he answered, "He was obsessed with you having it. He didn't let anyone else touch it." Why? Do you know where he got it? There was a pause. No, but now that you mention it, it was strange. He appeared with him right after your grandmother died. She said she found it in an antique store. But your father swore he'd seen that same car at Grandpa's house when he was a kid, 30 years earlier. They had a horrible fight over that. What kind of fight? Your dad said that car was weird. He said it moved by itself at night. Your grandfather got really angry. He said it was ruining your birthday. They barely spoke to each other again. After that, I hung up. Soon my head was spinning. That night I couldn't stay at home. It was hot, but I felt freezing inside. Packed a bag and went to a motel. The next 3 nights I spent there. But I couldn't stop thinking about the car, how it had moved, only how it had turned on its headlights, the sound of that engine without a battery. I finally knew I had to face it again. I returned home just before midnight. The house was quiet, but it felt burdened, as if something was waiting. The chair kept blocking the drawer. With my heart hammering it, I pushed it away, empty. A soft hum like a purr came up behind me. I turned slowly. The car was on my bed, engine on, green headlights shining. It advanced a few centimeters and then others. My grandfather's words, they came back to me suddenly. "This one is special. Take good care of it." There was something in his eyes, that time, despair, relief. The car gave another little impulse to me. I understood. Then he hadn't given me a gift. He had passed me a burden, a condemnation. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then the car follows me. No matter where I hide it, it always appears near me at dawn, on the pillow, under the table. By the toilet I have tried to destroy it. A hammer bounces on its body. The saws leave no marks. I even put it in the oven. It came out intact, not a stain. Last night I received another message from the same forum user. I had investigated more. Apparently there are records of a red toy Mustang since the 40s, always with the same description. Always passing from one generation to another, always moving by itself at night. And one more thing. In all the families that have had it, the person who delivers the car dies within a month of having always spent it. My grandfather died 3 weeks after my birthday. I've started looking for antique stores. Maybe I can leave it at some. Maybe someone will buy it, but every time I think about doing it, I remember the look in my grandfather's eyes. That mixture of guilt and relief. For now, the car is on my bedside table. Its bumper is shining in the light of the lamp. It watches me, waits sometimes. In the depths of the night I hear the purr of the engine. I hardly sleep anymore, but at least I'm still alive. The first time I saw it was just a flash, a reflection in the rearview mirror, a movement so fast that I'm not sure if it really happened. But something inside, I knew it was real. It was 12 hours, 8 minutes at night. I made my usual rounds at the city's underground bus depot. I work in night security. I check that the units are closed, the corridors clear, no homeless or graffiti artists sneaking in, nothing special, nothing I haven't done hundreds of times. That night I went down the ramp of level 2. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting long, angular shadows on the wet concrete. Was walking between the parked buses when I saw it, a tall figure, too thin, barely a silhouette but clearly human, gliding from one aisle to the other, right between the surveillance cameras, as if I knew where they were, as if I wanted not to be seen. I froze, turned off my flashlight and held my breath. I heard light, rhythmic footsteps, as if walking falsely on the cement. I took the belt radio, Central Security. "There is someone on level 2, I need immediate backup." I just got static, then a crack and silence. I turned on my flashlight again, and pointed it towards where I had seen the figure. Nothing, empty. The corridor between the buses was calm. I moved forward slowly. Every step resonated too loudly. I checked every corner. I looked under the vehicles, between the wheels, nothing. Then I noticed something strange in one of the nearest buses. Its engine was hot, not on, but warm to the touch enough to be unusual. I went up the back door. The inside was dark. The smell of old vinyl and oil was mixed with something else, something metallic, dense. I checked seat by seat, all empty to the middle row. There the cushion had a slit, as if someone had just gotten up. I put my hand on it. It was warm rather than warm. It radiated heat, as if something was sitting there seconds ago. Then I saw the marks on the floor. They were not ordinary footprints. They were long, narrow, without a defined shape, as if someone or something had walked barefoot, but with fingers that were too long, inhuman. I felt short of breath. I jumped off the bus when I hit the ground. The back door slammed shut behind me. I turned. There was no one. I Walked quickly towards the office, looking every few seconds over. That night I didn't finish my round. But it didn't end there. The next night I made sure to check the cameras before leaving at 12 noon. For minutes in the morning, on monitor 5 I saw it again, the figure in the shadows. This time it stopped in front of one of the cameras. The image was distorted, an instant of static. When it cleared up, I was no longer there. I checked the records of entrance. I checked the check-ins. No one had entered or left since my shift began that night. While I was doing the tour, I found scrawled on one of the foggy windows of bus 88, a word comes back. There was no one in the vehicle or outside. Nothing else on the cameras. I tried to convince myself that it was a joke, someone playing with me, some bored mechanic, but every night that passed I saw it clearer. This was not a game. A week later it happened. What changed me forever happened. It was 2:11 in the morning. I was on the lowest level, checking for an electrical fault in the control box. The place was completely dark except for the flashlight and the faint glow of the radio. Suddenly a loud buzzing sound flooded my ears, a vibration in the concrete, as if something was dragging along the walls. I pointed my flashlight at the hallway in front of me, and there was the tall, thin figure, too tall. His silhouette was almost translucent, like smoke that twists under pressure, but his eyes were two black hollows that didn't reflect any light. I froze. The flashlight trembled in my hand. The figure, he moved in spasms as if each step happened between frames of a poorly edited film. He advanced without making a sound, without breathing, just gliding. I wanted to run, scream, but my body was unresponsive. Then he stopped a few steps away from me, raised a hand, or what looked like a hand, and placed it on the metal panel next to him. The lights flickered violently. Then total darkness. I don't know how long it was when I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor surrounded by technicians. They were talking to me, but I couldn't answer. They took me to the hospital. Diagnosis: nervous breakdown, stress overload. The security cameras showed nothing, just a strip of static, from 2 hours 8 minutes to 2 hours 15 minutes. Not a single image. I submitted my resignation 2 days later. Since then I have not returned to the depot, but things have not returned to normal. Sometimes when I go out to the supermarket or walk by the bus station, I feel their presence in a reflection, in a sound that shouldn't be there, in a slight tremor of the ground. And one night when I came home I found a message written with steam on the bathroom mirror: "You haven't been back yet." Last night while I was trying to sleep I heard a sound. It was slight but unmistakable. The engine of a bus slowly starting inside my garage, and the heat turned night maintenance work at the Fairmore Hotel, one of the oldest buildings downtown. It's Gothic. Brick facade, time-worn moldings, and stained glass windows make it look more like an abandoned church than a four-star hotel. But people come the same for the history, for the old charm. They say it was a luxurious place in the years 20, that there were jazz parties, clandestine bets, and visits from Chicago mobsters. Then came the fire of 1923 that destroyed a good part of the upper floors. At least 12 people died. Although there are rumors that there were more, they completely rebuilt it in the 50s, but the basement, that they did not touch. That's where I work. The first strange event was 6 weeks ago. A fierce thunderstorm shook the city. He was in the basement checking the backup generator. Half the hotel had lost power and guests were calling hysterics. It was a chaotic night. He was crouched down checking a fuse panel. When the atmosphere changed, I can't explain it better than that. It wasn't the sound. It was the absence of him. Everything stopped. The hum of electricity, the distant rumble of thunder, even the constant dripping of pipes. Silence was thick, absolute. Then I heard it: one step, another and another, slower, loaded. They came from the corridor that connects with the old laundry, an area closed for decades. There are no rooms or access to the public. No one had to be there. Is there anyone there? I asked. Silence. I advanced, flashlight in hand. The shadows seemed denser than usual, the air colder. I stopped short when I felt an icy gust. I brushed the back of my neck like a bated breath. The footsteps continued. Now they sounded closer. I turned the corner of the empty hallway, but the sound persisted, echoing on the walls, bouncing as if something invisible was walking beside me. That night I told myself it was the echo, or maybe the vibration of the building from the storm. I lied to myself since then. It's constant, the footsteps, the lights flickering every time I pass by. An old panel, the feeling of being watched, especially in the boiler room. The staff radio turns on by itself at the wrong frequency, emitting a static that sometimes seems to form words like whispers, like names. I tried to record the sound of footsteps with my phone. It picked up nothing except for a last second of audio in which you hear a very deep, too deep breath. Not human. I asked some old employees. A doorman with more than 30 years in the hotel only told me, "Don't go to the archive alone. No, if you hear someone write." I froze. I never mentioned the typewriter because there is one. Also, in a forgotten room next to the old dressing rooms, I found an Underwood machine covered in dust. It has no tape, it is not connected to anything, but always writes at 3:13 in the morning. The first time I heard keys pressing slowly from a hallway, I went in with the flashlight. There was no one, but on the sheet there was text written in capital letters, "You watch where you shouldn't." The next day there was neither the blade nor the machine, but he came back there. Next night in another room, he always writes me something different. Dates, names, once, the number of my employee card, followed by a time 03431 exactly. When 2 nights later a fuse box caught fire in front of me, I don't know what it is, I don't know if it's a presence or several, but something lives down here. Something that never knows it was after the fire. One night I followed the steps, went down a service tunnel that I didn't recognize. I walked through it for 10 minutes. When I looked back, the entrance had disappeared. I had to make my way through a rusty metal door that took me to the old cold room. Someone had carved something on the internal walls. Keep going down, it is underneath. But there is nothing under the basement, or did I dream of a basement last night? Rusty red door. No knob, and with something behind. Breathing. Waiting. When I woke up, it had mud on the soles of my boots and a note in my locker. A sheet torn from an old typewritten book. "You're not dreaming." Today I went back to check the hotel plans. There's one level below. It's not listed in the modern records. An even deeper basement, sealed after the fire. I thought it was sealed for prevent the structure from collapsing. Now I know it was sealed to enclose something. Something that wasn't meant to be woken up. But he's already awake, and he walks and writes and remembers, and he doesn't want to be alone. I can't sleep anymore. No, since that night on Route 50 in Nevada, I keep seeing her in my mind. That woman standing perfectly still on the side of the road looking into the darkness. I should have stopped, checked if I needed help, but something felt wrong. Really wrong. Let me tell you exactly what happened. I drive that stretch of Route 50 twice a week for work, hauling industrial supplies between them and Carson City. They call it the loneliest road in America for a reason. Nothing but bushes, dirt, and mountains for hundreds of miles. Most nights I don't see another car in hours. It was Thursday, October 12th, clear night, moon in the crescent. The clock on the dashboard read 11:47 at night. When I saw her for the first time, my headlights caught something pale next to the arson, about 50 meters ahead. When I got closer, I saw that it was a woman in a white dress. She was completely motionless, with her back to the road, looking towards the empty desert. I slowed down to about 40, checking the mirrors out of habit. There were no other cars in sight, only road dark behind me. The woman didn't move or try to get my attention. She didn't even turn her head. When my truck drove by, I just kept staring into the blackness as if I were watching something. Something out there. My hands clenched on the steering wheel. That route has its oddities, abandoned cars, random hitchhikers, even cult gatherings in the desert from time to time. But this felt different. The stillness of the woman. I was restless. People with problems move. They wave their arms. They try to get attention. They don't stand still like statues. I picked up the phone to call the highway patrol, but there was no sign. Typical of that section. I considered stopping, but my delivery schedule was strict, and honestly, the whole scene gave me chills. I assumed I probably had a car nearby, maybe waiting for someone. I thought I'd check on the way back in a few hours. The rest of the trip to Carson City was normal. I delivered on time. I had coffee and a sandwich at the 24-hour restaurant where I always stop. I went back east around 3 in the morning. The headlights of the truck cut through the darkness as I approached the same stretch of road. The night had gotten colder. The meter read 42 GR. I slowed down as I approached the place where I had seen it, waiting for it to be empty. She was still there in exactly the same position. Same white dress, same stiff posture, same staring into the desert as if not a muscle had moved in 3 hours. My stomach shrank. The air in the cabin became thick. This wasn't right. No one stands still for hours. On a cold desert night, I stopped about 100 meters after passing it. With the gravel crunching under the tires, I stood there with the engine running, looking in the side mirror. Didn't react to the truck, didn't turn, didn't move at all. This is stupid, I muttered as I took the door handle. I needed to check if it was okay, but my hand was shaking. I opened the door. The night desert air hit me with an icy gust. My boots creaked on the gravel of the arson as I walked towards it. The only one sounds were my footsteps and the slight purr of my truck engine about 15 m, still without movement on her part. Her dress was simple to the knees, no prints, long dark hair fell straight down her back. Her arms hung at her sides, 10 m away, throat was dry. Something in her posture seemed wrong, too perfect, too still at 6 m. Flashlight illuminated her back. The dress was dirty, smeared with something dark on the edges. At 3 m I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the silence. "Madam," my voice came out hoarse, "it's okay. Do you need help?" Nothing, not a blink of an eye. A meter away, my hand reached out to her shoulder. A coyote howled in the distance. My heart startled wild when I looked again. She was straight ahead. I didn't see her turn. I didn't hear movement. 1 second she looked at the desert. The next she looked directly at me. But bad, all bad. Her face was gray, not pale, but the color of concrete. Her eyes were black holes with no visible whites. Her mouth eye hung open at an impossible angle. My jaw distended like a snake's. My dress was no longer white. It was covered in dark spots that looked black under the ace of my flashlight. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I got into the cab of the truck. I slammed the door shut. I started the tires, skidded on the gravel before I grabbed. I accelerated the mirror. It showed road empty behind me. Just darkness where she had been. My hands were shaking so much I could barely keep the steering wheel straight. Cold sweat was soaking my shirt. I drove 90 miles per hour to get to the next town. I called the patrol car as soon as I had a signal. I gave them the mile marker. I described what I saw. The operator was polite, but you could tell she didn't believe me. She probably thought I was drunk or drugged. They sent a car to check. They found nothing and no footprints in the gravel, no sign that anyone had been there. Since then I've made that journey 12 times. Always from day to hour I keep thinking about those black eyes, that twisted face. But mostly I think about those 3 hours she was there, perfectly still, staring into nothingness. What was she looking at out there in the desert? What did I expect? Sometimes when I drive through that section, I think I see something white next to the arson later on, just for a second, then it disappears, but I don't slow down anymore. I never stop. Finally I told my wife last week, after another sleepless night. She suggested trauma therapy. Maybe she's right, but I know what I saw yesterday. I asked for a transfer to the Renault route, Salt Lake City. It's a longer trip, worse paid, but it doesn't go through that empty stretch of route 50. I can't face that road at night again. I can't risk seeing her standing there motionless in her bloody dress, waiting to turn around. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stopped the first time, if I could have helped her or prevented something. But deep down I know the truth. What I saw on the side of that road wasn't human. I wasn't alive, and I wasn't expecting help. Sometimes I check the news looking for reports of missing people in that area, strange deaths, disappearances without explanation. So far nothing, but I keep looking. The desert keeps its secrets, and some things are better left alone on the dark roads. I learned that lesson on Route 50. I just hope I'm the only one who has to see her standing perfectly still looking out at the endless night. I should have known I shouldn't buy used furniture. The price $50 for a solid oak dresser seemed too good to be true. It was the first rare thing happened the night I took her home. I was unpacking clothes for storage when all the lights in the apartment flashed only once, as if someone had turned a switch off and on. I checked the fuse box. Everything looked normal. I unpacked the dresser again. It had 6 drawers, all lined with an old yellowish paper that had smelled of mothballs and cigarettes. I started to take out the paper. It was then that I found a photograph stuck to the bottom of the top drawer, black and white, probably from the 50s. A woman next to that same dresser. She was not smiling. I threw the photo in the trash. I should have kept it. That first night I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. Not at 2:59 or 3:1. The digital red clock was ticking. 3 Branger. My room was freezing. I could see my breath. The maintenance technician had already told me that the heating system was old, so I grabbed another blanket and went back to sleep. The next morning, got ready for work as usual, opened the top drawer to get some socks, stopped the old paper I had thrown away, was back, everything, even the photo, checked the empty trash can. The maid service didn't arrive until Friday, and I lived alone. I was late for work that day because I spent 20 minutes looking in the apartment for the old paper and the photo I knew I had thrown away. I never found them. The next nights they followed the same pattern. I woke up at 3 in the morning. The room so cold I could see my breath. But now I also heard things, the sound of drawers sliding onward every day. Once I looked, all the drawers were closed. 5 nights after buying the dresser I woke up again at 3 in the morning. This time it was different. The 6 drawers were open, not a little, fully spread out, something that requires deliberate effort. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. sweat running down my back despite the cold. The street light was enough to see inside the empty drawers. I had emptied them the day before. I moved all my clothes to the closet. The drawers slammed shut all at once. The rumble made me jump. My hands were shaking as I picked up the phone and turned on the flashlight. Nothing out of place. The dresser was there like any normal piece of furniture. I walked up to it and checked each drawer, closed firmly. The old paper was still inside, and the photo was taken again. I watched her more closely. The woman was wearing a dress with flowers, her hair tied up tightly. Her face had a hard expression behind her. The dresser was in what looked like a bedroom. A mirror hung above her. In the reflection of the mirror, a dark figure was standing on the doorstep. I blurted out the photo, slipped under the dresser, knelt down to look for her. She had disappeared. No, I slept the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, watching YouTube videos to keep me awake. When the sun came up, I called work saying I was sick. Spent the morning researching the thrift store where I bought the dresser, found the number and called. Hello, bought an oak dresser with 6 drawers last week. Do you know where the woman who answered came from? It sounded boring. We received donations all the time. We don't keep a detailed record. This one came in last Tuesday. Big 50s things from a sale of goods. Full house owner died without family. That's all. I asked for the address of the sale. I shouldn't give it, but I mentioned the strange things that were happening, and she took pity on me. The house was on the other side of the city. Small brick garden. Overgrown weeds. Sign for sale at the window. I knocked on the neighbor's door. An elderly man replied. I had a hard time convincing him, but he told me about the previous owner, Martha Kendrick, lived alone 40 years after her husband disappeared. She died in her bed 2 months ago. Did she disappear? I asked. The old man nodded. In the 53. Police investigated, but never found anything. Martha said he left her, but no one believed her. She changed. After that she became bitter. She isolated herself. I showed her the photo on my phone. I had taken one before she disappeared under the dresser. Her eyes got bigger. That's Martha. Where did you get this? The dresser in the photo. I bought it in a store. He looked at the image. Is there something wrong with that dresser? Martha talked to her at night, screamed like she was arguing with someone who wasn't there. That night I didn't try to sleep. I sat in my room looking at her comfortable. At 2:59 in the morning the temperature dropped. I could see my breath again. 3. Anger. And the drawers opened slowly, one by one, from top to bottom. The sound of wood sliding on wood filled the room. A voice whispered from the female dresser. Angry. You shouldn't have bought it. My whole body was shaking. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. The drawers slammed shut, one by one from top to bottom. Bang. Then they started to open again, faster. This time the voice got louder. It's mine, he's mine. Another voice joined in, masculine, choked as if talking through a wall. Help me. The drawers were closing and they opened faster. Voices argued, overlapped. The female screamed. The male begged, ran, took my keys and phone, spent the night in my car in the Walmart parking lot. When I returned in the morning, the dresser was still against the wall, drawers closed. I opened them one by one. The paper was gone. The photo was in the top drawer. I took it with trembling fingers. I really examined it. The figure in the mirror, a man in a suit, his face was turned. I turned the photo over, writing on the back, Harold and Martha Kendrick, September 15th, 1953, the day before the photo disappeared. I fell. It landed on my back on the ground. The figure in the mirror had turned. Now it showed the face, Harold Kendrick's face, crooked with terror. I sold my television, well, and bought a better one. I replaced my leather sofa and replaced it with a new one, but I couldn't give that dresser away. I couldn't sell it. I couldn't allow someone else to buy it without knowing what came with it. I rented a storage room. I put the dresser in there. I changed the lock 3 times, because it always appeared broken. Every month the bill for the storage room arrives. Every month I pay it. Sometimes I drive by night. The light of my unit is always there lit, though I never installed one. Sometimes I hear voices arguing as I pass by, angry screams from a woman, muffled pleas from a man. I keep paying the bill. It's cheaper than therapy, cheaper than the guilt I'd feel if I let someone else buy that dresser. The local newspaper ran a story last week about Martha Kendrick's old house, new owners doing renovations. They found something in the walls. Male human bones of the 50s. They identified them by dental records. Harold Kendrick. The dresser is still in that storage room, still padlocked. But sometimes late at night I wake up at exactly 3 in the morning. My apartment feels cold. I see my breath in the air, and I wonder if some things can't be locked up, if certain evils seep through walls, doors and locks. I wonder if Martha Kendrick is still arguing with her husband. Still holding him close even after death. I wonder if he knows they found him. I wonder if he cares about the storage room. He called me yesterday, something about a broken lock again. I still haven't gone to check. I'm not sure. I want to know if the dresser is still there. Know those nights when everything seems too quiet, that kind of stillness that makes you hear your own heartbeat, every creak of your, and suddenly you become hyper-conscious. As I drove down an empty stretch of road with only the headlights cutting through the darkness. It had been a long day and my eyelids getting heavy. The soft hum of the engine and the steady rhythm of the tires on the asphalt didn't help with my fatigue. I glanced at the clock at 12:47 at night. The next town was about 30 miles away, but I figured it would get there no problems if my car was running. Suddenly, the engine made a strange noise. A small jolt ran through the car and I instinctively leaned forward as if that could be fixed. The dashboard lights flicker, and without warning, the engine completely died. My heart sank, the power steering stopped working, and the car started to lose speed. Only as I desperately tried to pull it to the side on the road. You're kidding me, muttering, parking on the shoulder. I took a deep breath, considering it was just a temporary glitch. I turned the ignition key again. The engine just made a faint sound before going silent. I tried again, and another nothing. Reality hit me. I was stuck in the middle of nowhere, alone, no lights, no cars passing, just a vast darkness on a deserted road. The starry sky, it was bright, but even that seemed far away, indifferent to my situation. I reached for my phone, hoping to have some signal. I looked at the screen with no service, of course. I sighed and rested my head on the seat, weighing my options. I could wait for a car to pass by, but I hadn't seen any in what seemed like hours, or I could start walking, although I had no idea how far I was from civilization. While I was there debating what to do, I noticed a flicker of light in the rearview mirror. At first, it was dim, but with each passing second it grew brighter. A relief flooded me. Finally, someone else on this road flooded me. Maybe they would stop to help. The lights were slowly approaching, and something in that put me on alert. I turned in my seat to get a better look. The vehicle was still a good distance away, but I was moving forward to an oddly measured pace. Didn't pass quickly, as most cars on an open road would late at night, instead approaching cautiously, as if the driver wasn't in a hurry. I looked at my phone again. It's still out of signal. The headlights continued their leisurely approach, casting long shadows on the road. I lowered the road, hoping to wave at him. But when the vehicle got closer, something the way it moved gave me a chill. It wasn't just the speed, it was the silence. I couldn't hear the engine. I couldn't hear the tires on the asphalt, just the sound of the wind over the empty fields. When the vehicle finally stopped behind me, I felt my pulse in my throat, leaning over the window, raising an arm in a feeble attempt to signal. But the car did its just that you could call it, that it just stood there. Its headlights lit up the back of my car, casting a strong glow in my rearview mirror. But no one came out. I waiting to see the driver get out, but the door never opened. You have a phone? I'm trapped here, I called. With the voice Orosa silence, I swallowed hard, my hand still on the door handle. My instincts screamed not to come out, but what other choice did I have? I opened the door slowly. The hinges creaked in the stillness of the night, much louder than they should have sounded. My feet touched the pavement, and the moment I stood up, the vehicle's headlights went out. The sudden darkness blew me up. My eyes struggled to adjust for a second. I thought maybe they were saving battery, or that they didn't want to blind me. But when my vision improved, I noticed something. The vehicle, or whatever it was, it wasn't just silent. Now it was completely invisible, merging into the night. I could barely make out its silhouette, but it was bigger than I expected. No car should be that big. A shiver ran down my spine. My breathing quickened. I backed away with my instincts screaming at me to retreat. But just as I did, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the direction from the invisible hour vehicle. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make out who or what was approaching. The sound stopped abruptly as it had begun. I stood there, with gasps, waiting for something, whatever it was, to happen. But the silence spread out. No voices, no movement, only the eerie stillness of the night. I quickly returned to my car and slammed the door shut. My hands trembled as I was struggling with the insurance. I didn't know what was out there, but I wasn't willing to find out. I just needed to wait. Maybe the vehicle would leave. Maybe someone else would pass by soon. But every second felt like an eternity. Then a soft knock on my window. Jumped, my heart almost escaping from my chest. I slowly turned my head, fearing what I might see. But there was nothing. No one there. Just the same dark road and empty. Another blow. This time on the other side of the car. My eyes quickly went to the passenger window, but again nothing. I took my phone. Even though I knew I still had no signal, I just needed to hold something. Something that would make me feel in control. But then the blows became more insistent, faster, stronger, as if whatever was out there was impatient to endure it more without thinking. Pressure. The sound echoed in the night for a brief moment, the banging stopped, and I allowed myself a little glimmer of hope. Maybe it had scared him. Maybe, but then I saw him, a figure standing right on the edge of the glow of my board. Too far away to make out details, but close enough to see his tall silhouette, motionless, only there, watching my breath cut off my throat. I couldn't move, I couldn't think. I could just look back at my eyes fixed on the shadowy figure. Endless seconds passed, but it didn't move. It just stood there as if waiting for me to make the next move. I don't know how long we were like this, yes. I froze with fear and that figure lurking beyond the reach of my headlights. But eventually my body reacted. Before my mind, I turned the key in the ignition one last time, and miraculously the engine roared alive. I didn't wait. I started the car and stepped on the gas. The tires squealed as I launched myself back onto the road. I didn't look back once. The only thing I could think about was walking away, finally allowing my body to breathe again. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel. I don't know what it was that was there that night, and I don't want to know, but I still feel its presence. Every time I drive down that stretch of road, and I can't shake the feeling that it's still there, waiting. It's funny how quickly something can go from being a fun adventure to something that stays with you forever. Was supposed to be a great trip, a weekend on the road with my closest friends, just like in the old days, before life got so busy. You know the kind of trip, laughs until your stomach hurts, stops at weird roadside attractions, loud music as we left the city behind. But the excitement didn't last long. What started as a carefree getaway turned into something I still can't explain. It was the second night of the trip. We were in the middle of nowhere, just south of the state line. None of us knew exactly where we were. And that was part of the excitement. We were getting carried along the way. The sky was covered in stars, the air was fresh, with that cold touch that it makes you want to roll down the window a little longer. We've been driving for hours, laughing, losing track of time. But then the GPS failed, the screen went off, it blinked back, but the map was blank, just a gray void. The system tried to recalculate once, twice, but the routes it suggested didn't make sense. At first I shrugged. We were probably in an area with no coverage. It happens all the time. No, but half an hour later the GPS was still out of service and we were running out of gas. We should find a gas station, I said, looking at the dashboard. We're running out of fuel. Sam, who was driving, nodded. Yes, I'll be attentive. The road was eerily empty, no sign of life, just a long stretch of asphalt flanked by dark fields and a few clumps of trees. No lights, no houses, no other cars, only us. At the beginning was peaceful. But then it felt different, like we were completely alone in the world. Someone else is feeling like this is weird, Sarah asked from the back seat. Yes, I admitted, it feels strange. We all agreed. It was hard to pin down what felt so out of place. Maybe loneliness or the fact that the GPS still wasn't working. Either way, the joyful vibe of the ride had faded. About 15 minutes later, we saw a gas station in the distance. It was small, one of those places that looked like something out of the 80s. Its neon sign flashed faintly, casting a faint glow over the empty parking lot. At last, Sam muttered as he turned toward the station. The place seemed abandoned. There were no other cars. There was no movement inside the small convenience store. Just the hum of fluorescent lights over the pumps. We all got out of the car, stretching my legs as Sam started filling up the tank. I'm going for some snacks, Sarah said, heading towards the store. Someone wants something. Fries? I yelled at her. I walked around the car, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had followed me since the GPS died. The night was too quiet. There were no crickets. There was no wind in the trees, nothing. Just the slight ceasing of the gasoline flowing in L tank. A few minutes passed, and I noticed that Sarah still wasn't coming back. I'm going to see what's going on, I said, heading to the store. When I pushed the door, a bell rang over me. But the sound was strange, dull, as if the air inside was heavier. The store was dim. The aisles were narrow and full of dusty products. It seemed like no one had bought anything here in years. Sarah knocked with my voice ringing slightly. Nothing. I walked the aisles hoping to see her, looking for snacks, but she wasn't there. The place was empty. I felt a chill down my spine. Sarah, stop kidding, I said a little louder. I went to the back of the store, where a door led, presumably, to a bathroom or a storage room. The door was ajar with a dim light escaping from inside. I pushed it cautiously inside. There was only a dirty bathroom with no trace of Sarah. Panic started bubbling in my stomach. Where the hell it couldn't have come out without us noticing. I went back to the store, scanning the aisles once again. That's when I noticed something strange, a shelf of magazines near the counter. The magazines looked old, like they'd been there for decades. I grabbed one, and my heart stopped. The date on the cover was 1998. I dropped the magazine, immediately feeling a cold sweat on my skin. Something was very wrong. Instead, I ran out of the store, the panic in my voice. "We have to go." Sam frowned. "What's going on? Where is Sarah?" "She's not in the store. Disappeared." Sam looked at me in disbelief. "How she disappeared?" "Isn't there?" I insisted. "I searched everywhere." The discomfort spread through the group. Sarah couldn't have simply disappeared. Gone from the lights above the pumps, intensified, then suddenly blinked once, twice, and they went out completely. The gas station was left in absolute darkness. Sam didn't ask any more. He threw the gas hose, and we all ran back to the car. Just as Sam turned the key in the ignition, something caught my attention at the edge of the parking lot. A figure standing barely visible in the semi-darkness. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't see details. But he was there looking at us. Sam stepped on the gas. The tires squeaked as we drove away. No one spoke as I drove at full speed down the road. Fear was a lump in our throats. We went on like this for an hour. Finally, the GPS came back to life, guided us to a motel on the road. We checked in, still shaking from what had happened. But then something else happened. At 3 in the morning, my phone vibrated. A text message from Sarah. "Where are you?" I sat up suddenly in bed. I answered immediately. "Where are you?" "What happened?" "At the gas station." His answer came almost instantly. Which gas station? My blood was written to him, explaining what had happened. His answer took a little longer to arrive. "I never went with you. I left early to the motel. I have been here. Everything." Time dropped. The phone out of my hands. Couldn't be possible. We all saw her walk into the gas station. We all saw her. I ran to Sam's room and woke him up suddenly. "Sarah is here. She says she was never at the gas station." He blinked, confused. "That doesn't make sense." "I know," I whispered. The next morning we found Sarah sitting in the motel cafeteria. She looked completely normal. She swore to us that she never left the motel, that she had gone to bed early, tired of waiting for us to get gas. Nothing made sense. It was like the night at the gas station had never happened, except that we all remembered it. Except that I could still see in my mind that figure on the edge of the parking lot watching us, waiting for us. I've always liked silence, that kind of tranquility that settles in a place when the world seems far away, when the only sounds are the occasional rustle of leaves and the soft hum of Los Grillos. My farm, located in the middle of nowhere, gave me that peace. I had no neighbors for miles, only open fields, a few animals, and an endless sky. Was the kind of place where you could get lost in your thoughts and let the stress of the world go away. But sometimes that silence can turn against you. Sometimes it can be suffocating, insulating in a way that makes you feel like you're the last person on earth. I learned the hard way. It all started with small, insignificant things, or at least that's what I told myself. First it was the animals, my goats. In particular, they used to gather around the barn at night, but lately they were huddling near the fence, nervously valiant, as if something had scared them. I assumed it was just a coyote or some other predator prowling. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then it started to happen. During the day, the goats would cluster in the center of their corral with their eyes wide open, staring at something in the distance, something I couldn't see. I scoured the perimeter of the property looking for danger signs. Footprints, claw marks, anything. But nothing outside of place. No sign that something was there. I convinced myself that it was nothing living in a place like this. You have to do it. You can't let every strange noise or every shadow affect you, or you'll end up going crazy. So I let it go. I continued with my routine, but one night I was woken up by a sound, a bang on the house. At first I thought it was just the wind, maybe a loose shutter. But as I lay in the darkness listening, I realized it was too deliberate. There was a pattern to it, as if someone or something was touching. I got out of bed with my heart pounding in my chest, grabbed a flashlight, and moved around the house as quietly as I could. The tapping continued, slow, steady, coming from the back door, hesitating for a second on me, screaming to turn around. But it was my house. I wasn't going to let a random noise throw me down. I threw the horseshoe open, and I yanked open the door, shining the flashlight at the darkness. Nothing. Only the empty backyard, the silhouette of the barn in the distance, the wind murmuring among the trees. I stood there for a minute, scanning the area, my heart still racing. The air felt heavy, dense, as if the night itself was pressed against me. But there was no sign of anyone, no footprint on the ground. I finally convinced myself that it must have been a loose branch or some piece of debris blown by the wind. I closed the door and went back to bed, but sleep did not come easily that night. The next morning I found the back door open. I hadn't noticed it in the night, but now it was wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. My stomach churned. I always closed the door at night. I always checked the lock. It wasn't broken. It wasn't forced. It was like someone had opened it and just left it like that. Was then when I started to feel it, that lingering feeling in the back of my mind. The feeling that someone was watching me. At first was just a fleeting thought, easy to ignore. But the more I tried to get rid of it, the stronger it became. The days passed and little things began to happen. Tools that weren't where I had left them, doors and fences open without explanation, and sometimes I barely noticed footprints in the dirt near the barn. The animals were still there. Restless. My dog, normally so calm and friendly, began to growl at nothingness, his back bristling, staring at the tree line. One afternoon just before dusk, he was in the field repairing a stretch of fence that had fallen off while working. I felt something, that sensation, that twinge of discomfort, as if someone were watching me. I looked up and then I saw him. A figure standing on the edge of the forest, far enough away that I couldn't make out details, but close enough to know it was there. I froze, my breath got stuck in my throat. I waited for it to move, for it to say something. But it was just there, motionless, watching me. Hello, trying to make my voice sound firm. Nothing. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. I slowly got up, grabbing my tools, pretending nothing was happening. But as I walked back to I didn't take my eyes off him. I couldn't, but then he blinked and disappeared. I told myself it must have been a trick of the light, maybe a shadow among the trees. Perhaps, but deep down I knew the truth. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside kept me on the edge of fear. I lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for the knocking. Came back, but it didn't. It was worse. Around midnight, I heard footsteps, not inside the house, name outside. Deliberate, slow footsteps circling the house. I got out of bed with my heart beating so hard I thought it would explode. I crawled to the window, barely parting the curtain. At first I saw nothing, just the moonlit yard, the barn in the distance. But then, when my eyes adjusted in the darkness, I saw movement, a figure walking slowly, casually to the back of the door. I dropped to the ground. My skin stood on end. This was real. There was someone out there walking through my property as if it belonged to them. Gate to the door, trying not to make noise. I didn't want to alert, but I needed to know if it was still there. My hands were shaking as I turned the lock. I opened the door just a little, enough to looking outside. The figure was closer, about 20 met under the moonlight. His silhouette was clearer, tall in a long coat, but his face, I couldn't see him. It was as if the darkness itself clung to him. He didn't rush, he didn't run. He just walked as if he knew I was seeing him. But he didn't care. I slammed the door shut, blocking him faster than I could. My body was shaking so much I could barely hold the lock. I spent the next hour sitting in the kitchen, clutching my phone. Even though I knew I had no signal, I thought about running out into town. But the thought of getting out, of being outside with that thing, made my blood freeze. Eventually the steps faded away. I don't know how much time passed, but when I finally mustered up the courage to look outside again, the yard was empty, the figure was gone, but the back door was open again. The next morning I found footprints in the dirt. They surrounded the house. They went to the back door and then disappeared into the woods. The fence was open, moving in the breeze like an invitation. That was the goa that broke the camel's back. I decided not to stay and wait. Whatever was out there, I called a friend in the city and told him. I asked to stay with him for a few days, just to clear my head, to get away. Maybe, I thought, it was all in my head. Maybe I was exaggerating. But while I was packing my things, I found something that made me realize that everything was real. On the doormat there was one of my tools, a hammer that I hadn't touched in the week, carefully placed in the doorway as a gift, as a message, as if someone had given me. I was saying, I'm here. I spent the next few nights at my friend's house, trying to understand what had happened. I thought about calling the police, but what was I going to tell them? There was no crime, no damage, nothing stolen. Just the unsettling feeling that someone was watching me, waiting. When I finally returned to the farm, I hoped that the feeling of fear would go away, but as soon as I got out of the car I knew nothing had changed. The animals were still nervous, my dog was still growling towards the tree line, and on the porch there was another gift, this time a small pile of neat stones, perfectly stacked with no footprints around, without signs of who had put them there. Just another warning. I don't know who or what is out there, but I know one thing for sure: I'm not alone, and in the quiet of the farm the silence has never been more noisy. You know those long stretches of highway where the road disappears into the horizon and There's nothing but darkness in front of you during the day. They're already unsettling enough, but at night they become something else entirely. The loneliness, the silence, the way the road seems to swallow you whole. I've driven down countless roads in the middle of the night, but after that experience I learned to be attentive to something else. That the road, it was late autumn and I was returning from a work trip that had taken longer than expected. When I finally hit the road, night had already fallen completely. The only light came from my headlights and the occasional trucks passing in the opposite direction. I wasn't worried about driving at night. I had coffee and my thermos music playing at low volume, and an empty road ahead. The first hours were quiet, just me and the road, the dark sky above me, the trees on both sides of the highway, motionless at night. But then something changed. It started with lights in my rearview mirror. At first I didn't think much of them. Just a couple of headlights in the distance, surely another car or truck coming behind me. But as the minutes went by, I noticed something strange. Lights didn't get closer, they didn't just move away, they just stood there at the same distance no matter my speed. I sped up a little bit just to see what was going on. The lights did the same thing, always at the same distance, always following me. A chill ran down my spine. The road was completely empty. There was no reason for anyone to stay. Exactly behind me, matching my every move, I squeezed the steering wheel. Something wasn't there. Well, I tried to calm down. Maybe it was a truck at speed control. Maybe the driver was tired and didn't want to overtake me. But the more the minutes passed, the clearer the feeling of unease became. After a while I decided to do something. The next exit led to a rest area. If I turned and stopped there, the other car would have to pass me. And then I could see who the hell was following me. I pointed and I took the exit. The rest area was small and deserted. A few streetlights lit up the cracked asphalt. There were no other cars. I parked and turned off the engine, waiting, watching. But the lights never went through. I looked at the highway hoping to see the headlights continue on their way. But there was nothing. The car that had been following me, the cold on my back, had disappeared. It intensified. That made no sense. There was no other exit in the road. No other road I could have taken. Just vanished as if it had never been there. My breathing quickened. I didn't stick around to find out more. I understood the engine, and I got back on the highway, driving faster this time. But the fear didn't go away, because after a few miles the lights came back in my rearview mirror at the same distance, always following me. I didn't try to rationalize anymore. I didn't try to understand it alone. I accelerated. No matter how fast I ran, the lights were always there until in a moment of desperation, I hit the brakes. The car squeaked and stopped in the middle of the road, and then the lights went out. They didn't walk away. They didn't pass by me. They just disappeared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to think. I only knew one thing. I wasn't alone on that road. I wasn't from the beginning, and from that night, every time I drive in the dark I go in the rearview mirror, because I know those lights can still pop up waiting for the perfect time to come back. And if they ever do, I don't plan to stop again. There's something unsettling about being deep in the forest, miles and miles away from anyone, just endless trees in all directions. Some people trans-Pacific. I always found it unsettling, as if the forest I was holding my breath waiting for something to happen. But that's hiking. You push aside the discomfort because the adventure is worth it, or at least that's what I used to believe. I wasn't a novice. I had been hiking for years, from short hikes to multi-day hikes. This time it was something simple. An overnight ride in a national park I already knew. My gear. The weather was perfect. The trail was well marked. Nothing out of the ordinary. I left early in the morning. Fresh air filled my lungs as I went. The trees towered over me. All around, its green leaves filtered the sunlight in soft patches on the forest floor. The only sound was the rustling of my boots on the leaf litter, and the distant song of the birds. It was the kind of tranquility I used to love, the kind of peace that made me feel at home. But as the day wore on, that silence began to change. It wasn't sudden, just a gradual transformation. The forest became too quiet, the birds stopped singing, the wind calmed down. It was as if nature itself had stopped, as if something was watching. I told myself it was my imagination. Being alone in the middle of nowhere can do you that. You start imagining things, turning every shadow into a threat. But even with that thought, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Around noon, I did a pause in a small clearing, sat down on a fallen log, ate my owl, and tried to relax. The sun was warm. For a moment I felt that peace I'd been looking for until I heard it, my name whispered in the wind. At first it was just a whisper so low I almost dismissed it, but then it sounded clearer again. This time Jason. I froze my sandwich halfway through my mouth. The sound was soft, far away, as if someone was calling me from the depths of the forest. I looked around, but saw nothing, only trees. And more trees. Hello, I called, my voice sounding too loud in the air. Still, silence. I waited, but the whisper didn't come back. I shook my head. I was getting paranoid. It had to be the wind, or maybe the echo of some distant hiker. Despite having seen no one in the hole one day, I became convinced that it was nothing. I put my things away and continued on my way. But as I went, the whispers returned. Jason, more insistent, closer. I stopped in dry. My heart was pounding. The sound didn't come from a single point. It seemed to surround me, as if the voice came from all directions at once. "Who's there?" I screamed, my voice tense with fear. Nothing. Only the absolute silence of the forest. I felt the cold sweat on my back. My instinct was telling me to get away, to get back, to get out of the forest as quickly as possible. But I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks with my mind, or some strange effect of the echo. I kept walking faster. This time every step felt heavy. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. But the voice wouldn't go away. "Jason, come here." My skin stood on end. It didn't sound threatening, but something in she was completely unnatural, almost hypnotic, as if I knew I couldn't ignore her. I looked over my shoulder. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. When the sun began to go down, my fear grew. The trail felt narrower, the forest denser, the whispers more insistent, and then I saw him a few feet from the trail among the trees. A small figure, pale. At first I thought it was a child, but when I looked I knew it wasn't. It wasn't moving. It was just there watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I felt its cold, empty gaze. I couldn't move. Fear paralyzed me. The voice whispered clearer again, this time from everywhere, and none. "Jason." They come closer. My body reacted before my mind. I took a step back, and then another, sweat dripping down my forehead. No, I knew it was that thing, but every fiber of my being told me to run. I turned on my heels and ran away. The forest swept past me. The trees seemed to close in on me. The whispers chased me. "Jason." My breathing was erratic. My legs were burning, but I didn't stop. I ran until I saw the entrance to the park. My car was there waiting for me like a salvation. I jumped inside, started the engine, and drove away without looking behind. The whispers stopped, but the fear didn't. I never went back to that park or any other, because now I know the truth. The forest observes and sometimes calls your name. I've always liked the solitude of the open road. There's something about those long, empty stretches of highway that allows you to clear your mind. It's like the world is gone and it's just you, your truck, and the hum of the. Some people hate it, the loneliness, the endless hours with nothing but their own thoughts. But for me it's always been a kind of peace. At least I thought so. There's a route I've been driving for years. It's a night drive, and the road goes through miles of empty desert. It's not a route that many truckers want to take. It's not isolated, with hardly any stops along the way, and it's known for being weird. At first, I didn't pay attention to the stories. I thought they were just exaggerated tales, stories that drivers told themselves to pass the time. But now I know better. The first time I felt something wasn't right. I had been driving for an hour. The sun had set, leaving the sky a deep black with only the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance. The stretch of road on which I found it had a reputation for being desolate, with no buildings, no rest stops, just empty land as far as the eye could see. Even with the radio playing softly, a stillness began to settle in my chest, a feeling that I was the only one out there. I was driving, concentrate on the road, when my CBE radio came to life. Suddenly the static noise was loud and sudden, making me startle. I adjusted the dial, hoping it was just interference, but the crackling continued, more persistent now. Then through the noise I heard a voice. At first it was hard to make it out, as if someone was whispering from miles away. But as I listened more carefully to the words, they became clearer. "Breaker 99. Someone there." I frowned, looking at the CB radio. It was not uncommon to hear other truckers on the line, especially at night, but this voice was different. There was something strange about it, something that sent a shiver down my spine. "Yes, here," I replied, my voice sounding too loud in the cabin. In silence, what happens? For a moment there was just more static, and then the voice sounded clearer again, this time. "Be careful at mile 223. Stay away from that stretch." Blink, surprised. Mile 223 was about 20 kilometers ahead. I hadn't heard of any problems on the road, no road closures, no accident. And who was this guy anyway? I hadn't been by any other truck in hours. "All right, out there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady again. "Just static." I waited. hearing an answer, but the radio went silent. I shook my head. Surely someone was playing a joke, some bored driver trying to scare me. But still, there was something about the way that voice had sounded, so distant, so strange, that left me uneasy. As I got closer to mile 223, the road seemed to change. The air felt heavier, denser somehow, and the darkness was deeper, as if the headlights didn't go through it as they should. The hum of the engine, usually a comforting sound, began to feel oppressive. I looked at the clock on the dashboard, 2:17 a.m., the time as some call it. I went on with the still looking at the road, expecting to see something, anything out of the ordinary, but it was the same endless road, mile after mile of black asphalt stretching into the distance, nothing ahead, nothing behind. And then I saw it. At first I thought it was a shadow play in my peripheral vision, but when I got closer I realized it wasn't a shadow at all. There was something or someone standing on the side of the eye walk right at mile 223. I slowed down, squinting to see better. It was a tall figure standing just outside the range of my headlights. As I got closer, the silhouette became clearer. It was a man wearing a dusty jacket and worn jeans. His face was hidden by shadows, but there was something about the way he stood still, so motionless, that it turned my stomach. I considered stopping. Maybe I needed help, but something inside me screamed at me not to do it. There was no way anyone was there in the middle of nowhere at that time of night. There were no stranded cars. There was no sign of an accident, and still there he was, waiting, or maybe watching. I kept my foot on the accelerator without stopping. As I passed him, something inside me tensed. No, I looked at him directly, but I watched him out of the corner of my eye, in the side mirror. He didn't move a single muscle. He just stood there, looking in my direction. As I moved away, my knuckles turned white from so much squeezing the steering wheel. Fear creeped down my back, making every hair on my body stand on end. I kept driving, trying to ignore the growing feeling that something was terribly wrong. For several kilometers I constantly looked at the mirror, waiting to see him again, but the road behind me was empty. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I was just an ordinary man, a traveler stranded in the worst possible place. But then the CB radio creaked again, with static, the same voice as before. "You saw it." My throat dried up. "Who are you?" I asked with a trembling voice. A long silence, only static. Then the voice came back, softer. "This once, they say it's been there for years." A chill ran through my ESP. "Who?" I whispered, even though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. The static increased, as if the signal was failing, and then, just before the radio went out, the voice said 3 more words: "Don't stop." The rest of the trip was a blur of fear and paranoia. I didn't see the figure again. I didn't hear the voice again, but my chest didn't stop press until I was miles away. When I finally got to my destination, the sun was already rising. I parked the truck, turned off the engine, and sat there for a long time, trying to process what had happened. I wanted to ask other truckers if they'd ever seen anything at mile 223, but something stopped me. Maybe the fear of sounding crazy, or maybe the fear of someone telling me the truth. Since then I go back that route many times, but never at night, and every time I go through mile 223 I can't help but look at the side of the road, hoping to see that figure again, because the problem is not that I don't know who it was. The problem is that a part of me fears that it is still there, waiting. There is something about being completely off the grid that excites me and makes me look at it. It's terrifying at the same time, the idea of leaving behind the chaos of the world. No phones, no internet, just pure and untouched nature. It's always been one of the main reasons why I love camping, but there's a dark side to that isolation, a part that manifests itself when the sun goes down and you're left alone in the dark. It's then, when nature stops feeling so peaceful. So long that I wasn't camping. So when my friend invited me, I said yes. Alex suggested a weekend trip to some remote mountains, and I didn't hesitate to accept. Just the two of us, a couple of tents, and the tranquility of nature. The place was perfect, miles from the nearest town, deep in a national forest where few people ventured out without camping, without RVs. Just us in nature. The road was long and winding, the kind where with every kilometer you see fewer signs of civilization. Eventually the paved road turned to gravel, and after an hour even the gravel disappeared. From there the journey continued on foot along a difficult trail, but that was exactly what we wanted: isolation. We set up our camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pine trees. The air was fresh and pleasant in the late. Everything felt perfect. No noise from the city, no distractions, just the rustle of the wind through the trees and the occasional birdsong in the distance. When the sun began to set, we lit a campfire, cooked dinner, and settled in for the evening, talked, laughed, and drank a few beers as the firelight cast long shadows on the trees. Everything was exactly as a camp was meant to be. But then, just as the conversation began to wane, we heard a faint tapping sound coming from the forest. At first I thought it was an animal. After all, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it made sense that there was wildlife nearby. But the sound was rhythmic, too. Constant, to be some animal moving through the bushes. "You heard that?" Alex asked quietly. "Yes," I replied, paying attention. The tapping continued softly but persistently, like if someone was hitting a stick against a tree. It seemed to come from different directions, moving from one side of the clearing to the other, my heart beating faster. But I told myself it was nothing. Probably the wind, or maybe a branch bumping into another. Nothing important. But the sound didn't stop as the night wore on. The pounding got louder, more deliberate. Every few minutes it changed of location, as if something or someone was surrounding our camp. I looked at Alex and noticed that he was tense too. His eyes were moving nervously, scanning the darkness. "It must be just an animal," I said, trying to sound carefree, although my voice betrayed me. "Yes," he probably replied. Alex, although he didn't seem convinced, we let the campfire go out and the sound seemed to fade away with it. Relieved, I went into my tent, assuming that the noise would stop once we settled in but as soon as I closed my sleeping bag and closed my eyes, I heard it again, tap, tap, tap. Now it was closer, too close. I lay there staring at the dark ceiling of my tent with every muscle in my body tense. The sound was coming from just beyond the trees, moving slowly around the camp in a methodical way. My heart was pounding on my chest as I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a deer, a curious animal getting too close. But the pattern of the tapping was too precise, too human. I reached for the flashlight next to my sleeping bag and turned it on. The ace of light cut through the darkness, casting haunting shadows on the walls of my tent. I hesitated for a moment, then opened the zipper of the tent just enough to take a look outside. Campfire had been reduced to embers and the night was pitch black beyond the faint glow of the ashes. I scanned the perimeter of the camp for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. No leaves waving or animals running through the trees. Only the constant and relentless pounding. I was about to call Al when I heard him unzipping his tent. "You heard him whisper." His face was pale under the dim light from his flashlight. "Yes," I replied, coming out of my tent. "I can't figure out what it is." We stood in the clearing, holding our breath as the sound continued. Now it seemed to come from the trees right in front of us beyond the campfire. "Maybe it's the wind," Alex suggested. Although we both knew it wasn't, before I could answer, the pounding stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the sound, and yes, we stood there, frozen, listening to any other noise. But the forest was completely still. No wind, no animals, nothing. "Maybe we should check," Alex said after a long pause. Although his voice lacked conviction, he wasn't exactly excited to explore in the dark. But he didn't want to look cowardly either. So I nodded, and we both took our flashlights and headed towards the trees. The ace of my flashlight illuminated the dense mza while we were going deeper into the woods. The air felt heavier here, as if the forest was enveloping us. We walked for a few minutes, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to explain the tapping. Just as it was about to suggest we go back, we heard it again. This time it was louder, clearer. The sound was coming from just ahead, deeper into the woods. Alex looked at me, his eyes full of uncertainty. "What do you think it is?" I shook my head. "I don't know." We kept advancing our flashlights, exploring the trees. The tapping got louder with each more insistent step, almost as if it was guiding us towards something. And then, without warning, the sound stopped. We stood there in the middle of the forest, the silence tightening. My skin bristled and I felt my heart hammering in me chest. Something wasn't right. "Let's go back," I whispered. Alex didn't argue. We turned around and started heading back to camp, but something in the forest felt different now. The trees looked taller, the shadows darker, as if the forest itself had changed in the short time we'd been away. And then we saw it right at the edge of our camp, standing motionless in the moonlight, a figure tall, too high. His distorted silhouette didn't move, didn't make a sound, just looked at us. "You see?" I whispered, my throat tight with fear. Alex nodded, his eyes wide in disbelief. We stood there paralyzed, watching the figure. I don't know how long we were like this, frozen in place, but eventually the figure started to move. Didn't walk, didn't take a step, just slid back, disappearing into the shadows of the trees. None of the two of us said a word as we ran back to camp. hurriedly picking up our things and stuffing them into our backpacks. We didn't care about the campfire. We didn't care about leaving something behind. We just wanted to get out of there. The walk back to the car was a whirlwind of panic and adrenaline. We were both constantly looking over our shoulders, expecting to see the figure reappear at any moment. But it didn't. The pounding had stopped. The forest was there. Quiet again. But that silence was more oppressive than ever. When we finally got to the car, we threw our backpacks in the trunk and drove off without looking back. Neither of us spoke all the way back. I think we both knew that what we had seen and heard was not something that could be explained. Months have passed since that trip and I haven't camped since. I'm not sure if I'll do it sometime because there's something out there in those woods, something I can't explain, and I have no intention of finding out what it is. Because sometimes the tranquility of nature isn't peace, sometimes it's a warning, and the next time I hear that tapping sound, I won't stick around to find out what's doing. It's always been to drive at night. There's something relaxing in the world after the dusk when the traffic disappears, when the roads become yours, the hum of the engine, the glare of the dashboard is my kind of therapy. But there's also something unsettling about the night. Something you learn when you spend too much time alone on the road. I learned it the hard way. It was late summer. I had left a friend's house late and decided to take an alternate route to get back on the scenic route, as I like to call it, a country road. That ran through fields and forests, no lampposts, no traffic, only darkness. I had walked it many times before, but that night it felt different. I remember looking at the clock as I entered the road, 12:30 in the morning. The sky was clear, the moon was low, casting a pale glow over the fields. I rolled down the windows, letting the night breeze fill the car. I put soft music on the floor. Radio, everything was perfect until I saw the lights. At first I thought they were reflections in the sky, maybe the glow of a distant farm. But they weren't street lamps or house lights, it was something else. It was 3 lights floating over a field on the side of the road, moving, oscillating, changing intensity, a pale blue light flickering in a way that made my skin stand on end. I stomped on the brake, stopped on the side of the road, turned off the engine, got out of the car. The world was complete silence. The wind gently stirred the corn crops. There were no insects or birds, just the lights watching me. For an instant I wanted to walk towards them, but a primal instinct inside me screamed, "Don't come close." The lights floated over the field. Endo descended slowly and then rising again, as if they were looking for something or someone. And then, without warning, they stopped and turned towards me. I felt an icy shiver run through me. Back of fear I couldn't explain, the lights started to move, not floating randomly, not erratic. They were moving towards me, moving forward with terrifying precision. My throat dried up, my pulse shot up. I jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared alive. The lights were closer. I felt their blue glow reflecting on the windshield. I put my foot on the accelerator. Tires squealed against the asphalt. I shot down the road, my mind working at full speed. I didn't want to look in the rearview mirror, but I did. And there were the lights following me, moving along with my car. They didn't make sound, they didn't oscillate. They just floated, chasing me, every curve I took, every change of speed. They stayed there. I couldn't escape until suddenly they disappeared. I looked in the rearview mirror again. Just darkness. Just the empty road behind me. My chest was rising and falling quickly, trying to catch my breath. I parked in the first safe place I found. I got out of the car and looked out over the field. Nothing, just the night, but something was telling me that those lights were still there waiting. Since then I haven't taken that road at night again. I don't want to know what they were. I don't want to know what they wanted. I just know that if I ever come back to see those lights in the rearview mirror, I won't stop. I won't look back. 'Cause some things belong in the dark. Road trips are supposed to be fun. Windows down, loud music, miles of open road ahead. I've always loved that feeling of freedom, the idea that you can go anywhere, do anything without having to answer to anyone but yourself. But after what happened to me last summer, I don't think I'll ever feel so carefree on the road again. There's a kind of danger out there, the kind you don't see coming until it's too late. It was supposed to be a short solo trip. I had a couple of days off from work and I thought I'd take advantage of them by driving north, spending some time in a little cabin I'd rented. The place was secluded, tucked away in the woods, perfect for a little escape from city life. Just me, a few books, and a few days of peace. The trip started perfectly, clear skies, open road, and nothing but the sound of my favorite playlist filling the car. I felt well, excited, even hadn't taken a break in months, and this felt like the perfect way to unplug. The highway stretched before me, and for the first few hours everything was going according to plan. But then, somewhere on a deserted stretch of road, I noticed something strange in my rearview mirror. I saw an old bang van following me at first. I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to have a car behind on the highway, and there were stretches of road where you couldn't see another Vullo for miles. However, after about 20 minutes, driving the van was still there. Keeping a constant distance, I looked at the speedometer. It wasn't going particularly fast. I was just driving at the allowed speed. But the van didn't seem interested in overtaking me, even though the road was empty. I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe they were going in the same direction as me. But as the minutes passed, I couldn't help but feel a growing unease. Something in the way the van was going, it followed me. It felt strange. It stayed the same distance. It never accelerated. It never slowed down. It just followed my pace in a way that seemed deliberate. I told myself that I was exaggerating. I had been on the road for a while. Maybe I was just tired, getting a little paranoid. But the more I drove, the harder it was for me to shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to try a theory. I accelerated a little by increasing my speed a few miles per hour over the limit, just to see if the van did the same thing, and indeed it did. The van matched my speed perfectly, keeping the same constant distance behind me. Now I was really starting to worry. I looked at my phone with no signal. Of course it was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. The road stretched out in front of me, empty except for me and that van. I turned off the music and the silence inside the car. It suddenly felt heavy. I needed to figure out how to get out of there. Maybe it wasn't anything. Maybe I was just being paranoid, letting my imagination play tricks on me. But what if it wasn't? After a few more minutes of driving, I saw an exit sign ahead. It wasn't for a town, just a small rest area, one of those roadside stops with a couple of picnic tables and a restroom. I thought if I stopped, the van would pass me by and I could see if they were really following me, or if it was just a coincidence. I pointed and took the exit, feeling my heart pounding in my chest. The rest area was deserted, not a single car in sight. I parked and waited with my eyes fixed in the rearview mirror. The van didn't pass. Instead it slowed down and took the same exit. I felt a wave of fear to run through me. This wasn't just a random driver going in the same direction. They were following me. The van stopped at the other end of the parking lot, a good distance from my car. For a moment, everything was calm. I watched it, my pulse racing, but no one came out. The windows were polarized, which made it impossible to see who was inside. I stood there for a few minutes debating what to do. I didn't want to get out of the car, not with that van there, not knowing who or what was inside. But I also didn't want to wait to see what happened next. I thought it best to go, get back on the road and try to lose them. Maybe if I kept driving he'd get bored and they'd give up. Maybe they just wanted to scare me for some reason. But the thought of that van following me to the cabin made me shudder. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot with my hands shaking on the steering wheel as I merged back onto the highway. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, praying that the van would stay behind. But it didn't. It followed me back onto the road, keeping the same constant distance, my heart pounding. Now this wasn't a coincidence. Whoever was in that van was following me and wasn't going to give up. Revving the engine, roaring as I drove down the empty highway, the van matched my speed without falling behind, without trying to overtake me. I was stuck in some kind of twisted game and had no idea how to get out of it. I saw another exit ahead, this time towards a small town. I took it, hoping that if I drove to a more populated move away, maybe I could find a call-in or a coffee shop, somewhere with people, somewhere safe. I entered the village with my eyes alternating between the road and the rearview mirror. The van followed me, but kept its distance, staying behind as I took side streets, trying to lose them. Finally I saw a gas station on the edge of the town. It was small, but there were a few cars parked outside and a couple of people inside. I stopped parking right at the entrance and rushed in. The cashier looked at me strangely, probably because I looked like I was about to have a panic attack. I tried to calm down, acting like everything was fine, but my eyes kept going back to the windows, looking for the van. It didn't go into the gas station. Instead it slowly walked past its tinted windows, reflecting the blue lights of the premises. I saw it disappear down the road, finally out of my sight. I let out a trembling sigh, feeling a wave of relief run through me. Maybe they had given up, maybe they realized I wasn't going to be an easy target, and they decided to move on. I stayed at the gas station for a while, buying a drink and chatting with the cashier to calm my nerves. When I finally felt ready, I went back to the car, scanning the road for the van. Nothing was gone the rest of the on the way to the cabin. My heart kept pounding, constantly checking the rearview mirror, waiting to see the van appear again. But it never did. When I got to the cabin, The sun was starting to set and a wave of exhaustion hit me. Place was as quiet as I had imagined it, tucked away in the woods with nothing but the sound of trees swaying in the wind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched every time I looked out the window. I expected to see the van parked in the driveway, waiting. I spent the next 2 days in the cabin trying to relax, but I never really felt safe. Every time I heard a car passing by on the far road, my heart would race, and I would lean out the window expecting the worst. When the trip was over, I took a different route back home. I didn't see the van again, and I haven't seen it since. But that experience stayed with me. I don't know who was in that van or what they wanted. Maybe it was just someone playing a joke trying to scare me for fun. But whatever their intention was, they achieved it. I've never felt comfortable on a road trip again. Now every time I drive alone, I find myself checking the rearview mirror, looking for that same beat-up old van. And every time I see a car following me for longer, my heart skips a beat. 'Cause you never know who's out there watching, waiting. I used to think forests were places of peace and quiet, an escape from the world where the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional bird singing. But after what happened to me last fall, I know the truth. There are things in the woods that shouldn't be there. Things that you can't explain, and once you feel them, the peace of the forest never does the same again. It was mid-October, and I had taken a solo trip to a cabin deep in the mountains. A type of trip I made every year to disconnect from the world and enjoy the fresh air and the changing leaves. The cabin was small, just one room with a bed, a stove of firewood, and a porch overlooking a dense pine forest. No electricity, no cell phone signal, just me and nature. Arrived in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to set behind the mountains. The air was cold and crisp, impregnated with the aroma of pine and damp earth. I lit a fire on the stove, made myself a coffee, and settled in. It was perfect for the first time in months. I felt that I could breathe. But when night fell and the cabin was shrouded in darkness, I decided to go for a walk. I had explored the area on previous trips, so I wasn't afraid of getting lost. The forest was familiar to me. I had always found comfort in its silence. But that night something changed. At first it was just a whisper so low that I barely noticed it. I thought it was the wind. But the more I heard, the clearer it became that they were words. I couldn't understand them. They were just there, right on the edge of my hearing. I stopped in dry, shining my flashlight in all directions. The trees stood motionless, dark against the night sky. But the whisper continued. It was as if someone was talking in the wind. "Hello," I called, feeling ridiculous. But no one answered, only the whisper. And it was then, when I saw it, a shadow moving between the trees. Not the eye saw clearly. Only a flash of something too tall to be human gliding silently between the logs. My heart stopped. My lantern trembled in my hand. The figure I wasn't walking. I floated. The whisper grew louder, more desperate, like hundreds of voices talking to me at the same time. I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran to the cabin with the sound of those whispers chasing me. When I got there, I slammed the door shut and let's make sure of firewood with my back against the wall, my body tense, listening to the silence inside the cabin. It was so thick that I could hear the sound of my own breathing. But outside the forest was also silent, too quiet. There was no wind. There was no rustling of branches, not the distant song of some night owl, just a terrifying emptiness, as if everything was waiting. I didn't turn on any more lights. I didn't want to attract the attention of that. It was out there. With every minute that passed, I felt the tightness grow in the air, as if the walls of the cabin were containing something invisible and ancient. My mind tried to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was just a shadow caused by my flashlight. Maybe it was an animal, but deep down I knew it wasn't. There was something in the woods, something that had seen me, and something that didn't want me to be there. I lay awake the rest of the night, my eyes fixed on the door, afraid that at any moment it would open by itself. But nothing happened. There were no more whispers, no more movement in the darkness, just a terrible, utter silence. When the sun began to peek through the trees, I felt as if I had spent an eternity in that cabin. As soon as there was enough light, I packed up my things as fast as I could, didn't eat breakfast, didn't stop to take in the scenery, just wanted to get out of there before leaving. I stopped on the porch looking out into the woods for the last time. The place looked different in the daylight, but not in the comforting sense. It looked empty, not like a normal forest, but as if something that should be there wasn't anymore, like the whole place had changed overnight. A chill ran through me. I didn't stay any longer. I got in the car and drove without looking back. It's been months since that night, and I haven't gone back to that wood. I'm not sure if I ever will. Because every time I close my eyes, I can still see the shadow moving between the trees. Every time I hear the wind rustling through the leaves, I feel like it's trying to tell me something, and every time someone tells me that the woods are quiet and peaceful, I want to warn them the truth. The woods are not empty, never have been, and if you ever find yourself on a lonely trail in the middle of nowhere and you start hearing whispers in the wind, don't ignore them, because sometimes the forest is in the woods for you. Warning, and sometimes it's better not to find out what's out there. I used to think picking up hitchhikers was one of those old things, a kind of road adventure that people used to do when the world seemed a little less dangerous. But after what happened to me on that lonely stretch of road, I don't stop for anyone anymore. I learned the hard way that not everything and not everyone are what it looks like. It was late October. I was traveling alone on a long road ride through nowhere. I'd taken a turn off from the highway to explore some scenic roads, an empty winding road that ran through fields and woods, the kind of place where you might not see another car for miles, perfect for clearing your mind, or so I thought. The sun had just set, dyeing the sky a pale pink. I'd been driving for hours and tiredness was starting to settle in my bones. My destination was still a couple of hours away, but I wasn't in a hurry. With my favorite playlist in the background, I planned to stop in the next town to stretch my legs, eat something, and maybe find a cheap motel for the night. And then I saw him appear out of nowhere, standing on the side of the road with his thumb outstretched. There was something about him that felt out of place, like he didn't belong on that lonely stretch of road. He wasn't the kind of person you'd expect to see hitchhiking. He wasn't disheveled or dirty. He was young, maybe in his mid-20s, well dressed in jeans and a simple t-shirt. His expression was almost calm. Serena slowed down as I approached, debating. Besides, there were no gas stations or stops nearby. She felt cruel to leave him there alone with the night falling. I stopped and rolled down the window. "Where are you going?" I asked. He approached with a slight grateful smile. "I just want to get to the next town," his voice replied, soft but firm. "I've been walking a long time." There was something about his way of speaking, polite, respectful against my better judgment. I unlocked the door. "Get in." He slid into the passenger seat and left his bag at his feet with "Be careful." As I got the car back in gear, I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. His gaze was quiet, his gaze fixed on the road, but there was nothing particularly strange about him. Just a guy with bad luck taking a ride. The first few miles passed in silence. The road stretched out before us, long and dark, with only the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance. From time to time I tried to make conversation to ease the discomfort of "Where are you?" He shrugged. "Here and there. I've been moving around a lot lately." I nodded. "I understand you. Life on the road can be liberating." The hitchhiker turned his head slightly, not taking his eyes off the horizon. "Yes, but sometimes it feels like you're running away from something or chasing something. It depends on how you look at it." His words floated in the air. I wasn't sure how to respond. There was something in his somewhat heavy tone, as if I wasn't talking just about traveling. No more pressure. I just kept my eyes on the road as the night deepened. The sky was clear. The stars flickered like holes in the darkness. The road was still empty. Just us. The sound of the engine and the steady rhythm of the tires on the asphalt, until suddenly the hitchhiker spoke again. His voice calm but firm. "He turns to the left." Here I frowned, looked at the GPS. There was no exit to the left. "A straight road for miles." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "To the left," he repeated. This time his voice was lower, more insistent. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye. His expression had changed before. He seemed calm, almost relaxed. Now his face was tense, his gaze fixed on me. "I can't turn," I said, my voice more trembling than I expected. "No, there's a road there." His jaw clenched. He turned. The air in the car became heavy, thick. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel. I looked at the road, pure black. There was no exit or sign of detour. Nothing. I swallowed saliva, my heart hammering in my chest. "I'm not going to turn." The hitchhiker tilted his head slightly as if he were studying. Then he spoke in a whisper. Then I stopped. Something in his tone made my whole body terror. Without thinking about it, I stuck my foot on the accelerator. The car roared forward. "Get down," I screamed, not daring to look at him. He didn't move. He just kept looking at me, his expressionless face. Fear enveloped me like a second skin. I took a breath. I tried to stay firm. "Get out of the car now." Nothing. He didn't blink. He didn't react until he smiled slowly. He put his hand to the door handle. "Okay." He opened the door and left in motion. As if the car I wasn't speeding forward. The sound of the door closing. It was like a gunshot in the night. My heart was pounding so hard I felt like I was going to break my chest. I kept driving. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Fear told me that if I did it would still be there, watching me, waiting for me. When I finally got to the next city, my hands were still shaking. I parked at the first gas station I saw and tried to calm down. Then I looked at the passenger seat. The bag was still there. My breath was cut off with trembling fingers. I opened it. There was only one thing inside, a crumpled piece of paper. I unfolded it slowly. It only had 2 words written in messy handwriting. Thanks. My stomach sank. I didn't understand what it meant. I didn't want to understand it since I haven't picked anyone up again, because sometimes, when you help someone on the road, maybe you're helping a person at all. You know that. Vacation that's supposed to be an escape from reality, a time to relax, let go of worries. That's exactly what I had in mind when I booked a 7-day cruise. I needed it, a break from work, from the stress of the whole open ocean, the warm sun, a drink in hand. Everything sounded perfect, and at first it was the first few days they were just what I expected. Mornings by the pool with a good book, nights enjoying the entertainment on board with a cocktail in hand. I had chosen a solo trip, and it was just what I needed, only me, the sea, and no distractions, at least so I thought. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I noticed something was wrong. My cabin had a private balcony. Every night I would sit there to watch the stars. The gone of the waves was hypnotic, the gentle rocking of the boat strangely comforting. But that night, I felt it, that unsettling, unmistakable feeling that I wasn't alone. You know, that chill, that twinge in the back of your neck, like someone was watching you, even when you can't see them. I turned my head, looking up at the nearby balconies. Nothing, just empty railings. I scanned the rows of cabins above and below mine. They were all dark, curtains closed. Laughed at myself. Maybe it was the wine, or maybe I was too trapped in my own head. I shook the feeling and stayed out for another hour before going to sleep the next morning. Forgot about it. Another perfect day on the boat. Breakfast by the pool, a nap in the sun, sea breeze. But later, as I was getting ready for dinner, something strange happened. I was brushing my hair in front of the mirror when I saw something through the glass door of the balcony. The curtains were slightly open, and standing there, just outside, was a figure. My heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a reflection. Someone was on my balcony watching me. My body froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe for a second. I convinced myself that I was imagining it, that it was just my mind playing a game. Bad tricks. But then it moved. Just a small displacement, but enough to make me react. I let go of the brush and ran to the door. My fingers trembled as I pulled the handle, opening it suddenly. But when I came out, there was no one there. I peeked over the railing. I scanned the nearby balconies. Nothing. The boat was moving. The wind was ruffling my hair. The ocean was spreading in all directions, and I was alone. I went back to my cabin. Closing the door was tight. My heart was pounding violently. What the hell had I seen that night? I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, the day something was looking at me. The next night the worst happened. After I came back from dinner, I found something disturbing. My balcony door was open just a little, but I had always closed it. The feeling of terror took over me. I approached cautiously. The breeze was waving the curtains. Something was on the small table on my balcony. An object that wasn't there before. A match. No, an old, worn-out matchbook, like the ones they give in roadside motels. I picked it up with trembling fingers. On the inside of the lid there was something written, crooked letters, almost illegible. They said, "I see you." I dropped the match as if it had burned me. My skin stood on end. Someone had been there. Someone here had been inside my room. I hurried to close the door and lock it. I took my phone, ready to call security. But I stopped. What was I going to tell them? I found a match on my balcony. It didn't sound like an emergency, but I knew what I had seen. I knew someone had been here. The rest of the night I spent it awake. Every creak of the boat, every shadow on the wall, I made it jump until at 2 in the morning I heard a sound, a soft knock on the balcony door. My veins froze. I couldn't move. The sound continued, slow, rhythmic, as if someone was calling. My breathing was a muffled whisper. I slowly got out of bed, grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, moved closer to the curtain. Each step made me feel weaker. The knock continued. With one last breath I pulled back the curtain. The balcony was empty. The door was still closed, but there was something else. Something written on the glass in the bow that someone had left with their hand. 3 words, "You're scared." I staggered backwards, my mind blurred. I fell on the bed. I didn't know how long it was when I woke up. It was already daylight. The frame was running its course. The balcony seemed normal, but the words were still there. That day I avoided my room. I spent time in the common areas waiting for the fear to go away, but it never did. I didn't go out on the balcony again. I didn't look out the window again, and every time I think about that cruise I keep hearing the sound, that soft, insistent tapping on the glass, and I know that whatever found me in the sea is still out there looking for someone else waiting. You know that feeling when you walk into a place and something just feels strange, like the air is a little too still, the shadows a little too dark, and you can't shake the feeling that something is watching you, even when you're alone. I never believed in those things before. I thought they were just superstitions, people reading too much in old stories or letting their imaginations play tricks on them. But after what happened in that cabin, I will never doubt that feeling again. It all started as a spontaneous weekend trip. My friend Sarah and I had been talking about getting out of town for a while, just the two of us to relax and recharge. We found a cabin in line advertised as rustic and off the grid. It sounded perfect for what we needed. It was also cheap, which should have been a warning sign, but we were eager to escape and didn't question the details too much. The drive to the cab was long, winding through dense woods and narrow mountain roads. The more we were cozy. It had the basics: a small kitchen, a wood stove, 2 bedrooms, and a porch overlooking the forest. There was something lovely about it in a neglected and forgotten sense. But even in the daylight I couldn't help but feel a little restless. The place felt empty. Not in the obvious sense, of course. It was empty. No one had been there in months, but there was a kind of strange emptiness, as if the cabin was holding its breath. Unpack our things. We prepared a quick dinner and settled in for the evening. The sun had just set, and the only light came from the few candles we had brought and the faint glow of the fire that we lit on the stove. The cabin had no electricity, so once it fell, it did it completely. Enveloping it all was so when I first noticed it. The silence wasn't the kind of peaceful silence you feel when you're away from the city. It was heavy, almost unnatural. The kind of silence that makes you feel like you shouldn't make any sounds. Like the air itself is holding its breath. I thought it was just the feeling of being isolated. Maybe my mind playing tricks on me after the long trip. But still the restlessness persisted like an itch in the back of my mind that I couldn't scratch. Sarah didn't seem to notice it. She was busy talking about her plans for the weekend, oblivious to the tension I felt. I tried to ignore it, concentrate on the heat of the fire and on the comforting candlelight. But something in the cabin didn't feel right. After dinner we sat on the porch for a while, listening to the wind move through the trees, the full moon casting a ghostly glow over the woods, and for a moment I almost managed to relax. The beauty of the night was enough to make me forget the strange feeling that had been bothering me since we arrived. But then Sarah pointed to something. "You hear that?" she asked in an almost inaudible whisper. I listened, straining to hear what she mentioned. At the beginning there was nothing, just the wind and the rustling of the trees. But then, very faintly, I heard it, a rhythmic, distant sound coming from somewhere deep in the woods. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked at Sarah uneasily. "What is that?" I asked in a tense voice. "No, I don't know," he replied, frowning. "Maybe an animal." But the sound wasn't like an animal. It was too steady, too intentional. It reminded me of heavy, slow footsteps, as if someone or something was walking through the forest just out of our sight. We listened for a while longer, but the sound never came close, stayed distant enough, low enough that it was part of the wind if you weren't paying attention. Still, it left me with a cold knot in my stomach. We decided to go in and call the night. Sarah dismissed it as nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, like something was watching us, lurking right beyond the edge of the trees inside the cabin. The feeling intensified. The fire in the stove had gone down, casting long shadows on the walls. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind outside made me jump. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was being paranoid. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It got louder with each passing minute. It got louder with each passing minute. By the time we got into bed I was completely on alert. The cabin was too quiet, too still, and every sound seemed to be amplified in the darkness. I could hear Sarah's breathing from the other room, slow and steady, but I couldn't sleep. And then, somewhere in the night, I heard it again. The pounding was louder now, closer. It echoed through the walls of the cabin. My heart raced as I lay fully mobile in bed, containing breathing, trying to locate the sound. Seemed to be coming from outside, just behind the door. I sat up slowly, pulse hammering in my ears. The sound continued in a slow, deliberate rhythm, as if something was walking around the cabin, circling. I looked out the small window next to my bed. But the impenetrable era, I could see the silhouettes of the trees swaying in the breeze, but nothing else, and yet the sound was still there surrounding us. I didn't want to move, I didn't want to make any noise. Something deep in my instinct told me that I should have stayed completely still. My mouth was dry, and I squeezed the blanket tightly with my eyes fixed on the door, waiting, and then, suddenly, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I sat there not daring to breathe, with every fiber of my being tense, waiting to hear something else, but nothing. The air inside the cabin felt even heavier than before, as if the whole place was holding its breath with me. I don't know how long I was like this, maybe minutes, maybe hours, but at some point fatigue overcame me, and somehow I fell asleep. When I woke up, the sunlight filtering through the window. It took me a moment to remember whether the tightness of the night before felt surreal like a bad dream. But the lingering fear in my chest told me I hadn't imagined it. Dressed hurriedly, and went out onto the porch, scanning the woods. The trees were still there, tall and motionless, as if nothing had happened. But then I saw it. The footprints marked in the dirt around the cabin didn't look like an animal. They didn't even look human. They were long and thin, with irregular marks, as if something heavy had dragged its feet on the wet earth. A chill ran through my body. I didn't say anything to Sarah. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding ridiculous. We packed our things and spent the morning exploring the surroundings, trying to enjoy our last day. But I couldn't relax every time we passed by a clearing, too dark, or a deep ripple on the ground. I felt that something was happening to us. I was watching in the afternoon. We decided to get back to town before dark. Sarah didn't seem to object to shortening the trip. She said something about wanting to start the week early. I didn't argue. I was just ready to go. When we got in the car, I looked at the cabin one last time in the daylight. It was just an old, neglected building in the middle of the forest, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going on. Or maybe I could just now see the place for what it really was. We walked away down the dirt road, and when the cabin disappeared into the trees, I felt a strange sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. The more we wandered the place in the darkness, in the oppressive stillness of the cabin, as if I were keeping a secret. I don't know what was in that forest that night, and I don't want to know, but I'll never go back to that cabin, and I'll never ignore that feeling of unease again. 'Cause sometimes it's not just your imagination. Sometimes there's something real in the shadows, watching, waiting. I've never liked driving with fog. There's something about the way it wraps everything up, in the way the world disappears beyond the hood of the car, that's always seemed unsettling to me. It makes everything seem emptier, more unreal. But no previous experience prepared me for what I experienced that night. I had been driving back home from a work trip, crossing a rural area full of woods and hills. It was late. There were no streetlights. There was no signal on the phone. Just me, my car, and the road. The fog had slowly started to creep in, but after a while it became so dense that I could barely see beyond my headlights. I turned off the radio to concentrate. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the gravel under the tires. My knots were white from squeezing the steering wheel so much. The fog was heavy, oppressive, and then I saw it, a figure standing on the side of the road. It was just a shadow in the fog, motionless, with arms dangling at my sides. He bristled. Who would be there in the middle of nowhere? At this time I slowed down, my headlights illuminating his silhouette. He was a man dressed in clothes. I couldn't see his face. He wasn't moving. He didn't react. When I slowly passed by him, I bit my lip. I had to stop. What if I needed help? Something inside me. He screamed, "Don't speed it up a little." I passed by. I looked in the rearview mirror, and I almost shouted. The man was no longer on the side of the road. He was standing in the middle of the road right behind my car, and I continued without moving. A wave of terror ran through my body. I stepped on the accelerator. The car roared as I moved away, the fog swallowing the figure. But the feeling that I was not alone did not disappear. I looked in the rearview mirror once again, and there was the figure. But now I was inside the car, in the back seat. My blood froze. I didn't dare to turn around. I didn't dare breathe. My eyes were still glued to the road, fear running through me from head to toe. Suddenly the radio turned on by itself, emitting a static squeak. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I couldn't go on like this. I turned the car sharply to the side of the road and slammed to face whatever was there. The back seat was empty, nothing except for a slight mark on the upholstery, as if someone had been sitting there. My heart hammers against my chest. I stepped on the gas and didn't stop until I reached the next city. When I finally stopped the car in a lighted area, I sat there shaking, trying to calm my breath. I tried to convince myself that it had been my imagination, the tiredness, the fog playing with my mind, but still today, every time I drive alone in the fog, I look at the rearview mirror with fear because I know that if I ever see it again, this time it won't go away. They say that rest areas are some of the most disturbing places you can end up in the middle of the night. I never believed it until it happened to me. I have stopped at many of them without thinking twice so that I would fill up with gas, buy a snack, stretch my legs, but that night when I stopped at a rest area in the middle of the nothingness, it felt different, and when I left I knew I would never see them the same way I had been driving back home after visiting a friend in another state. It was a long trip, but I decided to do it in one go. Instead of stopping at a motel, it seemed like a good idea at that point, until I was on the road for hours, with darkness closing in around me and tiredness starting to weigh on my eyelids. It was past midnight, and I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just me, the open road, and the occasional trucks passing by in the opposite direction. I felt like sleep was starting to win over my focus. Slipping, I knew I needed to pause before I stayed asleep at the wheel. Then I saw the sign for a rest area a few miles away. It was nothing special, just one of those little stops with a couple of vending machines and a restroom, but it was better than nothing. I turned towards the exit, stopping at the almost empty rest area. Alone there was another car in the parking lot, an old and battered sedan parked near the entrance, but I didn't see its owner. Nowhere did the air feel heavy, the kind of stillness you only find in places that have been forgotten by time. I turned off the engine and stayed in the car for a minute, listening to the hum of the engine and the distant murmur of the wind in the trees. The other car remained motionless, its windows were fogged up. I wondered if someone was sleeping inside or if the parking lot had been abandoned there. It was dimly lit by a pair of flickering streetlights casting elongated shadows on the cracked asphalt. Something in the place I didn't like, but I convinced myself it was just paranoia. I just needed to stretch a bit and clear my mind. I got out of the car feeling the fresh air against my skin as I walked towards the vending machines. My footsteps sounded too loud on the surface. They wouldn't have worked in years, I sighed frustratedly. The thought of an icy soda had been cheering me up, and now I'd have to go on without it. Turned to go back to the car, and then I saw him. A man standing next to the old sedan. I hadn't seen him before. His clothes were tall and dark, making it hard to see him clearly in the dim light. But there was something unsettling about his posture. He was too still. His face was turned in my direction, but he remained just outside the glare of the lamppost, which made it impossible to distinguish his features. A shiver ran through me. I hadn't heard him approaching. I hadn't seen him when I arrived. It was as if he had always been there looking at me. My stomach knotted uneasily. I didn't want to look paranoid, so I gave him a slight nod, as if I recognized his presence without seeming nervous, but he didn't move, he didn't nod back, he didn't make any gestures. He just stood there completely motionless watching me. I tried to ignore him and returned to my car with hurried steps, feeling my heart pound in my chest. I didn't know what problem that guy had, but I wasn't willing to stay to find out. When I got to the door of my car, I couldn't help but take a look around over my shoulder. The man was still there, but now he was closer, not by much, maybe just a couple of steps ahead, but enough for my pulse to go up. I put the key in the lock with trembling hands, feeling an irrational urge to get into the car and close the doors as soon as possible. When I finally managed to get in, I locked the doors immediately and started the engine. The engine noise. It filled the suffocating silence of the parking lot, but the man didn't move. He just kept looking at me. I took a shaky breath and prepared to reverse, but then in the rearview mirror I saw something that made me freeze. A movement in the seat. Behind there was someone in my car. I felt the blood run cold in my veins. A dark figure, barely visible in the gloom, was crouched in the back seat, like if I had been hidden all along. How I had entered. How long had I been there? My thoughts became chaos before I could react. The figure moved, straightened up slowly, hissing becoming clearer in the rearview mirror, and it was then, when I saw his face, or rather his absence of a face, was blurred, indistinct like a shadow that had not yet taken shape completely. A shiver ran through me feet to toe. I wasn't breathing. I wasn't talking. I was just looking at me through the reflex. Panic swept over me without a second thought. I stepped on odd air. The tires squealed against the pavement as the car shot out of the rest area. I didn't look back. I didn't want to check if the man was still there. I didn't want to see if the figure in the back seat was still with me. I drove without stopping for miles with white knuckles on the steering wheel and my breath ragged with fear. I couldn't process what I'd seen. I didn't want to, but I could still feel it, as if something invisible was still in the car with me. After what seemed like hours, I saw a sign for a well-lit gas station and turned towards it, without hesitation. The parking lot was full of cars, people coming in and out for the first time all night. I felt safe. I parked under the brightest light I could find and turned off the engine. My hands were still shaking. I knew I had to look. I had to see if the back seat was still empty. I swallowed hard and very slowly turned my head. The back seat was empty. I let out a trembling sigh, feeling a wave of relief, but the fear didn't completely disappear. I stayed at the gas station for a long time trying to convince myself that everything was a hallucination caused by tiredness, a simple trick of the mind, but deep down I knew the truth. What I saw in that rearview mirror wasn't my imagination. Someone or something had been in my car that night. I never went back to that rest area. In fact, I don't stop at any anymore. When I drive at night, because whatever was waiting for me there that night, I don't want to find it again. And if you ever find yourself alone in one of those rest areas in the middle of the night and you feel like someone is watching you, listen to me, go away. There's something about road trips that makes you feel invincible. Miles of asphalt stretching out in front of you, the freedom of not having a fixed plan, the thrill of the unknown. I've always loved that feeling, knowing that anything can happen, but this trip crossed the line between adventure and something else, something I still can't explain. Dylan and I had planned this trip for weeks. Just two friends touring the country with no fixed destination, no schedules, just us, the car, and the road. It was supposed to be fun, spontaneous, but at some point it all went wrong. We were driving through the middle of nowhere, an endless stretch of highway where there was nothing but flat fields and a few trees scattered as far as the eye could see. The kind of place where you lose signal on your cell phone and feel completely disconnected from the world. The sun was starting to set, dyeing the sky purple, and we hadn't seen another car for miles. I was behind the wheel with my eyes starting to blur after so many hours of driving. Dylan was checking the GPS, looking for the next town, or at least one gas station where we could refuel and stretch our legs. Something nearby, I asked without taking my eyes off the road. Nothing in the next 50 kilometers, he replied, frowning. But there is a gas station about 5 kilometers off the main road. It is very far from the road. Only about 10 minutes of detour, I nodded. Let's go there. We need gasoline. We take the exit and follow a narrow and winding road that crossed campos and small clumps of trees. The further we went, the more isolated everything felt. There were no street lamps, no signs of life, just the light from our headlights cutting through the darkness. The road was in a bad state, full of cracks and potholes, as if it hadn't been repaired in years. After about 10 minutes, we finally saw an old, neglected gas station on the side of the road. Its neon sign flashed faintly in the night. The building looked abandoned, the paint peeling off the walls, the windows were covered in grime, and the lights above the pumps flickered faintly. There was only one car in the old rusty parking lot parked near the entrance. I have no good feeling about this place, Dylan muttered, glancing around. Yes, it's not exactly a 5-star, I admitted, but we don't have a choice. We needed gas, and there was no other station for miles. I parked next to it, to one of the pumps, and turned off the engine. The air outside, it was strangely cold, that soaked to the bone. Despite it being summer, I told Dylan to go get some food while I filled up the tank. I started pumping the gas, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. I looked around, but the outside of the gas station was empty, just the dark road and the flashing lights of the building. The only sound was the soft hum of the pump. After a minute, I heard the bell over the store door ring. When Dylan walked in, I stood outside staring at the old rusty sedan, its windows fogged up and covered in dust. It looked like it hadn't moved in years. When the tank filled up, I put the hose back in place and looked at the gas station. Dylan still didn't. I had come out, frowning. What was holding it back so much? Maybe I was looking at what to buy, but something in this place made me nervous. I decided to go in and see what was going on. As soon as I walked through the door, I felt it. The air inside was heavy, laden with an awkward silence. The place was poorly lit, with shelves covered in dust and expired products. The smell of it permeated the atmosphere. The floor creaked under my boots while Dylan was moving forward. I called nothing. I kept walking through the halls. The site wasn't big, but it felt poorly designed, as if the shelves had been placed without any logic. The place was unnerving. I went to the counter. An old man was sitting in the back, hunched over with his head down. His skin was pale and wrinkled, and he was wearing a faded flannel shirt. He didn't react when I got closer. Excuse me. He saw my friend come in here. Nothing. Hello, I insisted. The old man raised his head slowly as his eyes met mine. A shiver ran down my spine. They were glassy, empty, as if he wasn't seeing anything at all. His lips parted slightly as if he was going to say something, but he didn't make a sound. I took a step away. My heart stretched tightly in my chest. Something was very wrong. I looked around the store looking for Dylan. Dylan called again, my voice sounding too loud in the oppressive silence of the place. Nothing. Anxiety hit me hard. I turned and started walking quickly through the aisles, checking every corner of the store. But there was no sign of him. It was impossible. He hadn't come out. I would have seen him suddenly. I heard a creak coming from the back of the store. I froze. I turned my head slowly. A dark aisle stretched beyond the bookshelves, a space I hadn't noticed before. There was no light. At the end only shadows, and then a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Dylan. But something was wrong. He was moving in one way. He was strange, stiff, as if every step cost him enormous effort. His expression was empty, his eyes dull. "Dylan," I whispered, feeling a chill running through me. He didn't respond. He just kept walking towards the exit, ignoring me completely. I tried to block him. El Paso. Grabbing his arm, his skin was cold, too cold. "What's wrong with you?" I asked in a trembling voice. He paused for a moment, but didn't answer, didn't look at me. Just let go of my grip and kept walking towards the car. Followed him. My heart hammered in my chest. Dylan climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine without saying a word. Climbed into the passenger seat. Still in shock, the car roared as it ignited, and Dylan bolted out of the gas station without even looking back. The way back to the highway was absolute silence. Dylan didn't speak. Didn't react when I asked him what had happened. Didn't blink. Didn't show any emotion. Just kept driving with his hands clutching the steering wheel and staring at the road. Something inside me was screaming that that person behind the wheel wasn't my friend. No, not at all. After what had happened at that gas station, finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we came to a small motel in the next town. Dylan parked without saying anything, got out of the car, and went into the room we had booked earlier. I followed him, still feeling a knot of terror in my stomach. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep, but I couldn't sleep. I sat on the opposite bed watching him, wondering what the hell had happened. When he woke up the next morning, everything seemed normal. "Another, why are you looking at me like that?" he asked me, rubbing his eyes. "You don't remember anything from last night?" I answered him with a thread of voice. He frowned. "What a thing." "The gas station." His expression went blank. "What gas station?" I froze. He didn't remember being there. He didn't remember going in. He didn't remember coming out of the darkness with that empty gaze. It was as if that fragment of the night had been erased from his, but I remembered it every damn second. We didn't talk about it again. We finished the trip and went home. But every time I see an old gas station with a flashing neon sign, I feel the air get colder, because I know deep inside me that we should never have stopped at that place, and that something in that store was waiting for us. It's strange how a routine trip can become in something you'll never forget. I've always been the type of person who finds solace in the familiarity of the road. Driving at night with only the hum of the engine and the soft glow of the streetlights is pacific, almost meditative. I never expected one of those quiet trips to leave me with a memory that still gives me goosebumps. It was a late Thursday night, and I was driving home after doing a double shift at work. My usual route was a long highway through farmland, rural, an empty and silent road. It wasn't a busy road, especially after dark. Just unfinished miles of asphalt flanked by scattered fields and trees. I had driven around thousands of times without a second thought. The night was clear and the moon hung low in the sky, casting a light silver over the landscape. My headlights lit up the road in front of me as the soft murmur of the radio filled the car's silence. It was just after 12 o'clock and I was tired, but not tired enough to worry about falling asleep at the wheel. I had an hour's drive before I got home. Nothing out of the ordinary until I saw it at first. It was just a flash of movement in the corner of my tail. I looked out of the eye in the rearview mirror, but there was nothing there, just the empty road stretching behind me. I shook my head, telling myself I was seeing things. It was late after all. But then he saw it again. A figure sitting in the back seat jumped, my heart leaping in my chest. I turned my head quickly. Nothing. The back seat was empty. I knew there was no one in the car with me. But when I looked back at the mirror, the figure was still there. It was a barely visible shadow in the gloom, sitting completely still in the back seat. My chest tightened with a wave of panic. I squeezed the steering wheel tightly, my eyes alternating between the road and the rearview mirror. I couldn't see details. Just a blurred outline, a silhouette leaning over in the back seat. But every time I looked away, my mind was filled of scary questions. There was someone really there. I had been there the whole time. I looked again, hoping it had appeared, but the figure was still there. My heart was pounding as I tried to concentrate on the road. There was no way anyone had gotten into my car. I had locked it the instant I got in, and I hadn't stopped since I left work, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't. I was alone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a strange reflection in the mirror, but the more I looked, the more defined the figure became. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a person, or at least it looked like one. I swallowed, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't know what to do. I should stop, turn around and check the back seat. But the thought of stopping on that deserted road in the middle of the night, my blood was running cold. That if I stopped and there was something there, I really kept driving, my mind full of terror. Every time I looked in the mirror, the figure looked clearer. It wasn't just a reflection. It was there after what seemed like an eternity. I decided to do something. I took one last look in the rearview mirror, making sure the figure was still there, and then I turned my head, slammed. The back seat was empty, completely empty. Just a wrinkled jacket lying where I had left it before. I let out a trembling sigh, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. I laughed to myself, feeling stupid. I was just tired. My mind was playing tricks after a long day. Of course there was no one in the car. But then I looked in the mirror again. The figure was still there. My stomach dropped like a stone, and a wave of cold ran through my body. I hadn't imagined it. It was still there. Not in the back seat, only in the mirror. Fear suddenly enveloped me. I accelerated my hands, holding on tightly to the steering wheel as the road passed by in a blur of shadows and lights. I didn't want to look at the mirror again, but I couldn't help it. Every time my eyes wandered, the figure was still there. It wasn't moving. It wasn't making noise. It was alone. I was sitting watching myself. My breathing became erratic, my pulse pounding in my ears. I couldn't stop. I couldn't look back. All I could do was keep driving. The road stretched out infinitely. The trees passed like dark spots on each side of the car. Indifferent to my terror, I finally saw the detour into my neighborhood. I turned, the tires screeching on the pavement. I was almost home. I parked in the driveway, my house with a sudden braking, my body trembling while I turned off the engine. I didn't stay in the car for another second. I jumped out and slammed the door, slamming in, feeling the cold night air envelop me. But before running towards the house, I looked one last time at the rearview mirror. The back seat was still empty, but Leg was in the mirror watching me. I didn't wait any longer. I entered the house. I closed the door. With the silence of my home greeted me with a calm I didn't feel. My mind repeated the same question over and over again. What the hell had I seen in the mirror that night I didn't sleep? I sat in the living room with all the lights on, going over and over again what had happened, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But a part of me knew the truth. It hadn't been an illusion. It hadn't been a reflection. There was something in the mirror, and I could still feel his gaze. It's been months since that night, but every time I drive alone, every time my eyes wander to the rearview mirror, my heart races. 'Cause deep down I'm still afraid that one day that figure will come back, waiting for the perfect moment to come back. There's something about Stop's nightly rest that gives me chills. They're supposed to be a haven when you're on a long trip, a place where you can stretch your legs, grab a snack, and recharge before heading back on the road. But when the sun goes down and traffic slows down, they take on a completely different atmosphere. Maybe it's the dim lighting or the way everything feels a little too quiet. But if ever you've stopped at one in the middle of the night, you know what I'm talking about. I was on a long journey back home after visiting my family, and it was getting late. I had been on the road for hours, and the combination of fatigue and monotony was starting to affect me. My eyes were heavy, and I felt like I was starting to lose focus. I knew I needed a break before falling asleep at the wheel. It was then that I saw the sign of a rest stop a couple of miles away. I didn't think twice. I could have a coffee, walk a little, and then continue my simple way. I really arrived at the rest stop shortly after midnight. It was one of those smaller ones, with only a couple of vending machines, a restroom, and a parking lot with a few cars scattered, fluorescent lights flashing above my head, casting long shadows on the pavement. Cracked. Some trucks were parked at the end of the lot, their engines whizzing in the stillness. But other than that, the place was deserted. I parked near the vending machines, got out of the car, and immediately felt the weight of the night enveloping me. The air was colder than I expected, with a light breeze that made the leaves of the nearby trees rustle. There was something about the stillness that made me uncomfortable. But I ignored it. I was just tired. I went to the bathroom first with the intention of pouring water on my face to clear my head. The place was old, the kind that seemed not to have been renovated in decades. The lights hummed softly, emitting a yellowish glow on the cracked tiles and stained sinks. I turned on the faucet and the water came out in a faint, intermittent stream. I washed my face, and when I dried my hands on the jeans, I heard the door creak behind me. I looked in the mirror and saw a man standing in the doorway. His face, partially hidden in the shadows, was tall, with an unkempt beard and a faded baseball cap covering his eyes. He didn't say anything. He just stood there for a moment looking at me, nodded at him, trying to look casual, but inside my heart was starting to beat hard. Something about the way it just stood there motionless gave me a bad feeling. "Hey," you muttered. It had increased. I felt a chill run through me as I walked back to the car. I tried to shake off the strange encounter, telling myself that the guy was probably just another tired commuter, maybe a truck driver taking a break. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize that feeling of unease, it didn't leave me. I made it to my car, but instead of getting in, I decided to buy a snack from the vending machine. Maybe some sugar would help keep me awake for the rest of the trip. I pulled a few coins out of my pocket and pressed the button for a candy bar. The machine hummed softly before dropping the candy onto the tray. Just as I bent down to pick up, I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate. I turned, expecting to see the man in the bathroom. But the parking lot was empty. The trucks were still parked at the end of the lot, their engines rumbling softly. But there was no one else in sight. The wind rustled the trees, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined the footsteps. I looked down at the bathroom. The man was no longer there. The door was locked, and the dim light inside cast long, eerie shadows on the floor. The pavement my skin stood on end again. I decided I'd had enough. I didn't need coffee or a snack so urgently. I just wanted to get back on the road and get away from whatever it was that was making me so nervous. I turned to open the car door, but when my hand touched the handle, my heart stopped for an instant. The door was already unlocked. I was sure I had closed it on my way out. I always did it, especially at a rest stop at night. My hand froze on the handle while my mind was racing. I had forgotten to close it, or someone had opened it while I was in the bathroom. I hesitated for a moment, then I opened the door cautiously and looked inside. Everything was normal, nothing out of place, no sign that anyone had been there. But that didn't calm the knot of fear that was clenching on my chest. I slid off the driver, locked the doors, and started the engine. The hum of the car gave me a small sense of relief. But when I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I looked in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the bathroom man standing in the shade watching me walk away, but the rest stop was empty. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was late. I was tired, and the mind plays tricks when it's alone in a quiet place like that. Still, the feeling of unease clung to me like a cold sweat. I went back to the road and tried to forget it, but then I noticed it, a flashing light in my rearview mirror. At first I thought it was just a car approaching from behind, but the light wasn't constant. It was flashing, pulsing in and out as if I turned my head to look straight, but the road behind me was empty. There was no car. There was nothing. I checked the mirror again, and the light was still there, faint but unmistakable, flickering like a dying light bulb. My heart began to race again. What the hell is that? I hadn't seen any other car since I left the rest stop. How could there be lights behind me now? I pressed the throttle, increasing speed, hoping to leave behind whatever was following me. But the light didn't go away. It stood there floating in the rearview mirror like a ghost, always out of reach. My palms sweated as I gripped the steering wheel. Tensed, I tried to focus on the road, but I couldn't help but look at the rearview mirror. The flashing light was still there, more and more erratic, as if I was trying to tell me something. Then suddenly it disappeared. My heart still flickered. It hammered in my chest. I looked at the mirror again, hoping to see it come back, but the road behind me was completely empty. I let out a trembling sigh, trying to convince myself that it had all been an illusion, a reflection of some distant light, tiredness, playing tricks on me. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize the feeling of being watched, it was still stuck. To me, like the rest of the way was a blur. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just kept driving with my eyes fixed on the road and fear beating in my chest. When I finally got home, the sun was starting to rise, bathing the world in a warm, golden light. But even in the daylight, I couldn't shake the memory of that night, the flickering light in the rearview mirror, the man at the bathroom door with his cold, expressionless eyes. Those moments still haunt me every time I stop at a rest station. Late at night, there's something about those places, something unsettling that I can't explain, and now every time I park in one, I always make sure to check the locks, because sometimes what makes us uncomfortable at night isn't just in our heads, sometimes it's real. There's something about camping that makes you feel both connected to nature and vulnerable. Being alone in the woods, far from civilization, surrounded by darkness and the sounds of wildlife. It's an experience that can be peaceful or scary. I've camped many times, but that night I discovered that sometimes it's not the animals or the weather that you need to fear. It was a weekend I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I needed to clear my mind after a few stressful weeks at work. I found a site in a remote state park, an area I had never been to before. The place was perfect, secluded, with no one around for miles. Just me, the trees, and the tranquility. I arrived at the site in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to descend behind the trees. Trees still had enough light to pitch my tent by the river, with the water flowing gently a few feet away. It was Pacific. For the first time in weeks I felt I could breathe. I lit a fire when night fell. I prepared my dinner and sat down to enjoy the silence. The sound of Los Grillos and the rustling of leaves in the night breeze created a relaxing atmosphere. I sat by the fire, feeling its warmth on my face as the stars appeared in the sky. But then I noticed it, a movement, just a flicker at the edge of the campfire light. At first I thought it was a reflection, a play of light and shadows dancing with the flames, but there was something about that shadow that felt different. It was too solid, too still. I stood up, squinting into the darkness, the firm voice nothing. Only the crackle of the fire and the murmur of the river. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed the ace of light towards the edge of the camp. The lightning lit up the trees. But there was nothing there, or at least nothing I could see. I let out a sigh and sat down again, telling myself that I was just tired. But the restlessness didn't leave me. The forest was too quiet, the crickets, the frogs, everything had stopped ringing. I forced myself to ignore it, adding fuel to the fire and trying to distract myself. But every few minutes I felt the need to look at the edge of the forest, as if something was there, waiting. I finally decided to go to sleep. I put out the campfire, went into the tent and zipped it up. The small space felt comforting, a barrier between me and the darkness of the forest. But when I lay down, I was able to relax. I felt that presence. I heard every rustling of Rama, every little whisper of the wind through the trees, and then I heard its slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. I stood completely still. The footsteps were gentle, careful, as if whoever gave them did not want to be heard. They were not the erratic movements of an animal. They were methodical humans. They stopped right outside my tent. My heart was pounding so hard that I feared the sound would give me away. The tent was thin. If anyone was out there, they could see my silhouette against the moonlight. I pressed the flashlight in my hand, debating whether to light it or stay in the dark. The silence dragged on. I held my breath, listening for any hint of movement. Then something scratched the fabric of the tent. It wasn't a hard scratch. It was slow, deliberate, as if someone was slipping their nails with smoothness along the material. Panic hit me hard. I wanted to run away, but fear kept me paralyzed. The scratch moved around the tent, first on one side, then on the other, as if they were exploring, trying to see what I would do. My mind was clouded with scary images. Who was out there, what they wanted, and most importantly, why didn't they say anything? I forced myself to breathe slowly. If they came in, I would if I didn't react fast. But before I could decide what to do, the sound stopped again. Absolute silence. I stayed listening to every tense muscle. Seconds passed, then minutes, nothing. I don't know how long I stayed awake waiting for the sound to come back, but it never did. Somehow, at some point in the early morning, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell asleep. When I woke up, the light of dawn filled the tent. I lay down for a moment, trying to process the night before. It had been real. I knew it, but I needed to see evidence. I walked out of the tent and checked the ground around it. The leaves and dirt were scrambled, and there in the soft, damp earth I saw the footprints, but they weren't human. Not completely. They were elongated, with deep markings on the tip like claws. They followed a pattern surrounding my tent before disappearing into the woods. My stomach churned. Something had been there, something I didn't want me to see. I didn't stay to find out what it was. I put my things away as fast as I could, and I walked to my car without stopping, without looking back. I didn't go back to camp alone after that, and every time I hear something move in the dark, I remember that night. I remember the sound of nails against the cloth, and I wonder what would have happened. If I had dared to look outside, there's an unwritten rule when you go camping: when the fire goes out and the stars appear, the forest changes, the trees seem to lock themselves around you. Every little sound is amplified in the stillness of the night. Is at that moment when the forest begins to breathe with you, and suddenly you are aware of how lonely you are. I always liked that feeling until the night one of my friends disappeared without a trace. Was a simple camping trip, 5 of us, my girlfriend Amanda, my best friend Nick and his girlfriend Jess, and Ryan, another close friend. Just a weekend in nature to get away of the city. The place was perfect, a remote clearing deep in the forest, miles from the nearest town, no cell service, no distractions, just us, the trees, and a campfire. On the first day, it was amazing. We walked along hidden trails, swam in a crystal clear lake, set up camp in a space surrounded by tall pine trees. When the sun began to go down, we gathered around the fire, we chatted, we laughed, we told stories of scary. It was the perfect night. But then Ryan got up, stretched, shaking his arms. I'm going for a walk. The flames of the campfire lit up his face when he spoke. Nick frowned. Where are you going? Just to walk a little, Ryan replied with a shrug. The night is too beautiful to sit still. No one gave it any importance. Ryan was like this, always disappearing on night walks, getting lost in nature. To clear her mind. Don't get lost, she joked. Amanda, Ryan smiled, took her flashlight and went into the woods. We saw her light pop between the trees for a few seconds, then she disappeared. At first we continued with the talk, but after an hour we started to worry. It hasn't taken too long, Jess asked uneasily. Nick shrugged his shoulders. He must be enjoying the walk, but something in his voice betrayed his trust. We waited another 30 minutes. Nothing. The forest was in complete silence. Amanda hugged herself. We should look for him. Nick and I took flashlights and went into the woods calling his name. Ryan, nothing. The ace of light illuminated the dense undergrowth. The trees seemed to get taller, the shadows darker. We kept moving forward, but there were no traces of him. No footsteps, no broken branches, as if he had never been there. Maybe he returned to camp, Nick said, although her voice trembled a little. We turned around. The way back felt different, as if the forest had changed while we were inside. When we arrived at the camp, Amanda and Jay were standing by the fire, their faces lit up by the orange glow. Amanda stepped forward and I shook my head. It's not there. Jess put a hand to her mouth. Where is it? Then silence. The wind blew softly through the trees, and for the first time I felt something was watching us. We decided to split up and search the surroundings. Amanda and I took one side of the camp, Nick and Jess the other. We called his name over and over again, but there was no response, only the rustling of dry leaves under our feet, only the distant murmur of the wind, just the forest watching us. After what seemed like an eternity, we met again. No one had found him, no trace, nothing. We have to go to the village, Amanda said, her voice tense. We need help. We didn't argue. We picked up what we could carry and we started on our way back. 2 hours of walking in the dark, 2 hours of tension at every step. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustling of branches made us turn our heads, but we never saw anything. We never heard anything, only the forest breathing. When we arrived in the village, we contacted the authorities. They organized a search. They took them back to camp at dawn, this time with a rescue team. They checked every trail, every tree, every corner, but Ryan wasn't there. They didn't stop searching for days, nothing. In the end, there was only an official report missing. Under unknown circumstances, we went back to town. But the story didn't end there. Every night I relived what happened, the laughter at the campfire, Ryan's last words, the exact moment he went inside in the dark and never came back. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see his silhouette lit by fire, his flashlight disappearing into the trees, and the unsettling feeling that the forest knew something that we didn't. I don't know what happened to Ryan that night, but I know something took him away, and worst of all, he's still out there waiting, watching, and next time maybe don't be satisfied with me with only one of us.